just like us. So I thought there's a good old saying in New and common sense isn't common anymore. If you look at Thomas again, struggling with the run from this Northern end. Starts his run. Passes comes by Horton. One wide outside off stump and there is no run.
So we see Thomas here really keeps struggling with his line and length, his consistency. We have seen that from the game played against Barbados. It's really uh, uh, hard thing to be looking at here, Gunny, that you see a ball one on the leg side, one on the off stump, one short, one here. And it's not really a pleasant sight here at Arnesville and seeing a bowler at this level bowling so much inconsistent deliveries.
Thomas in. This one outside the off stump this time and pushed it out to come and there's no run. It clearly wasn't really happening. We must recognize the fact that the next tier in a man's cricket career from regional cricket is to play for the West Indies. That's
Yes.
the next step.
Yes.
You can't have somebody who just can't get hit the deck right here. Maybe a loose delivery is allowed to clear one, but this total inconsistency as Thomas continuing. Let's see where he can push this one now outside. Thomas in this one out caught. This is the problem with it. That one, an awkward bounce. He hit that spot with an awkward bounce. There's nowhere else I can say it as it is. Awkward bounce, and he caught Joshua De Silva. No, Webster on the back foot, and he's out caught. 35 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, we made wide deliveries, one on the off stump, one on the leg stump, and then he pitches the ball just on the length, and that ball bounced awkwardly, hitting the neck of the bat really, and just ballooning out to the man at the man at point really, and he took a easy catch, and Trinidad has lost a second wicket here to the bowling of Josh Thomas, who really that one just bounced awkwardly, hitting the throat of the bat into the man hand at gully, and he took a easy catch. Trinidad lost the second wicket.
That is correct. They've lost their second wicket, and the new man coming in is number 4 on the list.
Yannick.
Yannick Correa is coming to the crease. Trinidad have lost their second wicket, and I think this one had to do with the pitch itself. It hit
Yeah.
the spot just on a good length in a good area, and it kicked at him. No way he could have gotten away from it, and he's on his way to the pavilion.
A pretty good delivery there from Thomas. Pitched in a right area, bounced awkwardly. The batter couldn't deal with it, and Trinidad lost their second wicket.
Hit the splice to the bat and an easy catch at gully. Did you identify the fielder?
It was Hodge.
Hodge. Right. So caught Hodge, ball, Josh Thomas for 3. Ray Jordan now. Ball to Solozano. Outside the off stump, and again this one. I think the pitch is playing some tricks, Ken Roy. To be very honest with you, we're seeing one just give an awkward bounce, and they have 2 on this end that's a skip low. I think the dryness of the pitch is probably where the problem is.
Well, this would bring out the techniques and the batsmanship of these batsmen.
Both teams.
Yes, and
If
the
the pitch
skills, and
continue
those who possess the better skills would overcome.
If they continue to be like that. Now it's Jordan in this one. Even bounce right in his spot and driven out by Solozano, and there is no run. So the 2 men out this morning, Josh De Silva's LBW to Ray Jordan, 14. The score was 32, and it was a pretty good delivery by Jordan, one that cut back and caught him in front. And Tian Webster, an awkward one was that lifted on him, and there's no way he could have gotten away. It was in a good area, and he was caught by Hodger. Lobbed it up to gully off Josh Thomas for 3, 35 for 2. As Ray Jordan from the southern end to bowl to Salozano. This one outside the off stump, and certainly there's some lateral movement there. That one actually cut away from him and taken cleanly by Smith, and there is no run. Smith continued to do a fine job here for the Windward Islands as the wicketkeeper, as he did in that game against the Barbados Pride last week.
Yeah, some good glove work here by Smith. Really, he's keeping pretty nicely. He's collecting the ball cleanly, and he has really had no blemishes at all so far. From what we have seen, he has some very good hands, Gunny.
Jordan, bright sunshine here at Annisvale. This one on that middle stump and equal to the task there, Salazan, and pushed it out to mid on, and there is no addition to the total. So we'll see exactly. But once you're going to have awkward bunks like that, this is where the left-hander being coming across the batsman have created even more problems. But as we said already, they are the ones who have selected the final 11. We can only observe and say what we are seeing, how the pitch is behaving. And you see one of the ferries is going across the backway. It's pretty windy out in that backway channel. As Jordan in. This one driven this time and half stopped there by, is it Lewis? Seemed to be Sherman Lewis, and he stops, and there is no addition to the total. But it's a firm push by Salazar from the face of the bat and to the left, a couple of meters away, and Lewis made a very good attempt and stopped it effectively where there's no addition to the total. 35 for Kenroy, and this is not the best of days to walk across the backway. Certainly it is windy. You can see the ferry moving up and down, and, but sometimes it's excitement on these ferries when you go across one. There's a little bit on the this situation. Jordan in. This one again, right on target. A very good over there by Ray Jordan, making the batsman play at every delivery. Certainly, except one that kept a bit low. But certainly, just what the doctor ordered there for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Yes, a pretty good over here by John, picking up a wicket as well, and he's bowling consistently on the stumps, causing the batsman to play, putting them under pressure, which is called for on this wicket. Really, it's a slow wicket, so you have to make the batter play as much as possible. And he has a new ball in his hand; he has to make best use of it.
Yes, and this spell reminded me of the Sherman Lewis spell in the first innings against Barbados Pride last week. He was hitting the right areas consistently, as against the enigmatic Josh Thomas. It's all over the shop. For our new listeners, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force won the toss and elected to bat on a good batting pitch. That's what we saw, but we're seeing three balls misbehaved thus far. Two kept very low and one bounced awkwardly at Webster and cost him his wicket. So we see the left-handed Yannick Correa. There's two slips, a gully, backward point. Apparently he's been shifted into third slip now by skipper Ambrose. So it's three slips now on a gully, cover point, mid-off, mid-on, short leg and long leg. As Thomas in to bowl. This one closer to the stump, and Correa had to play. He played at it quite nice, and there is no run.
Well, a good delivery by Thomas this time, causing in the batter to really play it back towards him on a short extra cover there. Good delivery, lying on the stumps. He had to play, and he was equal to the task.
Thomas from this northern end. Motors are in. This one outside off stump, and it kept a bit low again, and taken cleanly by Smith despite the lowness of that delivery. 35 for the loss of 2 on Trinidad. Total has become becalmed. It started very, very positively. Some quick runs and aided and abetted by some extras from Josh Thomas. And I thought the one that the umpire himself gave it as buys, really it was harsh, because the ball was so wide. That should have been 4 wides, to be honest with you. As Thomas in, this one, better line, better length this time. 3 deliveries on about that area that he should be bowling more consistently. First time you've seen him bowl 3 in that general area, and Correa defends, and there is no run. We saw some very exciting ODI cricket yesterday when you're looking at the pitches. How many runs scored? 807 runs. 807 runs in 90 somebody overs, 98 overs. It's really and truly a tremendous amount of ball beaten. We're not seeing any ball beaten here. This one from Thomas on the spot again, right on that spot, bowling wrong the wicket, pushed back to him by Correa, and there's no run. Butler 150, Morgan 103, Hales 82, Bairstow 56, England 418 for 6, and the West Indies 389 in response. Gale 162, 14 sixes. Bravo 61, Brathwaite 50, Nurse 43, Rashid the leg spinner 5 for 85, and Markwood 4 for 60. As Thomas in, right on the button, and he push it out. They're going for a sharp single. They did not pick up. Had he picked up, I'm certain he would have had a shot at it. And Correa off the mark with 1. And it brings Solozano is in 10 to face the strike. Certainly a lot of ball beating there yesterday. I actually saw the highlights, having to do my work. I saw the highlights this morning from 3 o'clock onwards. I looked at the sixes. To me, it appeared as if the ropes were pulling because the sixes were being hit so easy. All and sundry.
The Gale effect, man. That's called the Gale effect.
Thomas to bowl now to Solozano. This one inadvertently hit the bat as going down close to the boundary. 1. Then I come for a second. The return comes in. 1 that he really attempted to leave alone, but it came back and struck the face of the bat. No danger, no harm, past gully down to the boundary, for close to the boundary for 2. Again, one of these balls that behave a little awkwardly again. So maybe if this is the trend, we're not too sure what's going to happen then.
Yes, one of the better overs I've seen from Thomas really during this inning so far. He has put the ball in the right area and he has asked the questions of the batsman. So an encouraging sign there for Thomas, putting the balls in the right area and causing some trouble for the batter.
Yeah, but you spoke about the Gale effect yesterday, but remember 2 Englishmen got hundreds. Butler 150, Morgan 103. So it wasn't a question of Gale. Gale for the West Indies, yes, big 100, 162. But the Englishmen, Hales 82, Basso 56. A lot of ball beating. You do not really get 400 runs in one-day matches, Kenroy. Very rare.
Rarely it happens, but it was a pretty good game from both sides, really.
Well, both sides, both sides.
Pretty good game. I thought West Indies really batted well, but for a few things that they did in the middle that caused them the game, really.
Jordan in. This one forced away by Correa down to mid off, and there is no run.
Lewis.
Half stop there by Lewis and effective as well. 38 for the loss of 2. But certainly, Ken, what do you think about it? There was no sympathy for any bowler. Everybody got quite a few. Rashid ended up at 84. Thomas went for 85 and something like that sort. And most of the bowlers went for plenty.
Well, with 800 and something runs on the board, the bowlers got to go for some.
Went for plenty. Jordan from the southern end, wide outside the off stump, and he easily should have allowed that one to go by. He played at it, mistaken by Smith, and there is no run. Must be a lapse in concentration in the part of Correa.
Yes, a pretty wide delivery. Should have not really even thought of playing that ball, but he went at it with his bat and went through and into the keeper's glove. Something that he really would not like to see him do again as a Trinidadian.
The thing about it, Kenroy, going back to that one-day match, Australia, South Africa. So Australia, South Africa. Australia got 434 and South Africa got 438 for 5. I think it's the highest score. This one outside the off stump, allowed to go by and picked up close to the ground itself there by Smith. Certainly, once the ball hits certain areas, it is keeping a bit low. Yes, so that 438 and 434 we do in those countries, Australia, South Africa, has 872 runs. 882 runs in a one-day match is a tremendous amount of flogging for all bowlers. As Jordan from the southern end, outside the off stump, Correa picked up the line, allowed it to go through to wicketkeeper Smith, and there is no runs.
Well, Stan, to continue on the point that you were making, really, I think that the teams are really preparing for this World Cup to come here in England, and you can see the sides which are putting out are basically the sides which are going to play in this tournament. And if that's a sign for the World Cup to come, really, it's a very good sign because all teams are playing well.
But the good thing about it, I doubt you'll get this type of total in England. The conditions differ. The pitches differ. Jordan in. This one right on the button, and Correa played it out on the onside to wideish mid wicket. He collects a single. He's up to 2. It's now 39 for the loss of 2. Remember the pitches, overcast conditions in England, the ball tend to swing a bit.
Well,
So
Stan
things will
Hines,
be different.
in for the past couple of years or so, you see the total for one day game is basically you must get over 350 runs really to win games.
Well, I will agree with you. But the thing about it, right, is that the T20 has helped all teams whereby having these bigger totals in ODIs. Jordan in outside the off stump and driven out the outer face of the bat past gully down to the boundary for 4, another boundary there too. And Salozani goes up to 16. It's now 43 for the loss of 2. A pretty good shot there. They opened the face and sliced it down to third man for 4. 43.
Yeah, it was asking for it. The ball was there. He threw the kitchen sink at it. It took the outer portion of the bat really between point and backward point and gully and into the fence for 4. You have purchase for these shots here on this ground, and then into the fence for 4. He moves up to what? 16, and Trinidad and Tobago up to 43 for 2 here at Annisville, Windwards Islands versus Trinidad Red Force.
Yes, and as we were saying, Ken, whereas the field change over for the continuation of the bowling from
Thomas.
3 slips go down, gully, backward point, mid on, mid off, short leg, and long leg in. This one outside the off stump, and as it pitched and left him, it actually lifted and was taken around chest high by the diminutive Dennis Smith.
Yes, another good delivery there by Thomas, really hitting the right area, just on the foot stump really, and causing the batter to leave that one alone. It bounced nicely to Smith, who took it about chest height, and a good sign for Thomas.
Yeah, what is happening from this end observation is that Thomas is getting a couple to bounce awkwardly, and from the other end, a couple are keeping low.
Yes.
So Thomas from this to another end, watch it, wide outside the off stump,
No
another
ball
he has
as well.
infringed again, another no ball signal by umpire Mark Houghton out of Ireland. I believe it is his first visit. And total goes up to 44 for the loss of 2. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting here.
And you see
Windwards Volcanoes.
You see the inconsistency of Thomas continuing here, Gunny, and this is something that you would really like him to work on, to be more consistent on the extra deliveries.
Thomas passes umpire Houghton. This one driven sweetly to the offside. They're going to get at least 2 here. 1, they should get 2. The return comes in a weak return there, and it's 2 more runs there too. Solozano, he goes up to 18 to Solozano, 2 to Caraya, 46 for the loss of 2. Trinidad and Tobago having won the toss this morning and elected to bat. From what I saw of that pitch, it appears if it's the best time to bat on this pitch is now, because my assessment is right, because we are seeing a couple of deliveries are really misbehaving. In comes Thomas, driven sweetly this time, I think with a lot more power. I believe this has enough to go across the rope. It does now. A lovely shot there by Salozano, pitched up in his half, and he just sweetly hit that one to defense for 4. He's up to 20. It's 50 now for the loss of 2. Trinidad and Tobago having won the toss and batted this morning.
A fine shot there by Salazano, really. A ball that was pitched up in his half. He had no problems with driving it to the covers. He did that, and he did that perfectly. And it raced across the outfield into the fence for 4. Fantastic shot by the young man.
And he looks quite settled, despite 1 or 2, misbehaving a bit. But he looks quite settled.
Yes.
Let's see how Thomas will respond. In. Passes umpire Houghton. This one right on the button this time, and a much better length. And he can only defend, and there is no run. Also, Australia, they got the better of India in a T20 with another 100. Glenn Maxwell, 103 not out. They got 193 for 3. Defeating India, who got 190 for 4. And remember, in Australia a couple months ago, it was the reverse, where India was just walloping the Australians. Now they have given them a 2-0 beating in the T20 series. The ODIs to come, the Test matches are to come. As Thomas in, outside the off stump again, it actually curved back after pitching. No damage done, 50 for the loss of 2.
Yes, good length here by Thomas being bold. You just need to be more consistent, put the ball in the right areas, and you see some awkward bunks really coming from Thomas. He has some height as a fast bowler, really, so that's probably assisting him as well with this wicket. But if he gets him in the right area, he could cause some trouble.
Yeah, but the problem with him is the inconsistency. I believe Sherman Lewis would create some problems if he's bowling from this end because of what we are seeing happening. Thomas in. This one going across the leg stump, it's striking him on the thigh pad. The end of the over, 50 for the loss of 2. Trinidad and Tobago certainly looking to rebuild after 2 quick wickets at 32 when the Silvers LB'd up to Jordan for 14. And Tian Webster caught Hodge off Josh Thomas for 3, 32 and 35. The 50 came in 55 minutes. Trinidad and Tobago batting of 12 overs.
Yeah, pretty decent start here for Trinidad and Tobago. Despite losing 2 wickets, you're 50 here within the first hour. You have scored runs, but the only thing that you have lost a couple of wickets. But Windward Island's doing pretty good so far. Picked up 2 wickets within an hour. That's pretty good for them as well. So at even Steven game here at Arnoldsville playing field between Volcanoes and Trinidad Red Force.
2 slips and a gully go down. Jordan in outside the off stump, and again you can see the batsman, playing one that kept fairly low. It's probably hit the tail of the bat, and he is inspecting the pitch, but out to gully, and there is no, but certainly misbehavior on both ends of the pitches in certain areas.
Yes, one end is keeping low, one end is bouncing awkwardly, really, and the batters have to be very watchful and careful as to how they go about their duties here today.
Jordan, right arm fast medium from the southern end. Passes umpire Tuckett. Again, this one kept fairly low, taken by the keeper, going down towards the playing surface. And it's good judgment there on the part of Korea. Good judgment.
Yes, good judgment. But Gunny, something they have to take into effect as well and take into consideration is that Ray Jordan is a shorter bowler than Thomas. And I don't know if that could really, and he's more of a skiddy bowler. That's why he's probably getting the ball to keep low from this end. And Thomas is getting some awkward bunks from the other end.
Whilst I accept what you said, I don't necessarily agree. As Jordan in, this one bounced a bit this time. And you're on top of it and defended, and there's no run. If you have a perfect batting strip, it doesn't matter how tall you are, how short you are. The problem with it is there's definitely uneven bunks on both ends. Yes, you have a case in point. The taller man will get more bunks, and the Ray Jordan will get lower bunks. But look at that delivery from Jordan. It was about the right height in terms of batting, not low. So whilst you have a case, and I support you, the problem with it, I don't necessarily agree because it's the state of the pitch. Jordan in. But look at that one. That's exactly what I'm saying. Kept low again, and I am wondering if it's the dryness of the period we are into that they were fearful of putting too much water into the pitch, fearing that anything can happen in terms of the team bowling force will have distinct advantage. Because if it's doing that today and day 1 before lunch, what is it going to happen on day 3? Because of the dryness of the situation. It's not attacking the ground staff, nobody. No way. It's just the state of the situation as it is. As Ray Jordan, 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short leg, in. This one, he steers this one wide of the man at backward point. They're going to have 1, they're going to have 2, or they have enough to reach the boundary. I think he has stopped it, and they're going to come for 3, but certainly a good firm push to the left of cover point, to the close to the boundary. They got 3, so that moves
53.
Salazano to 23, 53 for the loss of 2. North Korea is this one up at this side. It's marked with a black helmet. Bottom end.
That's correct.
Right, so they got 3. So it's Salazano who's down at the bottom end there. Jordan trying again for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. This one on the leg stump and defended well. It's the end of the over, the end of the first hour of play. I will vacate this seat, and you and Chesel Charles would assess what has happened. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss this morning and elected to bat. A decision I think is a very good decision. Uh, they opened up with De Silva and Salozano. We saw Spata scoring very quickly, but then Joshie Silva got a good one from Ray Jordan, cannon into his bat after pitching. It really cut back, and he went for 14 LBW. The score was 32. Tion Webster didn't last long. He got a very awkward one from Thomas from this and other and jumped at him. The bat was in the way, hit the splice up the gully, taken cleanly and comfortably by Kavem Hodge. He won't get an easier catch than that of Josh Thomas for 335 for 2. Since then, Salozano is still there on 23. Correa is on 2. Trinidad and Tobago 53 for the loss of 2. The 50 and 55 minutes of 12 overs as I vacate and allow Cecil Jazz to come in with his thoughts.
Well, a pretty good start here for the Windward Islands here in the first hour, picking up 2 wickets off the Trinidadian batters. And in the context of a 4-day game, picking up 2 wickets in the first hour, Charlo, and a slow wicket really is it's pretty good so far. So Windward Islands here picking up 2 wickets. The score is 53 for 2. 53 for 2 Trinidad here in the first hour. A pretty good start.
Yes, Martin, I think the Windwards, they have eked out 2 wickets in the first session. Barbados, certainly a good scoring rate, 53 in the first hour, some 13 overs. But they would want to rebuild for the loss of those 2 early wickets and said, okay, the final hour before lunch, we want to make this our own. But the Windwards surely would have different ideas. But certainly let's get back to the state of the pitch. It's a dry surface, not a lot of bounce, not a lot of pace. And as a bowler, you definitely need to get it in the right areas on a consistent basis.
Yes, that would be recommended for the bowlers on this wicket because there's some inconsistency when it comes to the bounce. The pace is pretty good, but there's some inconsistencies where the ball is keeping or some is bouncing awkwardly, and we saw a wicket fell to that. The second wicket where the ball was pitched just on the off stump and it bounced awkwardly, hitting the splice of the bat and into the gullies, and he went. So once you get it in the right area, you could cause some problems for the batters.
Okay, the ground staff has finished their tidying up. Players still in a huddle, having refreshing themselves. Sorry, and perhaps having a little discussion at the same time, looking to strategize as to how they're going to approach it in the final hour. Umpire Carl Tuckett just went off at the break. He's now returning. So umpire Carl Tuckett from the Leewards and umpire Mark Houghton from Ireland. And we can see Correa and Salazano just about. Salazano just putting back his helmet, replacing his helmet. And so too is Correa, getting ready to continue the battle here at Arnesville, where Windwards Volcanoes, they are up against the TNT Red Force. And certainly we'll wait to see what would happen if there's going to appears as if there's going to be a change in bowling here at the northern end. I think prior to the break, Stanley Gunny Hines was asking for Lewis to come on, and he is of the opinion that you get a bit more bounce at that end. And we see Lewis, he's going to replace Josh Thomas. So I think a very good move by Captain Sunil Ambrose. But it's going to be Salazano, who has been there from the start to redo the battle. He's on 19, and with him is Correa, who is on 2. So
One. No.
So Salazano waits as Sherman Lewis. Now here is Salazano settles and he waits now as Lewis goes past umpire Houghton in, and that's taken on the pad, rising on the tie pad. Half-hearted appeal. And there is no run. So the scoreboard tells me that Salazano, he's on 19 and Correa is on 8. Guided by the scoreboard. We do not have an official scorer with us, as Lewis in and bowls, and there is Carrera. That one keeping a bit low outside the off stump. So
That's
really
strange.
the inconsistent bounce is there, and it's going to be a tough task for the batsmen really, but really going to test your level of concentration.
It's pretty strange though that Thomas was getting some awkward bounce from this end. Now Lewis has come into the attack and is keeping low, so the batters have to be very careful.
And he's tickling that down to long leg. Who comes off the boundary, he'll get a single. So with that single, he goes on to 20. The total goes on to 54 for 2. In this, the first innings, winning the toss and batting TNT Red Force, and it's Karaya, who is on 8, comes into strike. 50 coming in 55 minutes in some 12 overs. And Karaya settles. He has 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, an extra cover mid-off on the offside. That's Lewis in, and he watches it go by outside the off stump. That's the bounce and carry that the keeper appreciates, taking that around the midsection. So there's a long leg, there is a mid-wicket and a mid-on. That completes the field under lovely conditions here at Annesville. And Karaya just taking his time, waits as Lewis rather slowly turns in front of us. Goes in past umpire Houghton and bowls, and Karaya is in behind that stylishly. Plays it out to mid-on, and there is no run. So 54 for 2. We're in over number 14. And 2 left-handers at the wicket. It's Karaya and Salazano. Salazano, who has opened the batting, so he has been there for some time. And as we would say, he must have gotten his eye in. Lewis in, bowls. Karaya is pulling that bottom hand away as he plays that out to short mid-wicket. A good delivery there by Sherman Lewis. And the over comes to an end. So at the end of the over, just a single in that over, it's 54 for 2 Martin.
Yes, another tidy over there by Lewis, really putting the ball just on the off stump, but I think was asked by his skipper to just come in and hold it tight and look for 1 or 2 going away and coming back. He put the ball just on the off stump, caused the batter to play, kept him under pressure, and a pretty good over bowl here by Lewis for the win on the Islands here after the break.
So the Windwards would want to pull the scoring rate a bit back and really put some pressure on the TNT Red Force batting, and but these two will have different ideas. Salazano just retaking his guard as we see Ray Jordan being given another over. So we are in over number 15. I think this is Jordan's 5th over. Yeah, so far he has 4 overs, 1 for 11. As he comes into bowl to Salazano and wide outside the off stump, lifting, and he watches it go by. So good judgment, good common sense there prevailing. Watching it go by, not flirting with danger at all there, Martin, as the sun really in all its brilliance here, and you can ask for better conditions for a 4-day game.
Yes, Charlotte, beautiful cricket. Sun is out, the breeze is blowing, and the players are out. The wicket is reasonably good for batting, and a beautiful cricket really.
Jordan into Salazar, that kept low, taking on the pad. And it looked like that's inside the edge, and he stands there with hands on hips and looking, perhaps wondering what on earth went on. I think they got it inside it, it bounced over the stump, and really that one kept low.
Right,
another good sign on the one.
We have seen a couple of deliveries from Jordan from this end, really keeping low, and he's the sort of bowler that would hit the length and slides on. So he's a dangerous man to be batting here from that end with the ball keeping low.
Yeah, perhaps it's a good thing that Solizano has been there for a while. He really got down on that one very quickly. It's Jordan once more in and bowls, and he watches it go by outside the awesome, not tempted, and taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Dennis Smith, who has had a pretty good game in the last game against Barbados Pride. And so he's here. Windward Island Volcanoes playing an unchanged team. Lost that game to Barbados Pride by some 26 runs. And they would want to make amends as they do battle with TNT Red Force. Salazano waits. He's on 20. With him is Karaya at the non-strikers and on 8. And he settles and waits on Ray Jordan from the southern or Beckway end. And he's driving pleasantly through covers. This could go close to the fence. The man on this backward point boundary covers some grounds to his left. They're back for a second. Good throw. So he goes on to 22. The total now on to 56. So 22 to Karaya, to Salazano. And with Karaya at the non-strikers then on 8. Salazano seems as if he wants to dig in and dig deep. So they will have to prize him out here. But you can see he's batting with a purpose. That's Jordan once more. This time he tucks it through backward square leg. Diving effort there, misses. This would run very close to the fence. They come back for the second as the man on the long leg boundary tidies up. And he gets too comfortably. And he goes on to 24. The total now goes on to 58. So 58 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting. And really, so far, Martin, what we have seen is that Salazano not taking any chances, just waiting for the bad ones and trying to pick it off and pick up the ones and the twos.
That's pretty good batting here by Salazano, really. Just waiting for the bad deliveries and dispatching them, whipping it off his legs when they are there, and just being patient.
So Ray Jordan decides to go around the wicket now to bowl to Salazano. Down the leg side, not taken by Dennis Smith. This would go into the fence for 4 byes. Again, keeping a little low. And Dennis Smith diving away, that went under his gloves, just touching those fingers into the fence for 4 byes. And the total now on to 62. 62 for 2 at the end of the over. So Trinidad and Tobago really rebuilding and doing a very good job.
Yeah, a bad line delivery there by Jordan, really straight down the leg side, and the ball bounced in front of the keeper. He didn't glove it, and the ball went into the fence for 4 byes. So some extra runs being given away this morning by these bowlers. Really, they need to be a little bit more consistent in respect of bowling the ball just on the off stump in the corridor and make the keeper's job a little bit easier.
Definitely, and Martin, I know you were discussing it with Stanley Gunny Hines earlier, that there was at a T20 yesterday in India and Australia, and really it was a fantastic innings by one Glenn Maxwell. I had the opportunity of viewing some of it, and I tell you, he real ball beating. Remember, he reversing sweep. He reverse swept one of the guys into the stand for 6 as Lewis in, and he's in behind that is Karaya, and there is no runner. But he's one of the players who can play that shot very, very good. But he really took charge of things yesterday and really pulverized the Indian bowling, smacking 103. So he has been, in fact, he has been the T20 player of the year last year. So he's just continuing a good run. And New Zealand, they're up against Bangladesh, and Tamim Iqbal, the Bangladesh opener, a blistering 100 in the opening match. And it's taken on the pad there is Koraya. Bob drops in front of him. There's no run. That was angled down the leg side. It's still 62 for 2. And he got 121 off 128 balls. And that is a test match.
Well, we see how these international batters game has grown. Really, Charlo, and is very impressive as you see them from day to day as they grow. And you wonder, when it comes to our cricket, why is it that we're not seeing this from our boys?
So here is Lewis in, and Karai is standing tall, drops it in front of him, wants a single. This is danger. And the underarm return misses his thumb. He had to dive to get back. That would have been very interesting because umpire Carl Tuckett was in the perfect position. but he got back and no danger done. It's still 62 for 2. And really, I think it was a really totally uncalled for single, really not needed. And we can see Salazano having a word with him, really saying that you don't need to give it away. Let's stay here and build an innings for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, who have really not had the better of the exchanges in this year's competition. And so they would need to stay there for quite some time. But Taminic Ball, 121 out of a total of 234. And Neil Wagner, I'm sure you remember that guy. One who struck Sonny Lambris on his hand and really put him out of cricket for some time. As Lewis in, and there is Karaya reaching right forward, head well over the ball. Plays it out to extra cover. And there is no run, still 62 for 2. And really peppered them with some short pitch bowling yesterday and got a fiver.
Well, you see the veterans, really, the known cricketers for these teams are really coming through here, Charlo, and it says a lot for the World Cup to come. As I said before, they're really picking form for England.
So here is Lewis once more, and Karaya tucks it down to long leg, who comes off the boundary. He gets a single and he goes up to 9. The total now on to 63. 63 for 2. So 9 to Karaya, 24. 9 to Karaya, 24 to Salazano. And Salazano just retaking his guard there from umpire Houghton. And it's going to be Sherman Lewis who would continue. So Bangladesh getting 234 in their first innings, and New Zealand with a very strong reply, 86 without loss at the end of day 1. And he's taking on the pad. Low shout for LBW, not out, says umpire Houghton. That must have hit just outside the off for him to get away with that. But yes, from our vantage point, it looks like it hit him just outside the off. So Martin playing a shot.
Yes, and I think it had a little bit of height on it as well. But a confident appeal there by Lewis, and not out, says the umpire. And Salazano survives a very confident appeal there from the Windies Islands players.
So Salazano remains. He's 24 not out. With him is Yannick Karaya, who is on 9 as they meet in mid-pitch for a midfield conference. And let's see, Ray Jordan will continue. So he's been given an extended spell. And he will bowl to Karaya, who is on 9.
It's good to see the fast bowlers bowling, Charlo.
Well, you're a young man and you really should put in the effort.
Yeah, it's good to see, and it's good for cricket as well. Cricket in West Indies.
Well, we know of the rules at the lower level, where you're not supposed to bowl more than 7 overs. So whether he's on song and really creating problems, at the end of 7 he has to be pulled out of the attack. Self-preservation. Jordan in, and there is Karaya reaching forward. Thickest inside edge goes down to mid-on, and there is no run. So it's 63 for 2. And Martin, you would know with your days of growing up, there were no limits. But there are some coaches who would bowl some bowlers into the ground.
Well, I think that is why some of us these days suffer from so much injuries and so much aches and pains, not knowing when to pull out and when not to. So they have analyzed that and see that helps you in the longevity when it comes to the game.
Jordan in and bowls. Karaya watches it go by outside the off stump. There is no run. He was taken cleanly by Dennis Smith.
You can't
spell in bowling. How many overs have you bowled unchanged?
I think I bowled up to 15, 16 overs already,
16 overs. I remember Stanley Gunny Hines bowled 50 overs in one game against Barbados.
Slow spin.
Bowling his off spinners.
Slow spinners.
But one would give him some credit, because 50 overs, whether a spinner or not, a lot of work. That's 300 balls, Martin. As Jordan is in and Karaya right in behind that. So good delivery there, testing delivery. But Karaya equal to that and pushed it back up on the onside of the
Charlo, how long do you expect to last if you keep bowling for 15, 16 overs a game as a fast bowler.
Well, I'm not too sure, but my longest at the Premier Division level, I remember having some 19 overs straight. And I could tell you, it really took a toll at the end of the day.
Right. So the experts has seen that and they examine it and say this is no good for a bowler who wants to last a pretty long time in Test cricket or first class cricket.
And there is Karaya reaching forward, playing out to extra cover, and there is no run. And the total remains on 63 for 2. But one show that at the end of that 50 over spell, there were some sore fingers.
Of course, there will be some sore fingers and there will be some memories as well of aches and pains after that in the evening and a couple
Maybe
of days to
at the
come.
end of the day, they're in that cold ice water, trying to numb the feeling or in some salt.
I don't think that was done back in those days for Mr. Hines. He knew of the beach.
Here is Jordan, and he's tucked away out to square leg. That's Karaya, and there is no run. Well, growing up in that area known as Bottom Tongue, he was a good swimmer, swimming that whole length of the beach on a Sundays.
I think he
So
stood. I think he
was
stood.
physically fit.
I think he stayed on the sand after that game. Let the water just roll on top of him
And I tell you,
after 50 overs.
but he still goes to the beach, Martin. He still goes and take his soap and refresh himself as Jordan in bowls to Karaya, watches it go by outside the awesome, has nothing to do with it, and really an over where there was nothing happening really, and Trinidad and Tobago still 63 for 2.
Yes, reasonably steady over there by Jordan. Really didn't ask much of the batsman in this over, and he left about 3 to 4 balls outside the off stump. Didn't have to play, and Trinidad 63 for 2 here. In the second hour of play at Arnesville playing field against Windwards Volcanoes. Not too bad a start there for Trinidad, but I think the Windwards have the upper hand at this point, taking 2 wickets before the luncheon period in a 4 days game. Yeah, that's rewarding.
Certainly they would want to pick up a wicket or 2 more before the lunch break. So Sherman Lewis will continue. He has other ideas. He'll bowl to Salazano, who watches it go by outside the off stump.
Good delivery.
And good judgment there on the part of Salazano. It's perhaps saying to Lewis, if you want my wicket, you have to bowl at the stumps. I'm prepared to stay here. And he watches it go by and taken cleanly by Dennis Smith as Lewis walks back in bright sunshine. And his captain is asking for a big effort here. 2 slips a gully. They go down as Lewis in, and there is Salazano. He's looking to tuck it out on the onside, and like he steps on his wicket as well. Well, it was a short delivery. He went back and played it comfortably on the onside, and in the process stepped on his wicket. The slips went up. Looking back, the leg bail fell off, and he has to make that long trek back very slowly, and really a tough way to get out.
A real
Martin,
unfortunate
very
way to get out
unfortunate.
here. Salazano too close to his stump, stepped back on it, and the Windwards have picked up their 3rd wicket here this morning, and they're really in the driver's seat here, Charlo. Unfortunate way for Salazano. He was looking good, really playing patiently, leaving the balls, waiting for the bad one. Unfortunately, he has to go this way, but that's cricket.
That's cricket. So he goes hit wicket, bowl Sherman Lewis for 24, and the wicket the Windwards have been searching for. They're now 63 for 3. Salazano walks back very, very slowly, and one would understand Martin, very disappointed in the way he got out, and it's really a tough ask.
It's very, very unfortunate for Salazano. Really.
So Jason Mohammed makes his way out, and he's going to do some battle for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, want to rebuild, and certainly Salazano really have done all of the hard work, and very unfortunate to get out that way. That was a short delivery rising, and he went back and he worked it out on the onside comfortably, but in the process stepped on the leg stump. The bails fell. You have to go, and he made that long slow walk back to the pavilion. So Lewis picks up a wicket, and it's going to be Jason Mohammed, the right-hander, who comes into strike, and will continue to do battle for Trinidad and Tobago Wet Force. Jason Mohammed, who would have played at the ODI level. So you have had some experience at the international level. And there
Played
is
some T20 as well.
Lewis decides he's going to go over the wicket to the right-hander with 2 slips at gully backward point, extra cover mid-off on the offside. There's a man on the long leg boundary, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. As Jason Mohammed takes his time, marks his guard a la Chandapal, using the bail and driving it into the ground, making that hole to mark where you want to be. Looks around the field, not being hurried by any stretch of the imagination. He settles now and he waits for Lewis, who have had some success. Goes past umpire Houghton, in and bows, good delivery, short of a length, and he's on his toes. Plays it out to extra cover, and there is no run.
A good first up delivery to Mohammed, really, just on the off stump. He has to play. He's a short man. He was on top of that one, playing it to play it down to the man at backward point, really, and a good delivery for Lewis to Mohammed first up.
So Mohammed yet to get off the mark. With him is Karaya, who is on 9. Lewis. More Yorker length deliveries. Bowled him. That was beautifully bowled. In swinging Yorker. Right into the black hole. Lewis came down on it. It went onto the bat. Took the bails. And success for Windwards once again. And how quickly things have changed. From 62 for 2. It's now 63 for 4.
A brilliant delivery by Lewis Charlo. That ball was pitched just on the crease there. And Mohammed, playing for his second delivery in this innings, really was a bit too late on that one. And that by the time his bat came down, the ball was already through him, hitting the stumps. I think it took in a portion of the bat as well. And Windwards have picked up their 5th wicket here. 4th wicket here this morning.
That's in the over. And really putting Windwards in a driver's seat, so to speak. 63 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force having won the toss and decide to bat. And one would not be harsh in saying, well, it was not a good decision to bat. I think it was unfortunate in the way I think Salazano got out, and then it was a beautiful Yorker that really had Jason Mohammed bowled for duck. But it's Dennis Ramden with a lot of experience under his belt. Someone who had played a number of test matches, had some 4 centuries at the test level, has been around, have played at the T20 and ODI levels as well. As Sherman Lewis runs away from us, goes past umpire Houghton, in and bowls, and a good delivery, and Ramden is right forward to that. And off the middle of the bat, plays it up to mid-off, and there is no run. So 63 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force not having the best of competition. They would want to make some amends. So there are 2 slips and 2 gullies. Backward point, extra cover. As Lewis into Ramden, and Ramden watches it go by outside the off. Some that stayed down a bit. Some difficult work there for wicketkeeper Dennis Smith, and there is no run. So 63 for 4, and perhaps I would have done it with my medium pacers for the Windwards. I'm going to the spinners who had it against Barbados, and I'm going to make way as he comes back to join you here, Martin. I think we wait and see. We're yet to see spin for the morning. So
I don't think we'll be seeing any spin today, really. But a successful over there for Lewis from the northern end. It was suggested by the off spinner that he should be brought back from this end, and he has gained some success, picking up some 2 wickets here in the last over and putting Windwards in a pretty good pretty good position here. Trinidad and Tobago 63 for 4.
But this is the age of technology. I want to know if our good friend Stanley Gunny Hines has a connection with the captain, because he was asking for Sherman Lewis to come on at this end. And actually, he brought Sherman Lewis at this end. And he had some success. So I don't know if there's any conversation going on.
Well, Mr. Hines would tell you that it's the old brain that works.
Well,
Technicalities.
the computer works. Works well. So yes, the reason really for him why I said that is the manner in which Josh Thomas was bowling, with these inconsistent bunks, and because he's more accurate after this delivery. This one foolish length defended there by Correa, and there is no run because of the inconsistent bunks. And Josh Thomas spraying the ball all over the place. Once you have a seamer who can hit it consistently in that area, I expect success. And it's exactly maybe someone is listening and communicate the message to the skipper. I'm not sure. But success is there, and once he continues to bowl, I suspect he will bowl up until lunch, to be honest with you, because the way he's bowling. I would not remove him. Let him bowl, because he have 40 minutes to go and relax himself and get back out here.
So no spin this morning.
This one right on target by Jordan, and there is no run. Maybe some exploratory overs from the spinner from the bottom end, just to explore to see what is going to happen. So it's 63 for the loss of 4. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force having won the toss and elected to bat here at the Annisville Sports Complex. But Kenroy, going back to that 50 over spell, that was the Monday in Barbados, and by the Thursday we were playing in Guyana. I had another 30 somebody overs, and I got about 4 or 5 wickets on border. Not the easiest place to bowl. As in this one tickles fine, they're gonna get one. Will they come for a second one? The lowest fields square on the onside, and he collects 2. So he goes up now to, what is it, 11? Getting a bit of a problem with the scoreboards. What is on that side? 11. That's Correa. And Ramden yet to score.
Looks like 9.
Look like 9, all right. 9 to Correa, and Dennis Ramden yet to score. 65 for the loss of 4. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Yes, it was not border, was it Albion? We bowled in. I got to a 4 for 121. Long spell again. And I remember in Barbados they were asking, what is that man eating in St. Vincent? He's bowling a whole day. As Jordan in, this one driving outside the off stump, and a poor piece of a temper to feel in there. You'll identify the player, Kenroy. Outside the off stump, he drove it, and it went through the legs of.
Looks like an Atenas.
It looked like Atenas.
Atenas.
Yeah, Atenas really infringed. And this is one area of cricket that's improved significantly across the world, and that is fielding. And certainly should have done better. There's no bad bounce. He just took his eyes off the ball and went right through his legs, and collects 2. That's Correa. He's up now to 11, and 67 for the loss of 4. And certainly no bowler likes that. No bowler whatsoever likes that. Should have stopped it. Jordan continue from this with this long spell from this southern end. This one right on target and defended with a full face of a bat out to mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, I remember bowling some 30-odd overs in at Albion, got 4 for 121. Flat deck, similar to border, real flat deck. The likes of Tim Mohammed, I think he got a double. And certainly it was tough going, have you ever really played in Guyana? Those pitches, they are tough to bowl on.
Yes, I've had a few seasons in Guyana, a few games in Guyana, really.
Is this where you got the half century against Ambrose?
No, it was here, right down as well.
Okay. Just trying to remember. Taxing your brain. Yeah, but certainly.
That's something I would remember.
Sure. Yeah, certainly. I got, 6 for 97 at border. I'll never forget that. Deck, flatter than that, you're in real trouble. But somehow the other, the goal guile came into it, and got a few of them caught behind. As Lewis in, outside the off stump, and he guides it out to square cover, and there is no run. Some days he will bowl brilliantly, and there's nothing in the 4th column, and some other days he not bowl that well. It goes both ways.
That's a game of cricket.
It goes both ways.
Glorious uncertainties, And sometimes you feel like you're really in good nick, and then one pitches and hit the edge, and you're back in the pavilion, and some days you're really scratchy,
I'm
and you
telling
get 100.
that is quite true, my brother. That's the game of cricket. And you see, the thing about it with this gentleman's game, it is there to teach people about life, this game of cricket. Because you have your ups and your downs, your highs and your lows. As Lois in, this one right on target again. I tell you, it's very accurate, and Ramdin has to play it. And if ever captain innings is needed, is now.
Yes, Ramdin would like to really bat as long as possible here for Trinidad with the score 67 for 4. He needs to come to the party and score heavily, really, for Trinidad, for them to post a score that is really challenging to the Windwards. At 67 for 4, he needs to settle in, bat to lunch with his partner and carry on.
In, outside the off stump, a little bit wider, and Ramdin picked the line up and allowed it to go through to wicketkeeper Smith, and there is no run. But certainly we saw 215 from Barbados Pride, and they ended up with a big first innings lead of 77.
Yes, and that came about because of some irresponsible batting by the Windward Islands. And really, they can't afford to do this in this game here. And Gunny, I think the wicket here is even slower and lower than the one that they played against Barbados on.
Lewis in. Out. Complex.
Yes, a fantastic delivery by Lewis. Just pitched just on the off stump. Ramdin was drawn into the shot, the drive, hitting the outer portion of the bat. And Devon Smith at first slip didn't make any mistake. Into his hands. And Trinidad has lost their 5th wicket. 67 for 5 here. And Lewis has picked up his 3rd wicket.
Yes, so Trinidad and Tobago and all sorts of problems. We saw at lunch in the Barbados Pride game. They were 60 for 5. And they ended up at 215. But this pitch here is a bit different. It is different than the previous one, because this one here, there's some movement, there's some up and down bungs, inconsistent bungs. But strangely enough, none of the inconsistent balls has dismissed any of the batsmen.
None whatsoever.
None whatsoever.
One that bounced and hit the
Well, that
was
the silver.
the silver.
No. Webster.
Caught at gully.
You're right.
Other than that, all these deliveries are pitched just on the off stump, hitting the outer portion of the bat. Unfortunately, one was he walked onto his stumps. He went hit wicket. But that delivery there from Lewis to Ramdin, hitting the outer portion of the bat, pitched just on the 4th stump, and really a beautiful catch by Smith at first slip.
Yes, he made it look very, very easy and very, very comfortable for him. But certainly, Josh De Silva got a good one from Jordan. He was LBW for 14. Salazano, well, he trotted onto his wicket off Sherman Lewis at 24. Webster got the one that's basically probably may say unplayable.
Yeah.
He was caught hard off Josh Thomas for 3. Jason Mohammed was bowled with a Yorker. That's without scoring.
Delivery.
And Ramdin playing that one outside the off stump, sneaking it to Smith at first slip, 67 for 5. So really the pitch itself has not really and truly be responsible for that. It's just some poor batting we're seeing here, to be honest with you, except one, which is Webster.
Yes, and
Lewis, from this the top end, looking for another wicket. This one right on the money and pushed out there by Imran Khan, and there is no one. But certainly it will be interesting to see what happens. I still maintain, having seen the pitch, if they were batting properly, there's nobody should have been in this position.
I agree with you there as well, Gunny, but you have to give the bowler some credit here. Lewis, he came back into the attack and he really put the pressure on the batters, putting the ball in the right areas, asking the questions of them.
Well,
and they really were under pressure from him from the time he came back, and he picked up 3 wickets so far in what, space of 2 overs?
Lewis,
So some fantastic bowling by Lewis here.
from this the northern end, passes umpire Houghton. This one on the leg stump and pushed out to mid wicket, and there is no run. The end of the over, the end of a successful over for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 67 for 5.
Yes, good bowling here by Lewis here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, picking up basically 3 wickets here in space of 2 overs, 2 main overs, Gunny, and some serious pressure, you call it, and the skipper heard you, brought him back here from the northern end. He has picked up 3 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago 67 for 5. 67 for 5 before the luncheon period here. Here on the zero playing field in a bright sunny day. The breeze is blowing nicely across on the zero playing field. The outfield is fast, and really the wicket is one that he could get some runs. It's one he could get some wickets, but you just have to occupy the crease. And if you put the ball in the right areas, you can get some wickets. So it depends on your skills and how you execute.
Well, I have some sad news at the end after this delivery to pass on to our viewers, as Ray Jordan rung the wicket in this one outside the off-stump, and Correa certainly was feeling for that one. We played. But the news, as I was about to say to you, is that we just heard about the passing of veteran cricket writer and journalist Jamaican Tony Becker. Our sympathies and condolences go out to his family, relatives, and all in the media in Jamaica, etc. Passing of Tony Becker. He's gone to the great beyond. As Jordan in this one on the leg stump and tickle away quite nicely out to whitish mid wicket, a single. So Correa goes up to 14. It's now 68 for 5. Certainly, Tony Becker was a no-nonsense type of journalist, and he did have his altercations with some members of the board from time to time, and he tended to break stories where others were unable to break them. But he was a good guy, and he lived for how he saw life and see it as he saw it. But to the people of Jamaica, our condolences here from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as it's a road we all have to travel.
It's our final road.
Well, some person don't seem to think so in this country. As Ray Jordan in full toss, and it was a slow delivery because it actually dipped at him, and he actually played it out belatedly, safely out to mid wicket, and there is no run. But going back to the Salozano out, his hit wicket. The first person realized what happened. It happened to that individual when he was in West Indies team twice. He's the first person to run up and say, "What have he said?" As Jordan, right arm fast medium in, just trying to hit again. There
Yes, another mistake been made here by with Jordan overstepping the front crease, and really that ball struck with his can in from our vantage point in front, and they went up with a appeal half-heartedly, but the hand of umpire Tuckett came out and all the appeals went down, unfortunately.
Fortunate for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
Jordan from the southern end. Let's see how he responds here. Passes umpire Tuckett. This one right on the leg stump and pushed with a full face of vertical bat out to mid on. Well, it's fielded there by Josh Thomas, and there is no addition to the total. 68 for 5. Must be painful. It's a cardinal sin to get a wicket off a no ball.
Yes, and this is something that the Windwards pace bowlers have been doing now for a period of time. And they need to look at it and correct it. If they don't, they would always be suffering in this way.
But I keep asking, what are they doing during the rest days? That's all I'm asking.
Rest, Mr.
Jordan in. This one clips this one to the onside, working it from middle and leg. They're going to have 2 easy runs here out to square leg. So Khan goes off the mark with 2. It's 69. Is it 69 or 71 for 5? 69 for the loss of. Should be 70 for 5. Should be 70 for 5. Yes, the no ball plus 67 when those wickets tumbled. Yes, 3 runs. It's 70. 70 for the loss of 5. Apparently, both scoreboards has missed the no ball. I think that is what has happened. 2 to Khan as he faces Ray Jordan. It's a marathon spell from the southern end in. This one shot lifting, and he right on top of it, and he has a shot at the stump. A comfortable single there to Khan. Good running on the part of Correa. And in spite of all that is happening around him, Correa is still there solid as a rock and 14.
Well, yes, he's been batting for a period of time there. Wickets have been falling in and around him. But he needs to really stick there with Can and give Trinidad a partnership that they could really look towards building a nice total here for the Windies to bat. But at 72 for 5, I think their first target should be batting to lunch. We are close to the luncheon period. But Windies and the bowlers would be thinking differently. If I could sneak one or two more out, I would be in an excellent position to come back and finish up the innings after lunch, really. So Windward Islands here against Trinidad, Red Force, Trinidad, 72 for 5 within the first 2 hours here of this game for a session, really, and an excellent position to be in for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Yes, so maybe Correa will be aiming to play a knock like what Kevin Walcott did for Barbados from 60 for 5. Lewis in. That's went outside the off stump and driven nicely there by Khan. They're going to get one. They're coming for a second one, and they made a mess of it looking for a second one. The second one is always on. But it's 2 more runs to Khan, and he played that one very confidently indeed. Full face of a bat through the covers, push. 2 more runs to the total is now 72 for the last. One scoreboard is saying 72, one is saying 72. So we'll go with 74 for 5. We have to return here without a scorer. We have to depend on the scoreboards. 74 for 5 Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force having won the toss this morning, elected to bat. Good decision, but they are their own undoing. Lewis in. This one again. On right on the button and defended there by Khan, and there is no run. Certainly Kenroy, the Trinidadian batting lineup is their own undoing.
Yes, a few deliveries really one delivery that really got the better of one of the batters. Other than that, the batters has really made the mistakes and contributed to the position that Trinidad is in at this time.
Well, the good thing about the Windwards bowling, especially low, right on the button. So once they hit, once they miss, he hit. And he's a very consistent line he's bowling since the Barbados game as he comes in once more from another end. This one outside the off stump, and the batsman right on top of it defends well, and there is no run.
This is the way you bowl on a wicket like this, Gunny. It's not too fast, it's not too slow. But once you put the ball in the right areas, ask the questions of the batsman, you would get results. And this has done it. Lewis has done it pretty well, and he has gotten the results. He has picked up 3 wickets so far. He did it in the game before, and he continue to do it. The most consistent bowler for the Windward Islands as a fast bowler, and he's getting the results.
7 overs, 3 for 24. Lewis in. This one outside the off stump and push through covers, the vacant cover. I think they will only get a single. Yes, it is a single. Push nicely in that gap, bisect them, short extra cover and cover. A single there to Khan. He goes up to 6 at the end of the over. 75 for the loss of 5. So Lewis on the scoreboard, 8 overs, 3 for 25. Jordan 8 overs, 1 for 27. And Thomas 7 overs, 1 for 14. Those are the bowlers used. And rather suspect the fast bowlers will continue up until lunch. Maybe get an over from someone from either end. Maybe from Jordan end.
A good morning here for the fast bowlers for Windward Islands Volcanoes, really. Picking up 5 wickets in the process, really, and really keeping things in check here for Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago 74 for 5. Pretty good position to be in Windward Islands Volcanoes.
It's Lewis from this northern end. This was Yorker delivery outside the off stump, and can defend it out to cover, and there is no run. But certainly Kenroy, we can't help bemoan the fact that once 1 or 2 balls did what they did, and outside bunks, kept low. I wonder if it played in the minds of the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, because none of those balls that they got out, barring one, as you said, it was a fault to the wicket. Maybe yes, Webster, but not the others. Lewis in, outside the off stump, and driven sweetly through the offside. The man from sweep is running into a position where they collect 2 more runs. That's Khan. He's up now to 8, and it's 77 for the loss of 5 at the end of that over. But certainly a pleasant push there by Khan, collecting another 2. And as I said, maybe are we going to see Kevin Walcott kind of innings for Barbados with support from the lower order and get them up, flat to a total of 215, 200 thereabout.
They need somebody to come to the party really and give them a good innings, and he's the person in the wicket at this time. He's the one who's supposed to really take up the mantle. And he's doing that nicely. He's looking for his ones and his twos, his singles. He's not taking any risk. He's placing the ball in the gap, picking up his singles, picking up the ones and twos, looking for the bad balls. And this is what Trinidad need to do here now, from now on into the rest of the day. As we see, Josh Thomas is brought back from the southern end to bowl a few more overs before the luncheon period.
I think it's an indication that you will not be seeing any spin at all before lunch.
Spin for the morning.
So Josh Thomas, who sprays the ball out, he is coming back. At times you do get a wicket here, a wicket. They took 3 for 55 against Barbados in one innings, and the second innings he bowled 2 overs, so 10 runs. So he'll be looking to try and get a second wicket here. He's coming in from the southern end. All pace attack this morning from Sunil Ambrose in. By another no ball, and he played at it. That's Khan played at it, missed, and they slipped caught and looked up in the heavens because is yet another no ball.
Sin, the cardinal sin, Stanley Hines. And these bowlers keep making the same mistakes, stepping over the front line. And it's a beautiful delivery that went across the bat, and Khan played and missed, but it was a no ball again.
78 now for the loss of 5. But Kenway, certainly you're not seeing any indication that they're trying to readjust the run-up. It's more so Thomas. Josh Thomas in. Outside the off stump. That one bounced on him like a tennis shot, hit the inner portion of the bat, bubbled on the pitch. 2 wicketkeeper Smith, and there is no run. But certainly, once you are infringing like that, one expects to see some adjustment to the bowling paces between the start of a run and the delivery stride.
Indeed, if you make a mistake once, you make it twice, then you have to look at it and say, okay, something is wrong here, and I need to make some adjustments. So he needs to look at that and make the necessary adjustments and stop really infringing on the front line.
Thomas in. This one outside the leg stump, and can look to flick it away. And there is no addition to the total. 78 for 5, 78 for 5. To our listeners, Justy Silva 14, Salozana 24, Tian Webster 3, Jason Mohammed and Danish Ramlin. Well, they're still in line for West Indies selection. Both of them failed to trouble the scorers. They got a duck each. Incidentally, Lewis was on a hat trick, but he did not. It was foiled by Khan. Josh Thomas in. This one right on that off stump, fullish length, and driven out by Khan to mid-off, and fielded by Lewis, and there is no run. 78 for 5. 22 overs has gone already for the day, and the way that it is set up, Kenroy, I should have bowled 28 at the end of each session, but they are not going to get in maybe another over 2, and that's it, so it'll be falling short in terms of time allotted for the 28 overs in the period before lunch. In. This one clipped away nicely out to mid-wicket, and there is no addition to the total. 78 for 5. And I rather suspect that Khan and Correa will be looking to bat it out up until lunch, refresh themselves, and go back and continue the fight for the boys. Remember, this is Carnival weekend coming up in TNT. Don't forget that, you know. So who knows? Maybe a 3-day game and get home and have some of the party that's going on.
So you're seeing the boys want to get back for Carnival?
I never said that. You said it. As Josh Thomas in. This one driven sweetly to the offside. Pass seems to be Sherman Lewis. They're going to get at least 3. 1, 2. They're coming for a third one as the ball stopped before it reached close to that mid-off boundary. 3 runs there to Khan. He's up to 11. It's now 81. 81 for the loss of 5. Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, no, as I said, there are more deliveries. I forgot he bowled in a ball. It's a left-hand, right-hand combination. But certainly it is Carnival weekend in Trinidad. We know it's the biggest thing in terms of Carnival around maybe the world.
It is.
There's no ifs and there's no buts. As we tend to say, I know some of you right now, maybe Lyman and so on, they say the Trinis know how to party. And
they have demonstrated that in all aspects of life. They have demonstrated that.
And there's no gainsaying it's the best carnival around the world. I know Rio is big.
Has been proven.
Yes, Rio is big. As Thomas in Correa, you could hear the natural the effort that he put in for that one. Is the end of the over, 81 for 5. Have you already looked at on Carnival Live and they tell you in terms of the Brazil Carnival or the TNT Carnival? Both of them fall in the same day. Soto Dominica.
Yes, I've seen them. I've seen what goes on there, and to compare them, really, Trinidad is really outstanding when it comes to Carnival. They have proven that on so many levels. You know, the mass, the music, the whole atmosphere. They may more participants in the other carnivals, but the whole aspect of Carnival is demonstrated beautifully at Trinidad.
Good morning to our listeners and viewers in Trinidad and Tobago. We know it's Carnival weekend and your boys are not doing as well as they should.
They saw come to the music.
Well, maybe the soca music, wonderful soca music coming out of TNT. Oh. As Lewis in outside the off stump, too far out to invite a shot there from Khan to wicketkeeper Smith, and there is no run. Your favorite artist out of Trinidad these days?
Favorite? There are so many artists out of Trinidad, but
I saw that's one. You have a bias to one.
I like Nappy.
Like Nappy?
Yeah, Father Nappy.
Father Nappy.
Yeah,
good morning to you, Father Nappy. You have a fan here in SVG in Kenroy Martin. As Lewis from this the top end. Wide outside the off stump, and I think he's fairly lucky to get away with that one. It's certainly wide outside the off. Just lost his line temporarily. But I believe this may be the last over before lunch, looking at the timepiece. And Trinidad Tobago 81 for the loss of 5, 8-1 for the loss of 5. Nappy, Marshall, Montano. What was very interesting, I was looking at a news item after Marshall Monday night or something. Marshall Monday. As we'll get back to it. Lois in to Khan. This one on the leg stump and tickled it down to long leg, and it just jogs an easy single. He goes up to 12, and the total up to 82 for the loss of 5 as a left-hand, right-hand combination. As I was saying to you, Marshall Monday night, the police had 131 breathalyzers tests, and none was over the limit.
Excellent, man.
None. I looked at it and I smiled. I said, I wonder if it was an SVG. Because one expect from a FET, you know, the activity from Marshall, a few persons would have been imbibing.
Congratulations to the patrons.
In, out, and he pushes this one past cover. They're going to get one more. That's Correa. He goes up to 15 at 83 for the loss of 2. But certainly the police set out 131 breathalyzers tests, and none was over the limit. I found it very, very interesting based on the fact you're now coming from a Marshall Monday in TNT at Carnival time.
I'll consider that as congratulations to the patrons. Well done. It's good that you limit the intake of your alcohol, especially when you go to those events. And then you have to get back home, driving and so on. It is very good, and it shows a sign of responsibility
on the part of the trainees.
Yes.
Lewis in. Outside the off stump, he was looking to play, and then he pulled out of the shot, allow it to go by to Smith. 83 for the loss of 5. 17 to Correa and 10 to Yannick. 17 to Correa and 10 to Imran Khan, Trinidad and Tobago. 83 for 5. Certainly it has been a Windwards morning. They've been gifted some wickets, and they say thank you very much as Lewis continued to probe outside that off stump.
Been asking the questions all morning,
and the Trinities have been answering.
Yes.
In the positive as far as he is concerned, but in the negative as far as the Trinities are concerned. Trinidad and Tobago, land of the hummingbird. Good morning to you. Lewis in. This one outside the off stump, and he really guides that one close to the boundary in front of an empty double decker. And he goes up now to 12. According to the scoreboard, it's 85 for the loss of 5.
Lunch.
And that's lunch. Lunch here at Arnersville. It's Tucker trying to play a little bit of football. And it's lunch, 85 for 5 here at TNT. Red Force winning the toss and batter this morning. Josh De Silva, LBW, Ray Jordan 14. Jeremy Solozano hit wicket, Bull Sherman Lewis 24. Tion Webster caught Hodge off Josh Thomas for 3. Yannick Correa, he's there not out on 17. Jason Mohammed, Bull Sherman Lewis without scoring. Dennis Rabdin caught Smith, a good catch at first slip of Sherman Lewis, but also not scoring. Wickets fell at 24, 32, 35, 63, 67. And the bowling, Jordan 8 overs, 1 for 27. Lewis 8 overs, 3 for 29. And Thomas 8 overs, 1 for 17. So you're up to date here from the Annisvale Sports Complex in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Trinidad and Tobago at lunch having elected to bat after winning the toss 85 for 5.
was complex. Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They are up against it, against the Windward Island Volcanoes at lunch. Trinidad and Tobago 85 for 5. A good session for the Windward Stanley. And with the umpires out, the fielders they are coming out, so too are the two batsmen, not all batsmen. I think the Windwards went into lunch very satisfied.
Yes, very satisfied, and I suppose that will even be made better with the sort of lunch they had. A very nice lunch, and I enjoyed mine. What about you?
Oh, yes, I did enjoy my lunch. Doesn't make sense. I complain.
Right
there. So it's Karaya who is on 17, and with him is
Khan on 12.
Khan.
Yes, I got
Imran
all
Khan
scores
on 12.
confirmed from scorers. Josh De Silva 14, Jeremy Salozana 24, Tian Webster 3, Jason Mohammed a duck, Dinesh Ramden a duck, 17 Yannick Correa, 12 Imran Khan, 8 buys, 3 leg buys, 3 wides, 4 no ball.
A total of 85.
18 extras.
18 extras out of a total of 85.
Bowling, Sherman Lewis 9 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 33. Josh Thomas 7 overs, 1 maidens, 1 for 20. Ray Jordan 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 24. So it's a battle after lunch. It's interesting now to see how Trinidad batsmen will approach it between now and tea.
So yes, so it's going to be Karaya to take strike, and it's Josh Thomas from the southern end. Some 24 overs bowled before lunch, and it's Thomas who will bowl right arm over the wicket to Karaya, who tucks it out to mid wicket. He should get at least 2. And they hustle for 1. They come back for the second easily. Total goes on to 87. So 87 for 5. And with that, Karaya goes on to 19. So there are 2 slips, a gully, an extra cover mid-off on the offside. There is a mid-on. There's a man on the backward point boundary. There's a mid-wicket, about square leg deep, and a long leg. Thomas in, bowls, and Karai chopping that on the offside. Once a single is not there, Khan is not interested, and he quickly retreats to his crease, to the safety of the crease. There is no run. So 87 for 5, and just at our scoreboard to the far right, Stanley, I believe perhaps they have overeaten at lunch, not yet getting to their strides.
They were the first set to eat.
So a bit slow in terms of this getting the score and going. So Karaya takes his time. Now he settles and waits as Thomas. And he's driving, and again that's a no ball, and he'll get a single. So Karaya goes on to 20, and the score will go on to 89. 89 for 5, and Josh Thomas continues to infringe. And really, I think it's something that over the last few days, Gunny, again we lament the fact what was done in the time after the game in terms of working on these little weaknesses and see how you can correct it. I'm not too sure what was done.
Maybe it's the modern style of coaching, because I do know once you played cricket, we were looking to strengthen our weakness once rest days came.
But it's the right-handed Imran Khan waits on Thomas in and bowls, and he's getting a Yorker line delivery, force it down to mid-on. Diving effort there by the mid-on fielder, and there is no run. So Khan, he's kept on 12, and with him is Karaya, who is on 20. 89 for 5, and for the right, so there's a right hand left hand combination. 2 slips a gully, backward point on the boundary, extra cover mid off on the offside. Sam is driving out to mid off. He's driving on the up, and the total goes on to 89. So Khan looks very confident indeed. As Thomas goes back, he's coming from the southern end with the media center behind him. If you look, water glistening in the distance, the Caribbean Sea. And there's Yorker and delivery, drives it down to mid-on, who moves smartly to his left fields. And there is no run. So the total remains on 89. 89 for 5. We are in the first over after lunch. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force going to lunch at 85 for 5. And they have progressed to 89 for 5. He's driving pleasantly through cover. And this would run very close to the boundary. It will go across the ropes. Now it does, and that's 4 runs. And really lovely shot there by Imran Khan. And with that, he goes on to 16. The total now on to 93. 93 for 5. 16 to Khan. 20 to Karaya. And Gunny, that pleasant shot there to end that over.
Yes, and certainly he did enjoy his lunch because that was a real pleasant shot indeed. Gave the field at mid-off no chance whatsoever. And as I made mention to Martin earlier, I'm wondering if we'll see another Kevin Walcott innings that rescued Barbados from 60 for 5 to the eventual 215. So let's see what is going to happen.
So
the news, Charlie, out of the other games, very interesting. Barbados Pride 76 all out against Guyana Jaguars, 29.1 overs. And
just repeat that again.
Barbados Pride 76 all out of 29.1 overs against Guyana Jaguars in Guyana. And at Sabina Park, Jamaica 81 for 3 against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
And Windward Islands the Barbados Pride just crushed Windward Islands here last week.
So when I was about to make the point that this game probably is most advanced in this ninth round, but there's somebody better than us.
Oh yes. So it's going to be Josh. It's going to be Edwards, Larry Edwards. So the first pin of the day, Stanley.
Yes, I was looking for an exploratory one before lunch. Unfortunately, the Seamers bowled fairly well and they were given a fair run of the ball, so to speak, 7, 9 and 8 overs respectively.
So Larry Edwards' first delivery was tucked out to mid-wicket by Karaya. There's no run, so 93 for 5. Edwards over the wicket. And Karaya using his feet and works it down to mid-on, wants a single. Loud shout of no. So Ray Jordan picks up there at mid-on. 93 for 5. The last wicket fell at 67. Edwards in and he's driving firmly back to the bowler. That's Karaya. And there is no run. So spin for the first time in this game with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at 93. There he is, and he hits it to the left of the mid-wicket, and the deep mid-wicket comes off the boundary. He'll get a single. The total goes on to 94, and he with that single goes on to 90. It goes on to 21. So 21 to Karaya, and it's Imran Khan, who is on 16, comes in to strike, the right-hander, and immediately Larry Edwards would go around the wicket to bowl to the right-hander, and let's give it a field placing in a while. There is a slip. There is a short extra cover, a short mid-off. There's a man on the long off boundary, backward point, and a sweeper on the cover boundary, and he drives out to extra cover where Captain Sunil Ambrose fields, and there is no run. So there is a mid-on and a deep backward square and a man at forward short leg. Edwards in, and he's driving again to Ambrose, and the over comes to an end. So at the end of over number 2 after lunch, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 94 for 2.
94 for 5. Sorry.
For 5.
94 for 5.
I'm being very generous.
And importantly, it is a well lined over there by Edwards, right on the target and forcing both batsmen to play at every delivery. But We are yet to see if there will be any real poaches on the pitch or any bad bunks or low bunks. We're not sure. It's more like a roller type of over from Edos. But incidentally, Charlo, I've been told that we have up to about 1,000 viewers on the Magic Machines, the YouTube and all the other stuff about that. So the people in India are following us.
So we just want to say hello to those folks in India and throughout the region as well, as Thomas in, and that's wide outside the off stump. And umpire Carl Tuckett had a good look at it. Says that's inside the tram line. So it's still doing 94 for 5.
Would you play Josh Thomas in an ODI for the Windwards? A 50 over or whatever? Would you?
Not at all. If once I would have anything to do with the team, he will not be on that. He will not be on that list. I can tell you that. Simply too erratic. Thomas. Karaya is tucking that out on the onside, and they go through for a quick single, and they get that comfortably in the end. Total goes on to 95, and Karaya goes on to 22. 22 to Karaya, 16 to Khan.
Charlo, I'll try to throw something at you here. Your thoughts, right, at the end of this ball or over, whatever. Realize out the two other seamers are from St. Vincent, home advantage, knowing the conditions well. And you have someone like a Josh Thomas, really and truly so erratic. Would you have been tempted to include one of the faster bowlers, both left-handers, McCoy or Johnson?
And there's a good delivery coming back into the right hand, and there was Khan equal to it, keeping a trifle low as well, but he was well in line, head well over the ball, and plays it out to extra cover.
Martin tried to be diplomatic.
If I had anything to do with the selection, I definitely would have played Obed McCoy, the West Indies ODI fast bowler. I think he would have brought some variety with the left arm, but I think definitely Obed McCoy would have been in my 11. Has nothing to do with St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's taken on the pad and going down leg side from here, and pretty high on the tie pad as well. Umpire Carl Tuckett is not interested. So 95 for 5. Stanley, I think definitely Obed McCoy would have been in my squad.
Well, Ken Roy and I were discussing it, but you weren't here at the time. You stepped out a while. So that's why I raised it with you, to get your thoughts on it in light of the fact that you have a bowler who is struggling.
Yeah, not only that, you would have somebody who is fit, bringing variety, and who can still add something to the battle.
Thomas.
So, Thomas once more in Bowes, and Mohammed again behind that. And that's one right on the money. And the total remains on 95 for 5. And you're talking about someone who was playing cricket as well at the highest level. So definitely you would want to have such bowler within your own armory to utilize. And it has been a problem within the Windwards, Stanley, over the years. You have seen persons who have played at the highest level, and they are back and can't play for and can't make the Windwards first 11. So here is Josh Thomas in and bowls, and Khan is defending out to extra cover once more. The over comes to an end. 95 for 5.
Strange things do happen.
Well, maybe. I think you have summed it up nicely. Strange things do happen, and as they would say, cricket a game of glorious uncertainties. So too is the selection. It seems to be some very glorious uncertainties.
And to rub salt into the wound, they lost the previous game.
Precisely. So one really you have to ask yourself a number of questions, but we are free to talk. But the selectors,
they know
have
best.
a job. They know best.
And
I respect their decision.
Do you have any container ship into Barbados, as we see a container ship going across the Beckwith Channel?
Well,
I know you're into business, right?
One would believe that that's just coming from the container port, as Larry Edwards in bowls to Cara. He's down the track and lifts it over mid-on, and then to the fence it goes for 4. That was tossed up, and he was using his feet there and lifted deliberately over mid-on and down to the boundary for 4. The total goes on to 99, and with that, Karai goes on to 26. Good positive shot there by Karai to the left arm spinner bowling over the wicket. But Sunday, I think that container ship just coming from there, that container port in Camden Park. Sometimes a number of goodies, a number of produce and other things would go out as Karaya plays it out to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Interestingly, Charlie, he has pushed the mid on now to long on, and he's not giving the batsman a fair chance to try and play the big shot again. This is too defensive. I would have left the man at mid on.
Again, he's working this out to mid-wicket, but you'll notice as well after he was struck out too long on for that boundary, he's a bit flatter than in the previous delivery. I would have tempted him again by tossing it up.
And leave the mid on. Let him go over the mid on and mid off head.
This time he's down the track and drives it down to long on, who comes off the boundary, and the 100 comes up. So he, with that single, he goes on to 27. And it's 100 for 5. 100 coming up in the 28th over. And just to do some calculations, 120 and 136 minutes, but and there is Can. Just eased it out to mid-off, short mid-off, and there is no run. So 100 for 5, a good partnership building here. Stanley already 33 as Edwards in around the wicket, and he's driving past the diving effort of Sunil Ambrose, and he'll get a single as mid-off, long off comes in and tidies up. So the total goes on to 101 for 5, and with that single, Imran Khan goes on to 7. And 17 is not the Imran Khan of Pakistan fame.
Not the Prime Minister.
And Prime Minister of Pakistan, but this is Imran Khan from Trinidad and Tobago. So 101 for 5.
And incidentally, you know, we have this, the problems between Pakistan and India.
In Kashmir.
Yes, the problems that are there.
Shot down, and the pilot captured over Kashmir. Both countries fighting for Kashmir.
What I would like to say here, I know the viewers are there in India, maybe Pakistan. Both set of leaders need to seek peace and pursue it. A quote from the Bible, Psalms 34.
Thomas in, and there is Khan looking to work it on the onside. They're going through for a quick single, and they'll get it comfortably. Let's wait on the signal. That comes from umpire Carl Tuckett. So it's 102 for 5. So Karaya is on 27. Imran Khan is on 17. So the left-handed Karaya comes into strike. And certainly the summit between the President of the United States and the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un came to an abrupt end because there's no deal in terms of the nuclear deal, the denuclearization, and is guiding out to backward point, and there is no run. So while there's talk about denuclearization, Kim Jong-un decides there is no deal.
But then the classic is that Mr. Donald Trump decided to walk out of the meeting.
So he
walked away, he said, no deal.
He believes that he's the best deal maker, but he has failed to come to a deal. While that is going on, he has been taking a beating at home by his former attorney, Cohen.
Michael Cohen.
So here is Josh Thomas in and bowls. Karaya reaching forward studiously and drives it out to extra cover, and there is no run.
Well, when one looks around the world, there are so many trouble spots around the world today. One has to ask himself what it is that's going on all around the globe. There are problems, real problems.
Yes, so many things happening. Syria with their problems.
Middle East, Middle East. One word for Middle East. That's it. One word.
There is Venezuela at the moment, so there are lots happening as Thomas in bowls to Karaya, who is standing up tall and plays it out to extra cover, and there is no run. Total remains 102 for 5.
And don't forget, Venezuela is right on our doorstep, you know.
Yes, right in our backyard.
Right here, top of us, Haiti, with all the protests up there as well too.
So there it goes.
I tell you something, around this world is not
Lots
easy.
of things happening.
Then Brexit. They're looking for a second referendum now. It's all sorts of problems, you know.
All sorts of problems. As Thomas bowls to Carrera, will this be a problem? He watches it go by at one angle across him and taken smartly by Dennis Smith behind the stump. And
What do the English really want? I have a suspicion. You know.
exit from Brexit.
No. I have a suspicion. I'll make a prediction. If on this day, the 28th of February, if there is a second referendum, it will be voted down, whereby they will stay in the EU. That is my firm take on it.
It is my belief that a number of persons want them to stay within the EU, European Union. As Thomas in and bowls to Carrera, who is tucking this nicely out to square leg. He'll get a single, and the total goes on to 103. And with that single, he goes on to 28, and the over comes to an end. So he will keep this strike at 103 for 5 here at Arnesville. TNT Red Force against the Windward Island Volcanoes.
And certainly, this Trinidad pair, Khan and Correa, slowly but surely trying to eke Trinidad out of the position. Resuming at launch at 85 for 5, they are gone up to 103, and they do not really look troubled.
Well, they are not troubled by any stretch of the imagination. 103, and one would think of Trinidad and Tobago and doing battle here, Stanley, and this is the big weekend in Trinidad. So here is Larry Edwards in, and Correa watches it go by and taken cleanly by Dennis Smith behind the stump. Still 103 for 5. Edwards over the wicket. Bowls and carries down the track and works it down to long on. He'll get a single. Total goes on to 104 for 5, and with that single he goes on to 29. And Imran Khan, who is on 17, comes into strike. The right-hander, as a few fielders change over. And with this game scheduled to finish on Sunday, Stanley, I would want to think that the Trinidad players would want to get out by Monday morning. So he's forward and plays it out to that short mid-off. There's no run because they're going to have, well, it's carnival time in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, well, Martin and myself were discussing it a bit earlier. This is carnival weekend.
So they would want to get home. So it's
they're scheduled to leave Monday afternoon.
Larry Edwards around the wicket, in and bowls, and he's beaten outside the off stump, fishing at that. Naughty shot, no foot.
I believe if it finishes early, Carl leaves on Sunday afternoons to Trinidad, so chances are they may very well switch if the game finishes early.
And taken by Dennis Smith, Edwards in. As time Khan is right forward to that,
and
killing whatever.
And you know that is their airline. So
oh yes, one would think that the West Indies board would want to cut costs one way.
So if it
but
finishes
again,
early,
is it? And in tosses up and he works it out to mid on. He going through for a single and they will get it in the end easily. Total now on to 105. And 105 for 5, and with that single, Khan goes on to 18. And the over comes to an end, so he will keep this strike.
Yes, and the Trinidadians eking out every run possible, and as I said, they look fairly comfortable. There's no real spin per se from Edwards, and they're batting comfortably at this particular point in time. The same way that Walcott did, and also Salozano was looking good until he did a Sunil Ambrose.
Well,
trotted onto his stumps. Not from a fast bowler Wagner, but from a spinner.
Well, a medium pace.
Well, if you want to say that, a medium fast bowler in Josh Thomas. No, Sherman.
In Sherman Lewis. But they have only seen pace as...
No, Wagner is far quicker. Yeah, far quicker.
Thomas is in, and there is Khan stylishly in behind it, head well over it, and plays it out to extra cover, and there is no run. So Khan looking good, giving support to Carrera. Carrera on 29. And certainly, he believed to leave on Monday afternoon, Stanley. I think they could still get part of the...
Of course, they will get there. Go straight and put on the carnival costume and go straight in the streets.
And
no big deal.
And they would have Tuesday where they can really unwind.
Exactly. So what rating would you put on TNT Carnivals as compared to others?
I'll cross that bridge in there, definitely. And here he's working it and down angle down the leg side, looking to tickle it away. It goes by. It's Cano on 18 and Karaya 29, 105. But certainly, Stanley, if I have to rate Carnival, I have not seen Trinidad Carnival with my naked eyes, really. Having been there, I looked at quite a bit of it on television, and I would have to give it the #1 spot in terms of Carnival in the Caribbean. But as some people say, T for Trinidad, T for party. And there's a good delivery again, angled in. And Connie, from what we have noticed from Josh Thomas, he's bringing the ball back into the right hander. Can he get it to straighten? I think if he can get one delivery to straighten, pitching just around the off stump, he can be very effective.
Yes, I do not think he has that ability, because if you look at his delivery stride, the moment that right arm go high up, he's kind of side on, so he's not allowing his body movement and his hand to bring the ball across the left hander. And the way the ball is held also. So on top of the seam with a big thumb on the bottom is technical coaching.
However, we just that one, he really defied it there, sadly. That was on the off stop rising, and you can see the late movement after the pass.
Very late movement after it passed the bat. But certainly the positioning of your two fingers on the top of the seam with your thumb underneath, you know quite a bit.
Yes, definitely.
About the seam, and you are bowling some military medium, but very effective.
Well, when you lack genuine pace, you have to use other skill sets along with their brain power to be effective.
A former commentator said it's 90% brain, 10% brawn.
And here is Josh Thomas in, and that's outside the off stump, and it goes to be taken by Dennis Smith.
Do you subscribe to it? 90% brain, 10% brawn.
One would. I think it has some merit. It is more brain than anything else, and I'm sad to say that you have not seen a lot of brain power being applied to cricket today, even at the highest level. And just a case in point, yesterday the West Indies was engaged in ODI, and some of the batsmen definitely lack that brain power. Thomas in once more, and he's driving nicely through cover. He should get at least 2. They're gone for 1. They come back for the second as the sweeper picks up inside the boundary and throws it in. Keeper tidied up there by Dennis Smith. So with that 2, Imran Khan goes on to 90 or goes on to 20, and the total now on to 107 for 5. Again, the over comes to an end, so it's going to be Karaya to take strike from last, who will continue from the northern end.
You spoke about brain power. If you look at it, stumbled. All it needed was a bit of mature common sense. Try and get a single from off a Rashid. Everybody trying to hit the ball somewhere in St. George's, somewhere over Canteen or someplace, and they perished.
Well, Gunny, you have to go back a little earlier as well, because Hetbyer came out.
I saw that as that first ball 6, next ball out.
Well, Chris Gale was on the go, and one would understand that you have short ball above your eye line, you would never be in control. That's a given. That's a basic common sense.
You said a while ago, you're not seeing enough of the brain power being used.
So here is Larry Edwards to bowl to Karaya, who is tucking that out to square leg, who moves smartly to his left, to his right rather, and picks up, fires it into Dennis Smith. And Karaya, he's kept on 29, the total on to 107. 107 for 5. Larry Edwards once more in, bowls to Karaya. Karaya is working that out to mid-wicket. Captain Sunil Ambrose fields, and there is no run. So 107 for 5.
Both batsmen looking very, very comfortable since lunch. They're really hitting, the ball is hitting the middle of the bat.
Well, definitely. They certainly 40-run partnership already. And here it is, working it out to the left of mid-wicket, and he gets a single. So he goes into the 30s. He's 30. The total now on to 108. 108 for 5. And the right-handed Imran Khan comes in to strike, who is on 20. And Edwards decides to go around the wicket. In and bowls, and he goes back and guides it out to backward point. There is no run. So still 108 for 5. And really, Stanley, they were going at such a good clip yesterday that all they needed was some common sense. And they could have easily gotten home with a victory. But everyone's opted for the big shots. And it's Larry Edwards to continue. He will bowl to Imran Khan.
Well, the momentum came from Gale, and all he needed is bat around Gale. That's all was needed.
Here he is, and he's forward defensively. And there is no run, so the over comes to an end. Another tidy over, 108 for 5, Stanley. A very tidy over indeed.
Yes, another tidy over, and the batsman looking very, very comfortable. There's no ifs and no buts about it. And it's a question of where would Windwards look for their next wicket. At 108 for 5. This pair here really show up the rest of the earlier Trinidad batting, because yes, there's some inconsistent bunks at both ends, but except one, which is Webster, who got one that really almost unplayable from a good length, kicked at him. The others really gifted their wickets away.
Yes,
So I'll make way for the police officer, 590, Kenroy Martin.
Yes, I think that was one of the 3D numbers as well. Well, here is Thomas into bowl to Karai, who is driving out to mid-off, not off the middle of the bat, not timing it well, and there is no run. So Karai looking to drive that through extra cover, but more of an inside edge, and it went down to mid-off. So 108 for 5, and Thomas walks back. 2 slips gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, about 3/4 way to the fence, a man on the long leg boundary. So acres of space on the onside as Thomas in and bows, and Carrier watches it go by. That's pitch wide, going even further away, and taken cleanly by Dennis Smith, as Martin just boasting of his exploits with that 590. The earnings from that 590. And so the weekend looks good. And not only that, the weekend looks good in terms of his earnings there, but it's also payday. According to Peter Tosh, don't bother, it's coming close to payday. It is here. Thomas in bowls to Karaya, who is defending, and he looks very, very solid indeed, and he plays it out to extra cover. And there is no run, still 108 for 5. And these two looking very, very good, building a good rebuilding partnership here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. There's some 41-run partnership already here, Martin, and I think it's worrying for the Windwards. They would definitely want to break this partnership in order to get into the lower half.
Yes, Charles,
Batting.
a good 6-wicket partnership here between both batters, looking good for Trinidad.
Thomas into bowl to Karaya, and Karaya is defending once more. You can hear that grunt from the bowler, really putting a bit more effort into it, but it's a slow surface, so he will have to be patient, not getting the sort of pace and bounce that you would love, but that has become something very common in the Caribbean. Pitches not having that venom of the 80s and the early part of the 90s. Maybe you are too young to understand or to know about it, but there were good pace and bounce in most of the wickets. As here is Josh Thomas in and bowls, and Carrier watches it go by outside the off stump, too far to play at, and he's been very judicious, and watches it go by. Dennis Smith takes, and there is no run. Still 108 for 5 as Thomas walks back rather purposefully, not this sort of slow walk we saw from Miguel Cummins. There's a bit of urgency on Thomas, perhaps warming to the task. And Karaya forward and tucks it out to mid-wicket. He's bowling a good line, good length, really getting into the rhythm. And the over comes to an end. So a good maiden over here by Josh Thomas with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 108 for 5.
Yes, a pretty good over there by Josh Thomas. One that really asks questions of the batter, really bowling straight to the wicket. and he did a very good job for his keeper there. One of the better overs he have bowled so far in this game.
Definitely. So let's see. There's going to be a change in bowling here at the northern end, and it looks like Athanaze, is it, or or Larry Edwards will continue, just remarking his run. And so it's going to be Imran Khan to take strike, and we see the senior pro at first slip. That seems to be his permanent place in Devon Smith, as Larry Edwards into bowl to Khan. Khan is driving. That's a short mid off there, knocks it down and then tidies up, tosses it back to Larry Edwards. Still 108 for 5. Edwards, very few footsteps in and bowls. This time he's just stroking it out to extra cover where Captain Sunil Lambris picks up, polishes away on his trousers before tossing it back to Larry Edwards in bright sunshine here at Arnersville. Forward defensively, faster, flatter delivery, and can equal to it, and there is no run. Guys, his forward guides it out to backward point. Loud shout of no. Some 4 deliveries already in the over, all dot balls, so the runs have slowed as Edwards is in, and again that's a faster, flatter ball and played out to backward point. There is no run, and he gets through these overs very, very quickly indeed. But Khan settles and waits on Edwards, in and bowls. Again, he's right forward to that, killing whatever spin there is, and the over comes to an end. So a maiden over there by Larry Edwards. 2 maidens on a row there, Martin, and really keeping Trinidad in check.
Yes, a good over there by Larry Williams, really keeping the batters in check, as you said before, keeping them there, applying the pressure. And you know, Charlie, once you apply the pressure at some time during the day, sometime during this innings, this pressure will take its toll on the batters. But a good over there by Williams, asking questions of the batter, keeping him on the front foot, keeping things tight for Windwards, and still staying in the hunt.
So it's going to be a change in bowling at the southern end, and that Josh Thomas has been pulled out of the attack, and in comes the left-arm orthodox spinner in Kadam Hodge. So it's going to be 2 left-arm orthodox spinners bowling in tandem, and it's Hodge to bowl over the wicket to Karaya. Karaya is on 30, and with him is Imran Khan on 20. So Karaya settles, and this time he's across his stumps and works it out to that short mid-wicket, wideish mid-on area where Sunil Lambris has stationed himself, and there is no run. Sammy again, good delivery there, spinning back into the left-hander, and there was a half-hearted appeal, and not out, says umpire, and Karaya looks around and settles in, and he's down the track, lifts that high out to mid-wicket. I think the fielders lost sight of it, and into the over the ropes. That's 6. That's the first 6 of the game, Martin. It was tossed up. He used his feet. He has good shoulders. Lifted it high over mid-wicket for 6, and the total now goes on to 114.
Yes, a fantastic shot there by the young man. Really just climbed into that one, and the bats which have been made these days are pretty good. And he just struck it in the middle of the bat, and the ball found itself into the stands over the fence for 6.
This time he's driving out to mid-off firmly, and there is no run. Hodge was faster, flatter, pitched up around the off-stump line, and Carrera's driving. So he's on 36. Here is Hodge once more. He's down the track, and he's out caught. He's out caught. Well, Hodge lured him. He was using his feet, not to the pitch. He defended it, went straight into the hands of the forward short leg, bubbled out. He took it on the second attempt. He walks away very disappointed indeed, and a very good wicket for the Windwards. Trinidad and Tobago now 114 for 6.
Yes, a very good catch here by Melius, really. Bounce arm, it bubbled, and he took it on a second attempt, really. And a very good wicket here for Windward Islands at this time, picking up its 6th wicket here. Trinidad 114 for 6.
So they have
good stuff for Windwards.
They have broken that partnership, but it was long overdue. It was really a good partnership. And Hodge came on, so good captaincy there by Sunil Ambris, as he brought on his left-arm orthodox from the southern end, and the change has worked. So with Trinidad 114 for 6, I take my exit, and I'll bring back the off-spinner.
Welcome back, Mr. Stanley Hines, and the spinners have been working in tandem here, and it has worked so far for the Windward Islands. They're picking up a 6th wicket here, and they're doing a fine job so far. So welcome back, Mr. Hines.
A pleasant good afternoon to you, Ken Roy. 114 for 6, a partnership of 47 runs. Valuable at this particular point in time. We're struggling at 67 for 5. Now they are 114 for 6. With the Barbados game, probably looking to emulate Barbados. They got from 65 to 215, with Walcott getting 66, and the Jomel Warrican, he got 25, and the tail wagged, and eventually ended up at 215. The new batter, the number 8 batsman, is Odian Smith, the leg spinner. As forward defensive, Smith goes, and the total remains 114 for 6 at the end of that over. A successful over from Kavem Hodge.
Yes, a good over there for the Windward Islands, really well bowled by Kavem Hodge. After being shocked over mid-wicket for 6, he came back with the next delivery, and Melius taking a very good catch at short leg there, and Windward's picking up the 6th wicket for the day's play, really. 114 for 6. A good break for Windwards, because these two were batting pretty well.
Yes, and they look very, very comfortable out there. Like a 47-run partnership, whilst this morning some of the batsmen who are batting at numbers 2, 3, 4, 5 did not show the sort of mettle. Now Edward from the northern end, forward defensive, and he pushes out. That's Khan. He pushes out now, and he goes up to now to 21. So Khan is on 21, and Odian Smith, the left-hander, yet to score. 115 for the loss of 6, as the first wicket taken by a spinner. That's Kavem Hodge, bat pad, and Correa goes. But Correa, the Trinidadian batsmen, they are being fed on a diet of slow bowling on those Trinidad pitches. This one outside the off stump, and left alone there by Odian Smith. 116 for 6, Trinidad and Tobago. As Edwards from the northern end, bright sunshine here at Annisville. Forward defensive, he goes, pushes us out. And I'm certain Dennis Ramden and management would like to see another 47-run partnership and move them from this precarious position they're into, and see if they can get up to even 200. They'll be very happy with that 200 based on the fact where they were. This one hitting the edge of Smith's bat past Devon Smith at first slip. A single to Odian Smith. He's off the mark with 117 for the loss of 6. 117 for 6. The right-hand, left-hand combination. And it is going to be Imran Khan who will be facing Larry Edwards from the northern end. Wonderful weather here at Annisville. I hope it will stay so for the next couple of days. A nice cross breeze east to west. Cooling conditions. Down Khan goes, and should have been stopped there by Athenaeus at short extra cover. He didn't allow another single. To Khan, he's up to 22. It's 118. 118 for 6. 118 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago Red Foes here against the Windward Islands Volcanoes at Annisville in lovely, lovely St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The best piece of real estate in the world. As
no doubt about that, Gunny Hines.
Forward defense, that one straighter, faster, defended, and there is no run. So Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that they can try to see if they can reach to 200 with some ambition. I believe it's probably that's what they're aiming after. If they can get 200, if they can get up there, it wouldn't be that bad. Rather than, like Barbados, they were 60 for 5 and they got up to 215, and that was a big change in the game.
Well, yeah, Gunny, it's a game of glorious uncertainties. Uncertainties. It could really happen at 117 for 6. You could have a nice partnership between these two here and really take them up to that total. But the Windward Islands would be thinking differently. They would try to get the Trinidad Islands out before at least 150 so that they could have a bat at least today and into the second day.
Well, in much of the fact that you have just wagered a few bets, you collect a few $1,000s from the National Lotteries Authority.
Oh, please.
We could certainly wager a bet that the Windwards, I would bet that the Windwards will bat this afternoon. Sometime, I don't know when. Hodge forward defensive and outer short extra covering days, no run. So we can probably share some of the earnings.
I would
Legal
two numbers
money.
that are associated with me called
905, 59 300. This one pushes away and it's just jogged the single. So it's another run there to Imran Khan. He goes up to 23. Imran Khan 23. Odean Smith and 118 for 6. 118 for 6. Given the situation where it is, what do you think Trinidad and Tobago will be comfortable with? As Hodge in, this one clips in the air but to the right of short leg. No danger, airborne for quite a while. And out to Sunil Lambers, and there is no run. 118 for 6. 118 for 6. Hodge in. 2.
Well, Stanley, 117 for any team at this point in time would never be comfortable. So a total which is comfortable, I would not be able to say here for Trinidad, but anybody scoring under 250 in a 3 days game in the first innings should never be comfortable.
Well, we saw it last week where Barbados are comfortable at 215.
We know that has made it comfortable for them.
Well, you are playing is a battle out there in the middle, is an encounter between bat and ball. This one, Hodge looking to bring a foul shot there from Smith. And there is no run. 118 for 6. The scoreboard to our right needs to change. It's 118 for 6. But basically, Kenra, in all honesty, we look at these low totals and people are comfortable.
Well, it has been a trend in the Caribbean tournament where low totals have really caused the other teams not much trouble at all. They have been bowled out under these totals for 1, 2, 3 times, 4 times for the season. It seems not to be troubling anyone. But you would like to see totals of 300 plus in a 4-day game in the first innings to really see a good game, but it's not been happening on a regular basis.
Edwards in, and here is Khan just pushes it out on the offside, and there is no run. But you heard this go out of Guyana. Barbados were dismissed for 76. Guyana 80, Jamaica 81 for 3 against the Leewards. As Edwards in, Khan finds the gap between Ambrose and Athanase there, and another single. He rolls up now to 24, 119, 119.
Well, it tells you of the story of the inconsistency of our cricket in the Caribbean, really. And it goes all the way into the senior team, where we have played a good game and then the other game where we seem to forget what we have done before. So the inconsistency continues, and it's just something from this level that goes up to the other level.
Edwards from this to northern end. Bright sunshine here at Arnold's This one forward defensive, approved fashion by Smith. Back to the straightish mid-on, and there is no addition to the total. 118 for 6. Flighting and driving outside the off, some peel off the outer face of the bat down to a third man area. It's chased there by Ray Jordan, and it's 2 more runs to the score total. So Smith goes up to 3. It's 121. 121 for the loss of 6. Trinidad and Tobago 121 for 6. So continuing, it's Larry Edwards from this to northern end to bowl to Smith. Forward defensive in the approved fashion. Out to extra cover. No run. 121 for 6. And the Windwards trying to see how quickly they will be able to effect a total dismissal of the Trinidad and Tobago innings, but in the form of Smith and Khan. They have defended well. It's the end of another over, 121 for 6, and the seesaw battle continues.
Well, a good game here between Trinidad and Tobago and Windward Islands. The Windward Islands at this time have their nose in front, taking 6 wickets so far in the play that has gone in the morning and after the luncheon period, 121 for 6. They are in a good position here, the Windward Islands. Trinidad looking to build on what is here and get as much runs as possible in this innings here to give Windward Islands a total that they could really defend. But the Windward Islands team have some different ideas, looking to get the other 4 wickets or so for Trinidad.
Here is Hodge in on the leg stump, defended there by Khan, and there is no run. In. This one, he pushes it out to straight as extra cover, and there is no run. As Hodge, Dominican left arm spinner in for our defensive goal, scan again, and there is no run. They're just waiting for 1 or 2 loose deliveries to try and get some run. The main thing, as far as I see they're doing, is to occupy the crease for a long period. This one outside the off stump, and this one driven. Fielded by Ray Jordan at square cover point, and there is no run. 121 for the loss of 6. 121 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force here at Arnesville versus the Windward Islands Volcanoes. As we look at back goes Khan and out to square cover point, no run. It's a very slow period in this game, Ken, or a real slow period.
The runs are not coming. The batters are just occupying the crease, which is important in a
Forward
4-day game.
defensive again is the end of end of this over, 121 for 6. And the latest scores out of Guyana. Barbados are dismissed for 76. Guyana 11 without loss. And Jamaica at this moment they are 95 for 3 versus the Leeward Islands Hurricane at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica.
And Trinidad and Tobago against the Windward Islands Volcanoes are 121 for 6. As cricket in the West Indies continue, as we see the low scores continue to pile in during the season.
Edwards in for our defensive goes Smith. That's Smith? Yes, and there is no run. 1-2-1 for 6. As Edwards from the northern end in, back goes and defends it, and there is no run. Smith says, "You're not going to pass this broad bat." To a shortish mid-off, if you're mid-on. In he comes, forward defensive again, defending for all his worth, as if his life depended on this partnership here. So we are seeing Larry Edward in. This one, he tickles it fine. They're going to get one here, just one. Pass the shortest, a long leg, and there's a single.
Well, a good total for Trinidad and Tobago is dependent on this partnership. So he has to put some value on his wicket if Trinidad is to get to a decent total in this first innings.
122 now, 122 for 6 with Yannick Correa on 24 for our defensive again. There could be some danger here, but he recovers quite quickly. He remains in 24. That's Yannick Correa at the end of over. Another quiet over.
Pretty still quiet and not so adventurous time here going on here in the cricket game between Windies and Trinidad. Not much runs being scored. The batters are just settled and occupying the crease. And it's important to occupy the crease in a 4-day game. Today being the first day you have lost 6 wickets. It's important to do that as well, but it's important to score some runs while you're doing that.
So a slight problem with the mics, but they're being sorted out by our able and competent technician. I'm not gonna call his name. As Hodge in, forward defensive goes Smith, and there is no run. 122 for 6. 122 for 6. As Hodge in, forward defensive goes in the approved fashion, and there is no run. 122 for 6. Very quiet, very quiet period, and a slow period we are bringing across to you. This one is a dead ball outside. As he came into bowl, Smith pulled away, and there's a dead ball signal by umpire. Out of the Leeward Islands.
Basically sedated. The sun is extremely, well, the sun is pretty
hot.
Is out. A little bit very sleep.
Outside the leg stump, as Smith looked to work it on the onside, taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Smith, and there's no run. Continuing from the southern end is Hodge. Pass the umpire, tuck it. Back goes Smith, defended it well to the bowler, and there's no run. 1-2-2 for 6. TNT Red Force. Forward defensive again. Back to the bowler, no run. As he goes back to his mark. Faster flighted. And there is no run. 122 for 6. As I said, a very quiet period at this point in time in this display.
Yes, very quiet period. Basically sedated. There's not much runs being scored from the bat. The batters are just willing to bat and bat for a long period of time. Actually just occupying the crease. No runs being scored. And the bowlers are hitting the areas and asking questions of them. So a very slow period here at Annisville, Trinidad and Tobago, 122 for 6 in this game against Volcanoes and Trinidad Red Steel.
As Larry Edwards flighted and checked push, I should say, by Imran Khan out to square cover point, fielded there by Ray Jordan, and there's no addition to the total. 122 for 6. Edwards in the bowl. This one went right through him. There was no real turn, it just held its own outside the off stump. He played down the line, and it went perilously close to his bat and to the stumps, but he has survived. 122 for 6. A moral victory there for Edwards. In he comes, the ball. Forward defensive. Fielded by short extra cover, and there's no run. 122 for 6. Very slow period here in this 4-day regional encounter between Windwards Volcanoes and TNT Red Force. Forward defensive again. Out to the same man, extra cover, no run. What can happen out there to liven up the proceedings, Kenroy? As Edwards, one more in, forward defensive, no addition to the total. 122 for 6, 122 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the toss and elected to bat. Forward defensive again to the 6th time, the end of a maiden over, Kenroy.
Another quiet over there bowled by Hodge, keeping the batter in check. The batters from Trinidad not looking like they're in any hurry at all today, not looking to score. The score remains at 122 for 6. It's been there for a pretty long time since we came back from the luncheon interval. It has been very slow going here for Trinidad and Tobago against the Windies Volcanoes, as we have our first break here for this game. So we are here presently at Annisville with Windward Islands and the Trinidad Red Force cricket team. Trinidad deciding to bat 122 for 6. 122 for 6. here at Annisville playing field, we had scores from the silver was LBW, Ray Jordan for 14. Webster, he was caught Hodge Bowl. Josh Thomas for 3. We have Mohammed, he was bowled. Shamar Lewis for a duck. Dennis Ramdin, he was caught Smith Bowl. Shamar Lewis, he was also caught, he was out for a duck as well. And we have
So Lozano hit wicket bowl Sherman Lewis for 24. Josh De Silva, LBW, Ray Jordan 14. The wickets fell at 24, 32, 35, 63, 67, and 114. The players are refreshing themselves. Kenwa, what can Sunil Ambrose do now with this situation? And what will be instructions coming out from the 12 and 13 men for Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, we have Imran Khan, who's been batting there for a period of time, and he's been joined by Odin Smith. Really, the fast bowlers have done the work this morning. The spinners are bowling for a period. I think you should give the spinners a few more overs and see what happens. Really, the batters are looking to score runs. So you're hoping to get a wicket or two from the spinners. If it doesn't work, you go back to your fast bowlers and try to take the other 4 wickets for Trinidad as soon as possible. Try to restrict them as least a total as you can, and really get some time to bat this evening and set sail really, and set a nice target for Trinidad in the second innings. You can really push from there, but they need to get the other 4 wickets, and they need to get them as soon as possible.
Trinidad in the form of Smith and Khan denying the Windward Islands team in terms of getting their wickets.
Something they're doing, Gunny, is occupying the crease.
It's important, very important.
Time in this game is very important, and once you occupy the crease, you would be able to absorb that time and give yourself a better opportunity to have a better result.
Well, I think, Ken Roy, you can comment on the state of the pitch, the bad bunks or the high bunks and the low bunks at both ends. Is it because of the spinners now and the fast bowlers are away? Or is it a case whereby the pitchers die down, so to speak?
Well, you mentioned it before. It's a dry season. It doesn't matter how much moisture you put into that wicket overnight. By mid-morning or so, that moisture is gone because of the heat and the dryness of the soil. So the pitches are not really a fast pitches. It had some odd bounce this morning. Some kicked, some kept low, some deviated off the seam and so on. But it's a wicket. If you could bat, then you would be able to score runs, Johnny.
Well, you have said it all, but it seems as if the pitch has died down.
Yes, it has gotten slow as the day go on.
I'm not too sure if it's a result of the faster bowlers against the spinners. Hodge in. He's striking him on the pad. There's an appeal. Umpire Tuckett says not out. Optimistic appeal, I should think. Seems to be struck outside that leg stump there, one that came across him. As here, one of our most ardent followers of cricket. Hearing his voice outside the leg stump. Just been in contact with the official score. He says it is Curry Pear who is batting and not Odian Smith. Forward defensive, that's Khan, and there is no run. So apologies, as I said, we are without a scorer.
We don't know these players by face. We only know have a name.
Just a name. So it's Curry Pear at the moment, along with Khan. This one stood up and just pushed it out to short extra cover field, and there is no run. 122 for 6. Am I right? 123 for the loss of 6. Hodge in. This one is driven out to extra cover. It seems to be Athenaeus who should have stopped that. He didn't. So Khan gets another one. He goes up to 25. And Pierre, who is on 7, it appears, seems to
4.
He's on 4. So Carrie Pierre is on 4. His face is Hodge defends it. The end another over. The slow period continues.
Well, very slow period there for Trinidad and Tobago. Slow one for the Windward Islands as well. The game has basically come to a ultimate stop, a halt basically. And Windward Islands this morning bowling, they have picked up 6 wickets so far. I think they should be looking to get the other 4 as soon as possible. But they've been denied by Pierre and Khan, who's been at the wicket for a pretty long time. Since this morning, since before the luncheon period, he's back, he's still batting. They just occupying the crease, they've not been scoring, but that is important in the context of a 4-day game as well. So Trinidad and Tobago 122 for 6 here this evening against the Windwards Volcanoes, and they are battling on here as Windwards trying to dismiss them.
Forward defensive again goes Cannon. There is no run, but certainly since Ambush removed the mid off and put him back on long off, we're not seeing any attempt at any big shot.
Yeah, I think
He has negated it rather than allow him to go over the top, thereby increases the chances of getting him out. This one driven out to short extra, stopped by Anthony's, and there is no one. Because I do believe if long off was at mid off, he very well may be attempted to go over the top, thereby increases the chances of a miss, get stumped, miss hit. But this is too much of a defensive approach here. As you quite rightly say, they're looking to get the wickets as quickly as possible, but you have to create the opportunity. You have to create the chances.
I agree with that, Gunny Hines. They really should have put the pressure on Trinidad at 124. Long off really is not necessary.
This one driven out to extra cover, stopped by Athenaeus, and there is no run. But certainly, Kenroy, we are seeing a situation whereby people are just waiting for something to happen. Forward defensive, that one, the first one I saw actually made a turn there. First ball, definitely had a bit of turn on it. Unlike the previous pitch when Jamel Warwican was getting the ball to do all sorts of miracles, and they won. As bowls, forward defensive, no run again, end of a maiden over, but certainly the first ball that has turned. I keep saying he should really bring in that mid off.
Well, he should create some more pressure on the batter. Really don't allow him to just bat and just play the ball to mid on and mid off and pick up an easy single. Because every run that they make, they would have to make it. And this is where you create pressure on the batter to create some space on the field to make some runs, to get some runs somewhere. When you give him an easy single at mid on and mid off, it doesn't make much sense.
They would bat the space. It doesn't bother the Trinidadians that much. Trinbagonians, I should say, that much. They're known by that nickname, Trinbagonians, rather than Trinidadians. Hodge in, and here is Kerry Pear, defended, and there is no runs. Certainly what you need in the region is skippers, leaders who are proactive, not reactive. Forward defensive, and there is no run. Even decision making in this situation, you got to be proactive, because you are looking to dismiss them. They're not any big. It's not 324. It's just 124. You made the point already. Why not attack them more? Put more pressure on them. Forward defensive again, and there is no run. You're absolutely right, Kenroy. Apply the pressure.
Yes, they need to get 4 wickets, and that should be deployed for the Windward Islands team. Get these 4 wickets as quick as possible.
Swings this one in the air, is going for 6 runs. Well. How can you describe it? Here it is. Kerry Pear decided he's going to have a big hero at Cavan Hodge. The fielder down there is it. Who is it? Is it? Who is it?
It's
I'm trying to get the name right.
No, it's
anyway.
Cato,
Roland Cato. Swung into the air, caught the ball, and stepped right over the rope and gave them a 6.
Yeah, just a lack of concentration there on behalf of the fielder. He took the catch inside and really made a big step back. He really should have taken that catch, stayed inside of the rope, and Pierre should have been on his way back. A lack of some concentration and some tact there on behalf of Cato.
Yes, because we are seeing that. We'll get back to that in a while. In forward defensive he goes, and he's looking as if he wants to go on the attack. That's Mr. Pierre. He goes on now to, what is it, he's supposed to be about 11 now with that 6. Where's his total, Kenroy?
Yes, 11.
11, yeah, he's on 11. And Hodge in, forward defensive again, and there's no run. We have seen so many times on television where players, fielders are actually close to the boundary, bat the ball back up, go over the rope, catch the momentum, and get back onto the field of play and complete the catch.
But he could have even taken that ball on the side on. He took it to the chest, stepped back, and still went over the rope. He could have turned side on, took the catch, and still stayed in the boundary. And he really some lack of tactics there and some concentration on behalf of Cato. And he really should have catch that ball inside, and Pierre should have been going back to the dressing room.
The thing about it, he realized his mistake when it was too late. Rather than being proactive, the moment the ball is coming, what a fielder tend to do is to look to see his position. Edwards in, it's one outside the off stump, holding its own through to Smith, and there is no run. What I do know, and other players know, you look at it, they position themselves close to the rope and see exactly where they are. And then they're in a better position to judge the catch that is coming their way. 130 for 6. Forward defensive, and there is no run. And Carripe really, and it's really the longest boundary that he picked out.
And the first sign of aggression.
Forward defensive, as you say, the slow period, just that one exciting shot we saw a while ago. Just one, and it went for the maximum. 11 to Carripe, 25 to Imran Khan, 130 for 6. Outside the off stump, that one beating the bat again. Khan should have easily allowed that one to go by. It's too far out, tempting him. But it is the mode that he's in. His mode is defense.
Right.
He's not even
So
looking to
draw him out.
Right. He's not really even looking to get a single and rotate the strike. So I think that is what beat him right there. The mental side of it. As Edwards in, this one clips this one in the air to the right of
Cato again.
made on just a single ensues for Khan. He's up to 26, 131 for the loss of 6. The left hand right hand combination where we see Carripe to bowl to face Carripe to face Larry Edwards from this the top end, the left arm over. Back he goes, allow it to come on to him, slow as it is on defense, and there is no addition in total. 131 for the loss of 6. This partnership so far has yielded 17. A busy length of time they are there. With Pierre on 11, 25 to Khan. And yes, the chance was created, spilled by Cato. But that's how the cookie crumbles if you're not concentrating. Maybe the slow period, maybe he fell asleep.
The brain fell asleep as well.
Maybe he fell asleep because it was so easy. Could have taken it as you quite well is a side on.
He had enough time. He had enough time to really make up his mind as to what he wanted to do there, and he really made a mess of that.
Trinidad said thank you very much. And Carripe. Hodge in on the leg stump and driven out to mid-on, and there is no run. 131 for the loss of 6 with the Silva 14, Jerry Salazano 24. This one pushes it. They're going for a sharp single. The return comes in. He did not even pick it up all that cleanly, but one more to Khan. He goes up to 27. It's 132 now. 132 for the loss of 6. 132 for the loss of 6. So Hodge continuing from the winner's left arm over to bowl to Pierre. Let's see how Pierre going to respond to this one. Walks this one away and whipped it off his legs, and but it was fielded cleanly there. It seems to be Ray Jordan. Yes, it is Ray Jordan. At short is square. As the total remains 132 for the loss of 6. As forward defensive goes Pierre to that delivery from Kavem Hodge, the man out of Dominica. Of course, there's Carnival this weekend also in Dominica. As hello to my friends there in Dominica. Back he goes and walks this one. Is going, and it's gone again for a boundary. Back of a length, and back went Carripe and slammed it to the right now of mid wicket, which is Cato. And he had no chance of stopping it, a boundary. So we have seen 2 boundaries in very quick time here by Carripe. The win was looking for a breakthrough, 136 for 6, Trinidad and Tobago, a partnership of 25, I think it is. as forward defensive, and there is no run. As I made mention to Charlo earlier, I believe this captain and management of the Trinidad and Tobago team will be hoping that they will get another 47 run stand.
Well, that should be the thought of the batters, to get as much runs as possible here and on a slow, low pitch. Really, the more runs you could accumulate here in the first innings would be better for you as a team. And they have already lost 6 wickets. So I'm thinking that they should bat as long as possible and score as much runs as they can to put their team in a good position to put winners under some pressure in the first innings.
Mix up moods and attitudes. There's need for a change in the bowling. I'm calling for Lewis back from the stop end.
Yeah, you need to get rid of those 4 wickets.
Yes,
you need to
I
get
think
rid
Lewis
of them
to
now.
me is about the best bet. Ridge on, and they're fresh after lunch. It's what, 1 hour 10 minutes since lunch. This one driven out to extra cover, no run by Khan. He remains on 27, 15 to carry pair, 136 for the loss of 6. As Edwards in outside the off, someone guides this one down to third man for another single, and they're gradually eking away with these runs here. And sometimes we need to say it as we see it. I think Sunil is a bit too defensive at this stage because 136, or is it that he doesn't trust his batsmen? But the longer they stay, is the more runs they will get. So he'll try to get them out as soon as. Because to me, it's like they're going through the motions. This one driven along the ground, straight, and the long on comes into play. A single to pair, he goes up to 16, 28 to Khan, 139 now for the loss of 6 wickets. As I said, these low order batsmen really trying to see how far they can advance the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force total. They're not out of the woods, it's just 136. But as I said, maybe they aim for 200. Back and guides this one purposely out to third man for a single. To Khan, he goes up to 29, and the total up to 138. 139, I think it is on the scoreboard. 139 for the loss of 6. Slowly but surely, Kenroy, they are grinding it into the ground here. They are taking their time. They realize there's 3 full days plus a session and a half to go. Why give away wicket? Bat and bat and bat if they're not really making any form attempt to get us out. This one here flighted there to pair, and Pierre defends, and there is no run. But Pierre definitely giving the impression he wants to play a few shots.
Well, once the ball is in the air, he goes for it, and that is a positive.
Forward defensive, no run. The end of the over, 139 for 6. But rather than wait for something to happen, Sunil should try and make something happen.
I agree with you, Gunny. I agree with you there. Sunil should really put the pressure on the Trinidadian batters, the lower order. You need to get rid of these batters as soon as possible, and you will not get rid of them by just playing this defensive cricket which you are playing here. You have to be more attacking. You have your fast bowlers, bring back one of them, cause the game to change, pick up 1 or 2 wickets, and really wrap up the innings.
Couldn't agree with you much more. And I will definitely go for Sherman Lewis at the top end. He's the most consistent of the 3 fast bowlers. And to me, is a change in mood where rather than the slow bowlers, and both of them are left arm, bowling the same thing, so they have grown accustomed to it. Forward defensive goes Khan, rolls this one out to cover, collects another single. What they're doing in the meantime is the Trinidad and Tobago total, although not going at breakneck speed, they are advancing the total 1 by 1. If they're not careful, they will get up to, soon they'll get up to 150, they are 140 now. They'll reach up to 150. Things look hopeless at launch at 85 for 5 with a low order batting. Barbados had a similar problem, 60 for 5, and they ended up with 215. Maybe it's endemic that the Windies Islands bowlers are unable to dismiss the tail of these teams far quicker than they expect. Look at another defensive ploy. Forward defensive, and Pierre defend, and there's no run. Now there's a 2-man wideish cow corner area and a deep mid wicket. 140 for 6 because he hit a 6 and he should have been out. Why? He walks this one in the air to the left of Sunil Ambrose. They're just gonna trot for another one, and they're just basically picking off the runs. So he goes up to 17. That is Carripe. 30 to Can. 141 for the loss of 6, and
One by one.
141 for the loss of 6, and things are looking a little more rosier for Trinidad and Tobago, being allowed to. Forward defensive, and there is no run.
It's playing normal cricket gun.
Yeah, but why do you want that long off, and deep mid wicket?
And the sweeper.
And with the sweeper, that's what I'm saying. Really and truly, we have to see it as it is. Hodge in, forward defensive, and there's no run. And the bowling itself, from where we are looking at this game, they're not troubling none of the batters. None.
The spinners are just flat. They're not getting any turn, no bounce,
Nothing.
no deviation. They're just flat.
Forward defensive, out to extra cover again. No run, the end of yet another over, the 44th over, 141 for 6. And since lunch, Trinidad and Tobago have lost just 1 wicket. Yannick Correa was caught bat pad by Melias off Cavendish out for 36. It's 114 to 6. Since then, this pay has advanced it from 114 to 141, 27. If you just turn around the numbers, 141 is not 300, is not 950. So is
It's
it
pretty good going by these two batters. They're just occupying the crease, picking up the singles, the ones, the twos, the bad ball, they dispatch them. And they've been working for Trinidad so far, 141 for 6.
I think Ken Roy, you'll agree with me, they have been allowed.
Yes, they have been allowed to bat the way they are. They have not been put under any pressure. The field has been spread. There's a deep mid wicket now. There's a long off, there, long on. And you wonder what is happening.
Driven out to Ambrose. Is it Ambrose? No, it is Lewis, and there's no run. One.
He's playing it like it's a second innings. Really, it's a first innings. You bowl a team out.
Forward this time, driven. Stopped there by Larry Edwards, and there's no run. The thing about it also is that the two left arm spinner is much and much of the same on either end. So there's no real variation. So that this set them thinking. Forward defensive again, no run, 3 balls. And yes, we understand the spinners. If there was an off spinner bowling, they didn't mind. But it's two of the same, it's much and much of the same on both ends. And he needs to think forward defensive again, and there's no run. He needs to be more proactive. He's a West Indian player. He needs to understand what it's all about. Leadership. Leaders are born, they're not made. As he misses his run there at 141 for 6. And I'm certain the Trinidad camp, they are very heavy. Look at that dead ball signal by our good friend, the Irishman himself, Mark Horton. Get away from the coal in Ireland. Forward defensive, and there is no run. And you know what the Irish are famous for, Ken Roy?
What are they famous for?
You give me a guess.
Not sure.
You need to really.
I know they made good switchblade knives.
Good switchblades, nice. That's all you know.
I know they make good knives.
They are known for Guinness.
So Arthur?
Guinness, yes, the Irish. You know much about Sir Arthur. You have to do your duties when they have these entertainment activities.
They're good at blades, making pen knives and so on.
Flighted and driven to the right of cover. They're going to have one stop there, another single to pair. He's up to 18, and it's 142 for 6 at the end of that over. A partnership that is slowly but surely growing. 28 very valuable runs as far as TNT is concerned based on their position in the game. I make way now and allow Mr. Charles to continue the conversation. A very slow period we are going through here. As I said, the Irish are known for their probably the best Guinness in the world.
Well,
gone.
If it's a slow period of time here during this game, and it's just really ones and twos in the over. Trinidad 142 for 6, 142 for 6 here. At Danisville playing field. Trinidad the Red Force versus Windward Islands Volcanoes. This is game number wrong number 9. Second game against Trinidad, really, and Trinidad this morning was struggling at about 60 yard for 5. They are now 142. A good recovery so far for 6. And the Windward Islands, in my opinion, has allowed them to get there. They have played some defensive cricket, and they are now turning back to their fast bowlers that have done well this morning. They should have done that a little earlier, Charlo.
Well, so Ray Jordan comes back, and it's Kyrie Pierre. He's on 17, on 18, and it's with him is Khan, who is on 30. So 142 for 6, and it's going to be Ray Jordan from the southern end, bowling fast medium, right arm fast medium, bowling over the wicket, 2 slips at gully, a backward point, an extra cover mid off. There's a mid on, mid wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary. As Jordan from the southern end in bright sunshine comes in and bowls, and he's playing that square out to backward point, and there is no run. So Pierre remains on 18. Khan, he's on 30. 142 for 6. Jordan walks rather slowly back. A very slow period of play. Certainly one would want to think Windwards, having found themselves in this position, would have tried to push home the advantage. But here is Jordan in, and he bowls at this time. Pierre is defending out to extra cover, and there is no run. So Pierre looks pretty good. In fact, the wicket fell at, the last wicket went at 114. So there's some 28 run partnership between these two, in Imran Khan and Kyrie Pierre. Jordan in, and again is Pierre there defending out to extra cover, and there is no run. So Jordan keeping it very tight, but that slow march back to the top of his mark, not in any urgency. I see Devon Smith, he's at first slip. Captain Sunil Ambris finds himself in second slip. Kavem Hodge in the gully. As Jordan turns from the far end and he begins to motor in, and his shot rising into the rib cage area, and he tossed it out. And the onside, he gets a single. So Pierre goes on to 19. And Khan, who is on 30, comes into strike as the total moves on by 1 to 143 for 6.
Extremely slow period here, Charlo. 142 for 6. Trinidad recovering slowly, but the Windward Islands, I think, has attributed to such a position.
So Ghana in reply to Barbados 76, and that's edged down to third man for 4. And there was a shout of anguish from Jordan as he found the outside edge and down to the boundary for 4. So Khan with that boundary goes on to 34, and the total now on to 147.
I really think they have given the batsmen too much time to really settle down and pick up the pace of the wicket. So they are pretty much comfortable now at 148, 142.
147 is total should be.
Yeah, 142 for 6. Really, I think the fast bowler should have been brought back a bit earlier, and now that Khan and Pierre are pretty much settled, they would find it difficult to dislodge them.
Yeah, so Barbados being bowled out for 76, Ghana 11 without loss, Jamaica 95 for 3 against the Leewards, and it's Jordan once more in to bowl to Khan, and he watches it go by. That one came back, but too far from outside the off stump. The over comes to an end. So 147 for 6 with Khan on 34. With him is Pierre, who is on 19. And appears as if the scoreboard have fallen asleep.
Well, it's that time of the day, Charlo. You find a few persons and we will take that 5-minute nap, power nap. A couple of persons probably have done that right now.
Could only do that that's when you are free, not when you are working.
Well, unfortunately, it happens at work as well.
oh, yes. And it's going to be Larry Edwards to continue. And he will be bowling to the left-handed Kyrie Pierre, who is on 19. Over the wicket in, and Pierre is right out to that. Plays it back to Edwards, who feels well to his own bowling. And there is no run. So a slow going here at Annersville in bright sunshine. Edwards in. Pierre is lifting that high and hard with that gone. Let's see. It's over the ropes. That's 6 at maximum. It was tossed up, and Pierre launched into it. And the 150 comes up for Trinidad and Tobago. It should be 153 for 6. The 150 coming in the 52nd over. Edwards in and bowls, and Pierce forward defensively, and there is no run. So with that, he goes on to 25. With him is Khan, who is on 30. Larry Edwards once more in, bowls to Pierre, and Pierre is standing up and plays it right down at his feet, and there is no run. So Larry Edwards not being very effective at all here on the slow surface, in and bowls. Pierre's driving hard, diving effort there by the man at cover, getting a hand to it, couldn't hold on. So a chance going a begging. So that single total now on to 154.
No,
and with that single, Pierre goes on to 26. And Khan, who is on 31. Lewis. So Lewis was diving to his left there, got his hand to it, but couldn't hold on. As Edwards around the wicket bowls to Khan, who defends up to mid-off. The over comes to an end. And at the end of the over, and the scoreboard tells me that it's 149 for 6, Stanley. But it should be 153, and shows that needs something to keep them awake. and
Carl saw Arthur. Yeah, 149. Supposed to be
153.
153
for 6.
Yes.
So
Trinidad and Tobago recovering nicely here at 153 for 6 here at Annisville playing field. I really think that the fast ball have come back just a little bit too late and given Windwards a little bit too much work here to do to get to this total. They need another 4 wickets still, Charlo.
So Edwards, Jordan will try. He's edging that between this second slip and the gully. And down to the boundary for 4. That's rubbing salt into the wound. And the total goes on to 157. And where you see Hodge there then standing looking as if to say, what happened there? But it's down to the third man boundary for 4.
I really think the Windwards had the game in their hands really, and then they allowed the batsmen to crawl right back into this game now, Trinidad. And they are setting themselves up nicely with 157, 58 for 6. They could find themselves in trouble chasing such a target.
So Jordan will try again. And it's Pierre who goes on to 30. And that's it, beaten by a beautiful delivery that had some effort in it. And it lifted and he went across him and he was playing at it, while at the same time pulling away, getting his frame out of the way.
Delivery there by Jordan in the middle of the day, Charlo. A really big effort from him there. That one pitch just about the leg stump came across Pierre and Pierre just pulled his hand out of the way into the glove of George, in the glove of Smith. A beautiful delivery from Jordan.
So 157 as Jordan once more bustles in and a shot rising, and there is Pierre getting up on his toes and pushing it in front of him, and there is no run. So Jordan looking to put in a big effort here, and
you see a little bit of frustration coming through from Jordan there, Charlo. After bowling such a lovely delivery, he went back short again. You know, a partnership like this really could cause some frustration on a team like Windward Islands when you have a team 65 for 5 and 158 for 6.
so it should be 157, and it's tickling that down to long leg, and he'll get a single, so the total now on to 158. 158 for 6, and a partnership of 44.
Yes.
And I'm just a little concerned, really. I think the previous partnership, we were talking about it, and he got up to 40 yard. Our good prophesier did say a good 40 yard partnership would hurt, and he didn't make a comment again with this partnership, and they have already gone 45 run partnership.
Age
I have to be very careful.
Wisdom
with you. I
come
don't
with
want
age.
you to- Please don't say anything about it.
Please don't.
158 for 6 as Jordan comes into the right-handed can, and that effort delivery when pitching outside the off stump, coming back, but Can watches it go by, and there is no run. 158 for 6.
Charlie, welcome our scorer Beverly into the studios.
Certainly, we
we
have
welcome
for
you.
the morning.
We welcome you, and
Did a fantastic job in the game with Barbados Pride and with the Windward Island Volcanoes.
yes, welcome
And
Beverly.
it's good to have you back. Welcome, Bev. And she has been really doing a lot of scoring around. You can go up to the Daphne playing field. You will find her there. Laptop going. Jordan in. And that's wide outside the off stump. He has nothing to do with it. And the over comes to an end.
That's something about Can's batting. He has not been too hurried. He has not been too ambitious. He has just been waiting for the bad deliveries, and he just been batting there. And now Trinidad and Tobago in a position of 158 for 6. 159, I've been told by our capable scorer. So
Nice.
somebody on the scoreboard probably had a long night or
So 150.
haven't.
159 for
So
6.
so Arthur won't help in this situation. So
I just trying to ascertain the individual scores. Can, he's on 30, and Pierre is on on 31. So Pierre, he's on 31, and Can on 30. So Pierre has outscored Can, but Can is doing the job for his captain. Larry Edwards in bowls to Pierre, who hits that over mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. Tossed up. And Pierre is showing he's in a no-nonsense mood. That once you're bowling in my half, I'm going to go with you. And that was tossed up, and he lifted it over the mid-off fielder down to the boundary for 4, and the total rushes on to 163, Martin.
I think the Windward Islands have played right into the hands of Pierre. Pierre needed a few balls to get in a few overs, and they gave him that by the spinners. And now he's settled, and he's willing to do what he's asked to do. And he's playing the shots whenever the opportunities present itself.
Edwards once more into Can, and he's inside edge, bubbled into his pads, was close to that stump. And you hear the oohs and the ahs, but all ends well for Pierre. So he's 35. 49 run partnership here as Edwards in bowls to Pierre, who is defending out to extra cover, and there is no run. So a good partnership building here for Trinidad and Tobago. There was 67 for 5, and Larry Edwards once more, and this time Pierre is reaching right forward and plays it out to extra cover, and there is no run. So in, and this time he was looking to drive, but check that, Edwards moving smartly to his right, fields fires it at the keeper, who tosses it back to him. 163. So a 49-run partnership between these two. But Pierre has been the dominant partner. He's 35. He's on 30. This time he's working that to mid-on. And there is no run. The over comes to an end. And at the end of the over, Martin, 163 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago recovering well.
Another productive over for Trinidad and Tobago, really. Pierre has been the chief scorer within this partnership, and he has batted himself into a nice position here at Charlo. After coming in here and meeting Khan, who was there batting for a little while, he settled in. His eyes has been opened, and he's playing the shots which is required from him. And Trinidad and Tobago now 163 for 6. Compliments to Pierre are finding in so far.
Well, certainly, and he will continue to do battle with Khan, who is on strike, and Ray Jordan will continue from the far end with 2 slips and a gully. And Jordan into Khan, who works it out to mid-on. That takes a few exploratory steps and then retreats to the safety of his crease. And there is no run as mid-on polishes away and vigorously on his trousers, trying to see whatever shine they can get out of this ball. That it's in his 55th over. And Jordan, who turns at the far end, bowls to Khan, and Khan is chopping that duck down there by the gully hodge, and he fires it at the stumps, I think a bit unnecessarily, but tidied up by the man at that square leg position, and there is no run. So Jordan would make his way back. Umpire Carl Tuckett at the far end. Jordan comes in once more, and this time inside edge down to fine leg. The man on the boundary feels well, and they get a single. So Khan has been on 30 for a while. He has now moved on to 31, and that's a 50-run partnership here between these two, and congratulations to Pierre and Khan. A pretty good partnership, really pulling Trinidad out of the hole that they're in and trying to put them into a position of safety or a position of comfort. And but they would have to, Windwards would have to break this partnership as Pierre comes in to strike, waits on Jordan in, and he's in behind that and plays it back to Jordan, and there is no run. So 164, and our good friend predicts that they will get a 220, which is still 36 and 20. That's some 56 runs away. I'll wait and see. I don't think you will wait and see on that. I'll remember that.
Challenge him on that one.
I will remember that. As Jordan decides to go around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Kyrie Pierre. And he's driving loosely at that outside the off stump, and misses, taken cleanly by Dennis Smith behind the stumps, but his eyes lit up. That was pitched up outside the off stump, and he essayed a big drive. Luckily for him, he didn't touch it, and into the gloves of wicketkeeper Dennis Smith, and there is no run. Still 164 for 6, so a 50-run partnership and counting, and so good work by these two. Jordan once more in and pulls wayward delivery down the leg side, and the wide signal by umpire Carl Tuckett, and it goes into the boundary for 4 wides. So 5 runs there, and that with total goes on to 169. But that was a wayward delivery there, Martin.
Yes, really bad line delivery there by Jordan. You could see some frustration coming out from Jordan on his actions there. And add another 5 runs to Trinidad and Tobago. And as you said before, just rubbing salt into the wound. It's getting worse, Charlo.
Well, they will have to pull things back. Jordan once more into bowl to Pierre. And this one is wide outside the off stump, and the over comes to an end. And really an unimpressive over here by Jordan, really ending with some wide deliveries, really posing no threat to the batsmen. And Trinidad and Tobago, from a position of 114 for 6, have recovered to 169 for 6.
Yeah, it's compliments the Windies Islands, really. They have given these two batters some sighters by bringing on the spinners and bowling them just a little bit too long, really, in my opinion. And now they are settled with Khan and Pierre. They are settled. They have over a 50 runs partnership together. And really, they have put Trinidad in a rather comfortable position, 169 for 6, after being 69 for 5.
And 114 for 6.
Yes, a pretty comfortable
so
situation
they have
right
rebounded as Larry Edwards in and bowls, and this time it's Khan defending back on the onside of the pitch. And Larry Edwards tidies up for himself. And really, the Windwards not really looking to get the wickets here. Here is Edwards in, and he plays that easily. Easier Sunday morning.
Khan really not in any hurry.
Well, he has dropped anchor, Riley Martin, and he has worked for him and for Trinidad. Edwards in and bowls short. He goes back and chops it down to backward point. They threw very quickly for a single. They get that very easily. So the total goes on to 170. And with that single, he goes on to 32.
36.
Khan?
36.
36. So Khan goes on to 36. And it's Pierre who is on 35 who comes in to strike. So 170 for 6. Looking much better than where they were some time ago. Edwards in, and Pierre is defending easily on the onside, and there is no run. So really, the Windwards will. Where is the next wicket coming from? Bowlers posing no threat whatsoever, and there is Pierre driving outside the off stump, misses, taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Dennis Smith, and there is no run. 170 for 6, but his eyes lit up and had a big drive at that and missed. In and bowls, and he goes back and defends. So the over comes to an end, and that's the end of the 56th over of the game, Martin. 174 6. While you give your comments, I'll make way for standing on the lines.
Yes, another rather quiet over bowled here by the Windies Islanders. Really, Trinidad 170 for 6. In a pretty comfortable situation now after being 69 for 5 and 114 for 6. They are now 169 for 6. I think this is compliments to the Windies Islands plan, really. They should have gotten another 2-3 wickets after the luncheon period. They gave Pierre and Khan some sighters with the spinners. They have settled in nicely now, and they are batting beautifully for Trinidad and Tobago as we welcome back Stanley Hines.
Yes, Kenroy, and Ray Jordan will continue to pick it up from the southern end as Khan, who is on 55, 36. This one on his legs tucks this one out to mid wicket, and there is no run. Khan on 36, and Carrie Pierre on 35. Right, 170 for the loss of 6. 170 for 6. As Kenroy, I am not too enthused about Ambros's leadership and his change of bowlers and generally his tactics out there. To be honest with you, because Lariedo's causing no problem to none of the batsmen. Why not give him a change? Why not? I keep calling for Sherman Lewis because he's very accurate, and in this slow nature here, chances are with Pierre and Khan set, he most likely will dismiss one of those batsmen. Most likely.
I think that what has happened here is that he's playing the waiting game. You can't be playing the waiting game in the first innings of a 4 days game. You have to be aggressive. You have to be tactful when it comes to the first innings of a 4 days game. It's very important.
Jordan in, this one airborne for a while, out to mid-off, and there's no run, 170 for 6. But certainly, whilst one have to give the Trinidad batsmen the credit because they have stood the test of time, I still believe they could have been pushed further by having ringing some bowling changes towards dismissing the low order.
Well, Lewis bowled pretty nicely this morning from the top end, came back and picked up 3 wickets, went in for lunch, came back, and the spinners took over. Spinners bowled about 45 minutes between both of them, which I think was a bit too long. He should have been reintroduced, really. You needed 4 wickets to bowl Trinidad out.
Wide outside the off stump, should be a wide, and umpire Tuckett says no, it certainly is outside the tram lines, but that's how it is. He's got away with it. Sometimes you do get them, sometimes you don't get them. 170 for the loss of 6, but certainly these two batsmen have prospered in relation to what was offered. There's good food to eat, and they have good stomachs, and they are eating it.
I agree.
You know, so why not? And the problem with it is they still have to try and dismiss one. They are still watching you in your face.
You need to get 4 wickets.
They need to get one out. 170 for 6. Good partnership for Trinidad and Tobago. Jordan in. This one on the off stump. Calling back and defended well there by Khan. And there's no one. He's on 35, Pay on 36. And suddenly all the winds in the Windward Islands volcano steel has gone out of it. Totally gone out. And I believe there was a snake that went into second slip when he changed the field. It could have easily been gobbled up. There's 2 chances has gone a begging. Can't blame him for that. The one with Kato. And there's another one from Lewis. He dived, he tried. As Jordan in. This one full face of the bat on middle and leg. Full face of the bat. Pushes it out and there is no run. And as you quite rightly said, we'll reinforce it, support it. The spinners have bowled too long, and I think Larry Edwards should be off at this point in time. Try and get in a 2 over some Sherman Lewis from this end. But how can you have a fast bowler with 3 for, what's his figures? 3 for a little bit.
Lewis.
3 for 33.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he hasn't bowled a ball between lunch and tea. Something is amiss here. Except he's injured. Is the only thing I can say. Something is amiss because in the days of Lloyd with Howlin, Roberts, Garner, and Kraft, they're coming back right after lunch at you. Wide outside the off stump, pass through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. But I'm saying to you, there's a 40-minute break. Start back with one of the seamers with a slow bowler and see how it go and rotate the bowlers.
Yes, I really think that the seamer and the spinner should be bowling in tandem rather than having the 2 spinners bowling from each end.
But they're bowling same as the same. 2
left arm spinners. Nothing different, nothing really different, flat and fast, no tweak really from the wicket. He should have really stuck to his fast bowlers and really bring a spinner from the other end, and it could have been different. Now Trinidad 170 for 6 after being 114 for 6. A brilliant partnership between these two here, and I said aided and abetted by some careless cricket here by the Windward Islanders.
Not too much of an inspired leadership either in terms of tactics, change of bowling, field placing from skipper Ambrose himself. Sometimes, regardless of what he's of intention or not, he's captain in the Windward Islands team, and we have to say it as it is. Some people do get annoyed, but the problem with it is the truth, and the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Well, there's a bit of an injury out there. We see the fit Trinidad and Tobago physio. He has gone out for our listeners. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss this morning, elected to bat. There's no cricket. Something has happened out there to carry repair. And maybe this is what Trinidad and Tobago, this is what the Windward Islands need for him to break the momentum, so to speak, with whatever the injury is.
I think he's probably feeling a little dizzy, a little winded up, so it seems that way. He's drinking some water.
All he needs is water, man, and that's it. He will recover very, very quickly.
We don't know how the system is working presently. We don't know what is affecting him. So some water may help. But in the hot sun, several things could happen there.
Yeah, but I'm certain that maybe he's not eating enough blue food that could sustain it. But going back to it, Ken Roy, I remember you heard this story about somebody got injured on the field to their leg, and the physio ran out, and all he did was drink a bottle of water, and he was up fit and running again.
With his leg.
So the magic of the water.
Yeah, man.
The magic. The other thing is the magic spray. You know well about that. The
Well,
magic spray just
he
work
he said
wonders.
he used one word in front of that, magic.
So play will resume. Nothing was really administered to him. All he did was drink some water.
The magic water.
The magic water. Flighted to pay and the defense out and there's no run. The magic water because he's back concentrating again. Next delivery is defended. He is on 36, 35 and Imran Khan on 36. As Larry was continuing from this to top end, creating no problems basically for the batters. This one he hoisted into the air. It's going to drop 2 bunks to the man here at long on. That's a single pair. He goes up to 36, joining Khan, and the total up to 171. 171 for the loss. 171 for the loss of 6. We'll get an update on the other 2 regional games as this one, that one spun. It hit some, I believe, is in the bowler's foot marks. Ray Jordan bowled quite a lot, wrong the wicket. So I believe it's one of the foot marks it hit and it spun across him slowly. For defense, this one again taking the edge and it's flying down to third man. 1. They will have at least 2, and if pair really runs hard, they will get 3. No, they will just have the 2. But if Khan wasn't ball watching, they certainly would have had 3 runs there. But he went ball watching, and they stayed on 2. So it's 38 to Khan, 36 to Pierre, 173 for the loss of 6. Trinidad and Tobago. As we draw close on T, maybe a next over after this, and that will be T. It's now about 24 minutes thereabout before 3 o'clock. As play continues with the fielder, they identify that fielder, Ken Roy. He ran very, very slowly to that ball. It's Hodge.
Yes.
Forward defensive pushes out to Hodge, who looking to fire at the non-strikers end. That spare withheld it. Total remains 173 for the loss of 6, and Trinidad and Tobago recovering quite nicely. Forward defensive, he pushed it out to Hodge. The end of the over, 173 for 6 at the end of that over. It Cannon 38 and Pian 36.
Well, another quiet over there by the Windward Island spinner, who haven't really caused any problem so far since he's been bowling. He's had a long spell since after lunch. He's been bowling. It is coming up to the tea time. As I'm seeing somewhat another change here from the skipper. I think Atenes probably will be coming on to a bowl a few before tea. It shouldn't be a bad ploy, but I really think that Lewis should have had a bowl during this period.
Could you explain how your fast bowler, your leading wicket taker, bowled before lunch and hasn't bowled since? And he doesn't appear to be injured?
Well, he had 2 spells. He had 2 spells, one in the early morning.
Southern end, northern end.
And then, no.
That's it?
That's it for the day, really.
Could you explain that?
Well, the skipper would explain that to us. I can't explain why he wasn't brought back.
Well, your thoughts?
Probably slipped the skipper's mind.
Okay, fairly good answer. I forget you're a police officer. Once you're putting up a defense in the magistrate courts, you're going to come up with something solid. So I like that. Atenes, what do you call these? Optimistic slowers? What do you call these? How
Well,
do you
he
describe
picked up some wickets against Barbados.
It's a good ploy because it's very close to tea. It's a good ploy. As Atenes between the umpire and stumps from the southern end. Back goes Pierre. Looking at it right onto the face of the bat, defended. There's no trouble from him. But Atenes, like Josh Thomas, have a tendency to pick up a wicket.
Yes.
Atenes wrung the wicket. This one outside the off stump.
Tried to
Teasing
miss.
him outside the off stump. Played at it. That's Mr. Pierre. Missed. Taken cleanly by Smith. 173 for 6. We're closing in on T. Here at Arnesville, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 173 for 6. As Pierre moved away, recompose himself for the next delivery here from Atenes. Wrung the wicket. Forward defensive, full face of the bat. Out to Ambrose at cover, and there's no run. 173 for 6 And this is a very, very good recovery. And I made mention earlier about the Barbados fight back from 60 for 5, and we see a similar pattern here. The Windwards' inability to dislodge the low order and the tail whenever it arrives. As Athena's in to pair. Pairs forward defensive, full face of the bat, and there is no addition to the total. Resuming at 85 for 5 at lunch, they lost one wicket, that of Karaya, who caught Melius bat pad off Calvin Hodge for 36. It was 114. And since then, the two pair and Khan kept things going. This one outside the off stump, he pushes it out to backward point. It is tea time here at the Annesville Sports Complex. Tea time here, as I said, the last one before tea. Trinidad and Tobago Response recovering, I would say recovering nicely from 85 for 5 at lunch, and they are now 173. That means they added another 88 for the loss of one wicket as compared to the first period, or the 85 for 5. But certainly the balance, we know the regional scores are not high, but the balance certainly balancing out itself where Trinidad batsmen pair and can pull in their team out of a hole that they dug for themselves.
Yes, a good place to be.
post period now, the final one for day one. Trinidad and Tobago Red Bulls resuming 85 for 5 at lunch. We're closing at 173 for 6. And really making the Windwards work with Imran Khan 38 not out and Kerry Pay 36 not out. 9 overs, 2 maiden, 3 for 33. That Sherman Lewis has not been seen since lunch. And you have it was 17 overs and a
I think Hodge has taken over this place there.
right.
Hodge.
It's Cavem Hodge now. Right there, and this one taking the outer portion of the bat that's gone to Khan. Certainly the Windwards really ruining their chances, you know, in terms of dismissing the TNT Red Force for a fairly moderate low score, but now they're finding themselves up against 174 for 6, which is a far cry. Very important 150, 59, 50, 60 run partnership as Hodge in for our defensive goal spare. There is no run. Let us see if there'll be a different approach if by coming from the skipper Sunil Lambers. Hodge in. This one whoa. This one hits this one. Six, 176 for 6. You know, in or defensive. Carry. He just
Or two?
about how many that over? About 6? Huh? 4 in
8 for 5. Has really haunted them here now. They're 173 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago.
afternoon outside the off. He's off the field.
runs and hitting the outer portion of the bat, falling between the wicket keeper and first. Running up into the bucket, 64 runs.
Critical 65 runs here. Apart from that, and Tobago is concerned. It is body language from Smith and company. Forward defensive. If they want that long, really decided to go for a big one. And if you decide to go for the big one and it only take any spin, it will go between bat and pad and could easily be bowled. That is the problem with the defensive field with the long on and long off. So we keep harping this, but Skipper himself out there, he knows best. He's leading, but sometimes you tend to question some decisions.
Trinidad keeps moving from strength to strength here at Annisville Field. To Windwards, the first day of this, a 4-day encounter. Trinidad and Tobago 182 to 6. 182 to 6. 61 overs been bowled here. You have another 29 overs remaining for the day.
Everything has remained where it was at tea time, but apparently they're having lots and lots of copper ties while they haven't returned. As Athens 1, flighted on the off stump. Absolutely, they are in no danger whatsoever. They are very, very comfortable batting, both batsmen. But they realize it's two slow bowlers. There's no pitch. Skipper would have. And he worked this one away. Quite right.
Easy singles.
Yeah. And this partnership of 69. Very, very crucial 69 runs here. He had 47 for the previous partnership for the 6th wicket. Now we have seen it here for the 7th wicket. That one missed. There was a little bit of jubilation from the close fielders, but nothing happened. Total remains as they're going on 183 for 69 run partnership, and the winners are really and truly looking down a situation where they could have been in a better position had things gone the other way. I was different thinking.
Well, a pretty good delivery to finish up that over there, beating the batter fair outside there. One of few deliveries I've seen done that, really. And Trinidad and Tobago 183 for 6, pretty strong position.
Hodge outside the off stump, and the wicketkeeper's asking umpire tuck it for stumping. He doesn't even move. Praise him, no mind. As Hodge in outside the off stump, and to me he has guided that one down to third man. Easy single. He's up to 41. 184 for the loss of 6. As they are trying, but I believe the wrong combination is on. And I still would question why Sherman Lewis has not bowled since launch. I keep asking the question. Forward defensive, and there's no run. 184 for the loss of 6. Trinidad and Tobago. Hodge, left arm wrong in. This one driven out to cover, and there is no run. Total remains like a little bit on the becalmed side, a 1 here in every over, a 1 here or a 2 there, as Hodge in. Forward defensive, not there for the big hit, and he's not going to be tempted. He decided, I am going to bat and try and get a half century and see how further on I could go. There's an appeal for caught. Umpire says not out. Houghton says not out. The end of another over there by Hodge, just 1 run. Then the appeal went there because they desperately want to get another wicket, so they're appealing for anything. But umpire Houghton out of Ireland says not out. 186, and certainly, who knows? The batsman maybe century. Who knows?
Well, at 40 and 45, really batting all morning. Well, batting all from since after lunch. You're at 40 and 45. Your first target should be getting to that half century and then getting on from there. So I think their first target will be 50, and they will move from there.
Well said, young man. As Athenaeus to bowl to Khan. Khan looking to work that one again. Smith jumping up, asking umpire. Tell you they are desperate. They're appealing for any and everything. Clearly that one pass outside the body of Khan, taken by Smith. Dennis Smith, the little diminutive wicketkeeper from Grenada. Forward defensive, full face of the bat, wrong the wicket. Athenaeus to Khan, no run. Athenaeus is he is into his 5th over. Khan is on 41. Pear is on 44. Forward defensive, and this one hit the soft hands, killed it on the pitch, and it rolled to leg slip, and there is no run. I wonder why they are so jubilant, Ken Roy, because there's no ball beating bats. You know this type of thing. Forward defensive again, defense, and there is no one, because one of the virtues of Khan, he's playing with soft hands, And the ball is not going to shot, like it's falling right on the pitch. Athens in. This one turn beat everybody. They're gonna get some buys in, maybe two. 1, 2. Clearly, he pushed at it. It beat everybody. Had a bit of a turn. That's 2 buys. Bit of a turn. Another, as you keep saying, Kenroy, 1-1, as we tend to say in local parlance, full basket. 186. Partnership of 72. Invaluable runs here for Trinidad and Tobago.
It's pushing Trinidad and Tobago closer to that magic figure of 200. That's a mental.
When I said it probably first target maybe even at 200 the way they were batting, and I'm not too far off with my assessment. Turn this one away, short leg, no run. The end of a maiden over, one just 2 buys in the over, and I'm certain their first target, 3 targets. 2 half centuries and the 200, and see how it goes from there. I believe those are the targets.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago, really, after this morning session, we never thought that they would have been batting here still after tea. Really, I think the Windwards have played right into the hands of the Trinidadians here, and they're taking advantage of that situation, and they scored now 186 for 6 here at Arnesville, and they're putting on the pressure on the Windward Islands.
Hodge in and walked away by Pierre to backward square, no run. But certainly, a wicket can come at any time, but the way they are batting, it doesn't suggest that it will come. The way they are batting, it can come at any time. This one forward defensive, back to the bowlers, Hodge from Pierre, and there is no run. And I believe he is not going for the big shot because we're long on and long off. Had they been mid on and mid off, certainly he would have been trying something. Forward defensive, full face of the bat, no run. The bowlers eventually they will wear down, and you'll have to bring on some other bowler, and in the meantime they're ticking away. 1, 2, 1, 2. This one turn it through mid wicket, out to a deep mid wicket. Another run there to carry pair, and I don't think he is too bothered, He is on 45. He's staying there because he has done the hard work, basically, say through the initial period. And he is all set. The way he's batting, all set. This is a pretty good partnership. And can look to run that one out to third man. It was a slow delivery there by Hodge. Total remains 187 for the loss of 6. As forward defensive, and it's edged. Fell well short of, I think, his ambush there for a slip. It's the end of another over there. Just 1 in the over. 187 for the loss of 6. And certainly, Trinidad and Tobago batsmen are really grinding the Windward Island bowlers.
Well, a steady batting here by these 2 Trinidadian batsmen. Really, they came together when Trinidad were in some trouble after a reasonably good partnership between, it was
Correa and Khan.
And then they came together and they have put on such a lovely partnership with Trinidad and Tobago, and they're really benefiting from that at this time.
In forward defensive, that's Athenaeus. Forward defensive is Pierre, and there's no one. He's on 45, looking for his half century. And what a well-worked half century if he gets there. Back and forces this one wide of mid-wicket. They should get 2 runs here. 1. And they're not even hustling. They're just taking their own good time on a Thursday afternoon at Arnesville. And it's 189 now for the loss of 6 with Pierre on 47. 189 now for the loss of 6. Partnership of 75 for the 7th wicket. These are crucial runs. Crucial runs. Athenaeus in. Forward defensive goes Pierre, and there is no run. Both batsmen looking for the half century. Both of them looking for 200 to post the Trinidad 200. And the winner seemingly doesn't have an answer as to how to dislodge one of these batsmen. Back to Athenaeus, and there is no run. Athenaeus basically to me is a part-time bowler. Why have him bowl him so long? You do not be fooled by what happened in the previous game because he got one out that rolled. Outside the off stump, he'll have to go by, and there is no run. Yes, I'm wondering if my good friend Ambrose is being tricked into believing that he's this big time bowler. Athene in forward defensive, and there is no addition to the total. He got 25 from 16 overs in the previous games. Kenwa, you'll make way for Charlo. Take a little breather and go and look for Sir Arthur. As it's 189 for the loss of 6. You did very well so far for the day.
You have earned your keeps.
You have on your keeps. And you recognize how heavy he's getting around the middle?
Well, don't know if that has anything to do with
Good living, good living. Good living.
I'll say no more.
Good living, Cecil. Trust me, I know he is living in it. Yes, good living. 189 for 6. Outside the off stump and allowed to go by Khan, and there is no run. 189 for 6. Welcome back, Cecil.
And thank you very much, Stanley. And the Trinidadian batsmen are really grinding the Windwards here.
This one, he forced it out to backward of the square and the offside back square, and there is no run. 189 for the loss of 6. 41 Khan, 47 to pair. Hodge in. Foul defensive, the one hitting the edge, and they're going to have another single. So Khan drifts on to 42. It's 190. 190 for the loss of 6. A score that didn't, with that quick one after lunch at 114 for 6, they're already down to the lower order. They haven't even reached the tail, so it's really the lower order. As Hodge in. Back he goes and forces this one. That's pair. They're going to get one. They know they've allowed good sense to prevail. Pair was looking for a second run, but he was stopped by Khan. He goes up to 48. It's 191 now for the loss of 6. 191 for the loss of 6. There is Xuna Lambris with the ball in his hands. I think he's at first slip, if I'm not mistaken. He's at first slip. There's K2 at silly mid off, and the men are strung out around the playing field. Forward defensive, full face of the bat, the end of another over. Slow grind, slow going, but Trinidad and Tobago are on a mission.
Certainly on a very good mission, and between these two, Stanley, a very good partnership of some 77 runs, and really just what the doctor ordered for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And they have batted sensibly. They are allowing the bowlers to make the mistake, and they are capitalizing on the runs when they come by.
And I think the leadership has left a lot to be desired. There's no ifs and no buts, because here it is, Sherman Lewis, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 33, and he hasn't bowled since lunch. He's out on the field all the while. Back, Athene is a part-timer, defended by Caripe, and there is no run. The point I'm making, he's on the field, so he's not injured.
Exactly.
Why not give him a spell? That's all I'm saying. He looked like the one who most likely would break this partnership, the way he bowled this morning. Another delivery, no run. So Sunil needs to put on his thinking cap.
He bowled with a lot of purpose this morning, and he got the reward for the effort.
As Athene's forward defensive again, and there is no one. Trinidad not too bad. The two batsmen in the middle not too bad. The thing about it is that if they can bat and bat and bat and bat, they'll put up a total that the Windwards might have to think twice. Outside the off stump, should they keep on, there is no run. Why have Athene's bowling this amount of overs? Why?
When one looks at it, it shows that
into his 7th over
depth in the Trinidad batting, because these two have batted beautifully.
Athene's in. This one, he forces it out to cover point at spare. He goes up to 49, 192 now for the loss of 6. And certainly Trinidad and Tobago making the Windwards grovel here at Arnesville. Just don't know how to out them. Athene's, does he have a golden arm in this ball? This one flicked away by Imran Khan for another single. As Kenroy keep making a point, they keep getting these singles and rotating the strike, which is important. And the Trinidad and Tobago total continues to climb slowly but surely.
Well, they are 193 for 6, really much better position than what they were when they were 114 for 6.
And they're just 21 runs away from a 100-run partnership, you know.
Exactly. So these two have really batted beautifully. They capitalized on the bad balls, and they ensured that they kept the scoreboard ticking and rotating the strike and forcing the bowlers to change their line because there's a left-hand, right-hand combination.
Outside the off stump, and guide this one out to backward point, and there's no run. Charlo may have to revise the total of 220 upwards. The revise will be upwards, to be very honest here. It doesn't appear as if they're going to out them. This one forces out to the left of cover point. Another single to Khan. He's up to 44. That's 194, an 80-run partnership. 80-run partnership for the 7th wicket. So maybe Trinidad batting starts at number 5.
Yeah,
But there are 2 West Indian players who did not contribute to the score in Mohammed and Ramdin.
Yes, but there's some depth.
This one driven sweetly to the offside, and that should be his 50. I think that is his 50 score. Yes, that's his half century.
He's not aware of it.
He's not aware because the problem is scoreboard is the problem.
is saying
Are these guys
48.
are these guys having a very late tea or what? The guys on the scoreboard.
Well, I'm looking at the scoreboard to the left, which corresponds with the scoreboard to the right. And it's telling me that Khan has 47 and Pierre has 44.
Well, what is happening? Pierre is on 50 according to the scorer here. Am I right, scorer? Pierre is on 50. As Hodge goes back and it just pushes away quite nicely. Oh my goodness, hesitation could have brought their downfall. Pushed it to the left there of that man. Who is that? Kato?
It looks like
It
Kato.
looked like Kato, and he didn't feel it, and it passed him. And a single to Khan is up to 45. It's 195 for the loss of 6. Trinidad and Tobago inching closer to the 200 marks and maybe harboring thoughts of even more. With 4
Well,
wickets still to get.
psychologically getting up to 200 would be very
Back he
comforting.
goes and forces it out to cover. No run, 195 for 6. 200 makes a big difference mentally from where the position they were perilously placed at 85 for 5 at lunch. The left-handed Kerry Pay, who's really been the mastermind of this Trinidad revival. He's on a half-century 50, so his target is right there. He doesn't know because he's probably looking at his scorecard, but the official score is it is a half-century. But maybe it's good for Trinidad and Tobago in the sense whereby he will continue to bat to try and reach 50 in his mind. But in all honesty, he is there already. This one driven sweetly. Low full toss out to mid-off, and there is no run. 195 for 6. Charlo.
Well, he should have made better use of that full toss, and he just choked it out to mid-off. Just gently, and he got no run for it, but that really was a full toss.
I believe what really happened is the scoreboard with his 47. Because if he realized it at 50, he would have put it away.
So
So he's very cautious towards trying to get his 50 according to his own way of thinking. But from the official standpoint, he is on a half century.
but Trinidad and Tobago, they have batted well, aided and abetted by poor catching and fielding by Windwards, and also some poor
Some
captaincy.
questionable tactics by Sonny Lambers. Questionable. As Atenes to bowl to Khan. Forward, and he works this one on the onside. And Khan goes up now to 46. Am I right, scorer?
Well, now they have signaled to Khan.
He is not on 50. That's the problem. He is not on 50 according to the official
number
score.
7.
Yeah,
is
but
on 50.
we have the score.
And Kyrie Pierre, who is number 8, he's at 46.
No,
according
it's
to
the other way
score.
around. Khan is on 46 and Pierre on 50. That is exactly score is right behind us now. With the laptop and they're communicating. So one is on 50 already. Which is Pierre. Faces Atenes. Back he goes, defends, and there is no run. If you were in Sonny Lambert's position, what would you be thinking of even at this late stage with such a partnership, wonderful partnership?
Certainly I would have had my fast bowlers giving me a short burst.
In it works this one on the onside. Another single there to Pierre. He's up to 51. It's 197. 197. 198. 198, and they're inching close to a total that they never imagined they would have reached this morning. As Atenes to bowl to Khan. short of a length, and he defends it quite nicely, sedately, not bothered, relaxing in the middle of batting at his Huddersfield strip, and with no terrors from none the bowler, ball not bouncing and turning as Athenaeus. Short of a length again and defend, and there is no run. 198 for the loss of 6. Trinidad and Tobago cruising along here now in forward defensive. He's not in any hurry. 198 for 6, but Charlo questionable. Why was a bowler? I keep saying it. 3 for 33. A strike bowler has not bowled a ball since lunch.
Well, it's left to be seen, and he's having a discussion still. It's going to be Larry Edwards to continue. He has had a long spell.
Charlo, it's 9 overs. You have 2 hours between lunch and tea. We have gone, how many now? We have gone another 32 minutes and hasn't bowled a ball.
Lewis,
nearly 3 hours.
The faster bowlers are still very fresh. When one looks at the scoreboard, their workload has been relatively easy for the day. And one would strongly feel that the likes of Lewis should come back on, and perhaps a Thomas or a Jordan to just give him 3-4 overs in between, and then we can say, okay, let me revert.
As we say, change the rhythm.
Right.
Hodge in, forward, backward defensive, goes pair, and there is no run. 51 to pair, 46 to Imran Khan, as Hodge in. Flighted, and he's on the back foot, defends it back to the bowler. You see, I will give you a story years ago what happened at the grammar school playing field. Ratcliffe were playing against Sheffield. I'll give you the story. Something similar like this. As Hodge in, forward defensive, by pair, no run, he's on 51. I believe mentally, he still believes he's watching the scoreboard, that's why he's taking no chance towards looking for his 50, but he's 51 right now. Forward defensive again. This switch from Hodge to pair, push defensive. Each ball of this over thus far. No attempt of trying something. Hodge in. And not out, says the umpire, looking to flick. Came off the pad, the end of the over. As Ratcliffe were playing against Sheffield, and Colville Brown said, do not beat Monty Warner. He was bowling big leg breaks. Do not beat him. Take your time, and course we'll get a lot of runs off him. No little ones here, little 4. Don't hit it too hard. Eventually he bowled something like 9 overs, 88 runs, 89 runs, and there was no big hitting. Colville Brown said that.
Just work it around.
Just walk it around, just as what they're doing here. Walk it around. So I don't know if soon as getting tricked because you're not seeing no boundaries.
Well,
isn't he looking at the scoreboard?
Perhaps he's looking at the scoreboard, but the rate at what they are going, Stanley, is we are in for an early finish, it looks like.
What, I mean, the over rate?
In terms of the over rate, so it's, according to the scoreboard, there's some 18 overs.
We will get it in.
And
we'll finish at 5 this afternoon. There's not to wait.
So it should be an early finish.
On day 1.
On day 1.
Athenaeus in. And he flicks this one away out to shortish mid wicket, and there is no run. Total become on 198 for the loss of 6. Something will give either way here. Can't keep playing defense, and doesn't look for a run. Lovely shot. My goodness, 1. They're going to go for a second one. Is that Sherman
Looks
Lewis?
like Edwards. That's right.
Was poor feeling there on the part of him. The 200 comes up, an unimaginable total this morning. 200 for 6, a partnership of 86, and really grinding everything out of. When was this one? To Khan defends, and there's no run. 48 to Khan, 51 to pair. 200 for the loss of 6, and how well they are the last set of Trinidadians in Karaya, Khan, and Pierre has batted. Back he goes and forces this one. This could very well be his 51. They're coming back for second, and Pierre probably maybe look for third one. And they're coming for 3. The return comes in there from Larry Edwards. 3 runs to Imran Khan. He gets his half century as well now. He is both batsmen on 51, 203 for the loss of 6. And Trinidad and Tobago grinding the Windwards out there And your comments on both batsmen half centuries.
Well, certainly, one must say that these two batted beautifully, and that really, I think they have been the outstanding players for Trinidad so far. They got some good support from Karaya. The Silver looked well this morning before getting out, but really, I think these two, they have to be credited for the revival for Trinidad and Tobago, and I think it's a good job. Well done. I think management would feel very, very satisfied in terms of their own performance. But these two would still have their eyes on. There's still a lot of time remaining, and they would want to continue and possibly get up to 100.
They're probably harboring thoughts of a century. Who knows? Maybe one of them, maybe both of them, you're not too sure. And if they're to get there after this delivery, forward defense is striking number apart, that's clearly going leg side. Clear from our position here. Optimistic appeal. Not outside umpire Houghton, but clearly from our position here, it's going leg. 203 for 8 as Hodge in to Khan. Back he goes, defends it softly, and there's no run. But so I have revived the total from 220. I've gone upward.
We gone to 320?
Maybe the way they are going here, if they don't get a wicket, the way they're going. This one driven sweetly and stopped at cover.
It's Kato.
That's Kato, and there is no addition to the total. 203 for 8. What a revival here by Trinidad and Tobago. Hodge in. That one went right through him. Probably hit one of the bowler's foot mark. It definitely spun.
Well, one of the very few deliveries that we have seen spun
very
for the
few,
day.
very few. Hodge in. Back of a length and guided out to gully. No run. 203 for 8. 203 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago. As Hodge from this another end in. Forward defensive goes Khan, who definitely is taking his own sweet TNT time. And Bat, he is on 51. Pierre is on 51. 203 for 8. The partnership thus far is 89. Crucial runs for Trinidad and Tobago. And we keep harping the fact Sunil Ambris certainly seemed to have lost it.
Well, it appears as if Larry Edwards is going to replace Athenaeus at the far end.
Charlo, how effective can two left-arm bowlers at the same time, two batsmen who are set? Don't you think you should have a right-hander and mixing it up, as we say in local language, variations?
Well, definitely. The spinners have had a lot of overs.
What's the bowling figures the arm score?
One will want to think.
Edwards, give me Edwards figures. 17-3-37 not. Hodge. 16-4-35 on, and Athenaeus 8-2-50 not. You see exactly what I'm saying?
They have quite a few overs, and
1 wicket between them at 41 overs, and they continue as if nothing is happening.
And it's going to be Larry Edwards to continue.
No, the point I'm making, 41 overs, they're not troubling the batters, so to speak, to say, well, okay, there's hope. The batsmen are sit, they have dropped anchor in the Gulf of Paria, and you have to uproot that anchor.
Know a little bit about Trinidad.
Well, I have a thing or two about Trinidad and Tobago. They've dropped anchor.
Well,
I didn't go south where the oil is because you know what's happening these days. The anchor may slip away from the slippery oil belt area. So I'm more speaking about
the
Gulf of Paria in the north.
And there's the closure of Petrotrin.
Exactly. So Trinidad and Tobago, good afternoon to you all. Enjoying your carnival at 20 minutes before 4 in the afternoon. Edwards in. That one spun. That one definitely spun it. Because Ray Jordan and a couple of the overs were bowled wrong the wicket. So it probably hit one of the marks, but that one spun. And there's a field change now. Ambris is moving the man from backward point into a slip, and the slip go to leg slip, and Edwards is shifting around. And Ray Jordan now to a shortish square leg. Edwards in. Back goes Pierre, pushes it out. But certainly those two balls turned.
Yes, he got some purchase there. He's certainly got some purchase.
There's really no two ways about it. Those two balls turned. Edwards in. Forward defensive outside the off stump, and forward defensive in the approved man is Pierre, and the total remains on 203 for 8. 203 for 6. I beg your pardon. I'm giving the Windwards 2 wickets that it didn't work for. 203 for
Who
6.
knows,
We'll,
they might just pick
we
up
will
those
get to
wickets.
the 50. Pair 50 came off how many balls? And Khan, as Edwards goes, certainly we've seen a couple balls turn, though slowly. But he's not really flighting it, allowing him to come. He's bowling fairly flat, but certainly it is turning. If you're going to bowl that flat, long on is really basically a waste of field. This one tucks this one away through the legs of short leg. That's Pierre. He goes up to 52, 204 for the loss of 6. A partnership now of 90
Very good partnership
at the end of that
indeed.
over.
Very, very good partnership here between Kyrie Pierre and Imran Khan. And they have taken the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force out of that precarious position of 114 for 6. And they are now 204 for 6. We see Kyrie Pierre appears as if he's having some cramps.
Yes,
And
he's having some cramps and the physio has gone out. So our viewers, the situation here, Trinidad and Tobago won the toss this morning and elected to bat. A decision I thought was a good one, bearing in mind the surface. They got off to a terrible start, very similar to Barbados last week, similar situation. Josh De Silva, LBW, Ray Jordan, 14. Solozano hit wicket, Bull Sherman, Lewis, 24. Tian Webster caught, Hodge off, Josh Thomas, 3. Yannick, no, that's Jason Mohammed, Bull Sherman, Lewis, a duck. Dennis Ramdin caught Smith off Sherman, Lewis, a duck. And Yannick Correa, the last man out, caught Melias off Captain Hodge for 36. Lucas Seller 24, 32, 35, 63, 67, 114. And since then, they have gone on to 204. At lunch, they were 85 for 5 from 24 overs. Between lunch and tea, another 35 overs for 88 runs. They lost 1 wicket. And certainly one can see the momentum from the Trinidad and Tobago. The graph is on the up. They still yet to dismiss the 7th wicket after a partnership of 90, 204 for the loss of 6. And Charlie, the way they are going, Windwards must be ruining their chances because Kato got one in the bung. We should have taken it, but he didn't position himself properly, did not catch it, did not get into the catching zone. And when he caught the ball, he was right over the rope. Had he stayed where he was, he certainly would have taken it. And they are paying the price.
Well, finally, Sherman Lewis is coming back into the attack. He
I
has pulled
suspect what
Captain
happened,
Hodge.
Jalo. The 12 and 13 men, they are viewing it and management, and I believe they sent the message because they are listening to us on their laptop. So we have gotten what we wanted, and who knows, this is probably, to me, this is just my opinion, this is the best bet for the Windwards to affect the
As
breakthrough.
a very crucial period for the Windwards, and one hopes that Sherman Lewis can make a difference here because right at this stage, the Windwards very flat-footed, not expecting anything.
Body language not good.
Exactly, the body language is not that good. So you would really want something to put a little pep in their step, so to speak. And it's going to be Lewis who would have picked up 3 wickets this morning.
For 33.
For 33 after a very good spell indeed. And I think rather belatedly he's back. And let's really hope that he can make a difference for the Windwards.
Well, if he bowls as well as he has demonstrated since last week and the spell this morning, he would create far greater problems to the batsmen than the 2 slow bowlers, or 3 slow bowlers, Edwards, Athanaze, and Hodge. Outside the off stump, my goodness, right away there's some excitement. Short lifting, and Pierre, I would say guided over first slip because he landed in the hands of first slip, but over the head of first slip for 4. Right away there's some excitement.
Well, it was very close to him and rising, and he looked to run it over slip. He was very successful in it. Got over the top of first slip and down to the boundary for 4, but it was a dangerous shot for the very first ball with the quickest bowlers now back on, and immediately we have the Trinidadians, they were applauding for him getting to that half century, and the total goes on to 208. And according to the scorecard, there's Khan on 55 and
Khan is on 51.
Pierre on 55, and Khan is now sorry, there's Pierre. What the scoreboard has is they have Can on 55 and Pierre now on 52.
Well, what the official score from the scorer here, it is Pierre on 56 and Can on 51. Both got their half centuries some time ago.
So, just heard the applause from the Trinidadian side dressing room. And here is Sherman Lewis. Runs away from us. In bowls to Pierre outside the off stump, and he watches it go by. And there is no run. So there's a slipper gully. Backward point, extra cover, short, mid-off, and orthodox mid-off. And there is a man on the long leg boundary. There's a man forward square leg and a mid-on. And Sherman Lewis now trying to get his radar right. Had a beautiful spell before lunch. And he's now trying to settle back into a good rhythm as he walks first and breaks into his run. Goes past Houghton and bowls to Pierre, and Pierre, good delivery there, good judgment by Pierre as he watches it go by and taken by Dennis Smith. They seem to have better life now into the Windward Islands. They are clapping, they are urging their bowlers on.
Something I ordered a long time saying, sitting here for the longest while. He should bowl for a very long time. Once he bowls the line, we expect him to bowl based on the evidence, the empirical data from game 1 and first innings pre-lunch, 9 overs a 33 run. He is the main wicket taker.
Well, he has been the pick of the Windwards fast bowlers as he runs away from us once more in and bowls, and this time he's tucking it out to square leg. He'll get a single. That's Pierre, and with the total goes on to 209, inching closer to that 100-run partnership. So he's 55.
57, no, it's 95 partnership. I'm at a 5 for the century partnership, which
so
will worth its weight in gold.
Definitely. So a 95-run partnership, and we see it's going to be Imran Khan who will take strike, and Lewis will bowl over the wicket to the right-hander. There was a wrong the wicket for the left-hander, and this time he'll bowl over the wicket. He runs away from us and bowls to Khan, who is in behind that, and plays it back on the onside of the pitch. The over comes to an end. So the first over of fast medium bowling for a very long time, and a very fortuitous 4 in that over. Could it over the slip fielder.
Could have easily been a wicket.
Certainly could have easily gone into the hands of first slip, and it was Devon Smith. A very safe pair of hands.
No, it's not Devon. Devon is off. Someone else.
I think he came back.
He came back? Okay.
And
because he has to open the innings, so he has to come back, because you will not be allowed to bat based on the period of time you spent off the field.
So he is back, and he's coming into a leg slip position.
Yes, yes. There is a little Grenadian.
And Edwards to continue from the southern end. Some 76 overs bowls so far. Edwards in, bowls to Pierre. Pierre is lifting that high and hard. Someone is getting underneath it, but all in vain. It goes over the ropes. That's a maximum. Tossed up and putting good bat to ball, and the 100 partnership comes up. The total goes on to 215, and Pierre really putting bat to ball there.
And it's not a small boundary. It's probably the maximum that you can get. Is really a huge one. It fell in front of an empty Guinness Posse stand area.
So Edwards would continue, and in, and Pierre is edging that on the bounce, diving away the first slip, knocked it down. He'll get a single, and he goes on to 64. According to our score, 64, and the total now on to 216. And it's the right-handed Khan who comes into strike, and the field changes over. So there are 2 slips and a silly point in, and he's driving sweetly out to cover, easing that through the covers, and he gets a single. And the total goes on to 217. And really these two are going along merrily without any spot of bother whatsoever, Stanley. And really I think if they continue, these two will just take it right down to the wire at 5. But the Windwards would really have to do something extraordinary. And there is Pierre defending back to Edwards confidently.
You know that
calmly.
that Keith Lynn tune is as easy as Sunday morning.
Yes, certainly. Very, very easy batting here by these two Trinidadians. As Edwards in and Pierre is driving out through cover. He should get at least 2. They hustle for 1. They are going to come back for the second and they'll get that comfortably. And they do. So he goes on to 66. And the total now on to 219. It's really, these runs will hurt the Windwards. And Edwards continues in and bowls, and Pierre is defending back to Edwards. Really looking confident, and the over comes to an end. And really, Stanley, that over, very productive over for the Trinidadians.
Yes, and full credit to the TNT batsmen in Pierre and Khan. They have extricated Trinidad and Tobago from their 114 for 6. By now, we were harboring thoughts of being dismissed, and Windwards would have been batting sometime this afternoon. But the way things are going, it appears as if they will look to bat out the rest of the afternoon. And I said earlier, harbor thoughts of a century each, because the bowling is not really troubling them. Save perhaps you just saw one over there from Sherman Lewis. Let's see how he goes with it. But certainly to a left shallow, I think I see a couple of dark clouds banking. You're in a better position.
Well, I'm seeing the dark clouds, but no immediate threat of rain, really. And it's going to be Sherman Lewis to continue.
The good thing with it seems to be drifting towards Beckway.
Well, the Grenadines, I think all of us would really need some of that water.
I can lend you some, you know.
Lewis in and bowls and short, and here is Can climbing up on his toes and playing it out to square cover. There's no run.
Up to this morning, we had a brief, heavy drizzle up in the water hole.
Very good.
Did you feel the earthquake night before?
No, at that time of the night.
It woke me. It woke me.
Wow.
The bed was shaking. Trust me.
I certainly didn't feel it.
I felt that the bed was moving. I was wondering if I was having nightmares. But then when I woke, the bed was still shaking. I said, hey, what's happening here?
We are 4.5 on the Richter
Regardless
scale.
of what? Regardless of what?
Sherman Lewis in. Will he create an earthquake here? Here is Can defending out to cover. And there is no run. But I only heard about it late in the morning, but
yes,
certainly
I felt
didn't
it, to be honest.
feel it. And many persons did not feel it either, I can tell you that. But it was felt by a number of persons who just around 1:15
I'm one,
a.m.
I'm telling you. A.m. in the morning.
1:15 a.m.
Yes, I was. Well, as I said, it awoke me from my sleep.
So here is Lewis, runs away from us. And Can fishes at that outside the off stump, that line.
Suddenly,
And,
a ball has
yes.
beaten the bat.
So what he needs to do is bring it a little closer.
But
to
Charlie,
that
you know,
off
this
stump.
morning we were commenting on the pitch, the bounce, the low bounce from the southern end, and the awkward bounce from the northern end bowling end. Suddenly, things has just died down.
Well, I think all of the moisture, if any was there, they have disappeared. And it's really a good, flat batting surface, perhaps like the one that we saw in Grenada yesterday.
Yes, but not to that side of big hitting, because this is not an ODI.
Short, and he's climbing on his toes, guides it out to backward point. And Gully runs away to his right, knocks it down, and there is no run. And the total remains on 219. 219 for 6. And these two have grounded the Windward Islands into the ground.
Aided and abetted by some questionable bowling changes.
So Lewis in and bowls, and he's looking at that flicking down the leg side, and they'll get a single. The down goes Sherman Lewis, the keeper diving away, didn't hold on. Leg by the umpire. I think Lewis felt that he had touched it going down leg, but the umpire confirmed that that's a myth, that's an illusion, and in the process got a leg by. And the 220 that you have called earlier is on the scorecard.
What, maybe I have to look at 320 now, the way they are batting, because it doesn't appear to me as if The only person seemingly has gone past about twice now, it's Lewis.
So, and we have called for him for a very long time. So he comes back and he'll go around the wicket.
I would have bowled him right into the dust at 5 o'clock, to be honest with you. Because he's bowling very, very well.
One would ask for a big effort here from the young man as he goes past umpire Houghton, in and bowls, and Pierre watches it go by, very judicious in his judgment there, and the over comes to an end. So Trinidad and Tobago, a very good, strong recovery here by Pierre and Can. Took them from 114 to 220 for the same six, and really partnership of 106 already.
Yes, and as you quite rightly say, maybe the Windward Islands may ruin the situation, because when you have a team in that position, you do not allow them to get away. But what has happened is that they allow the horse to bolt out the stable.
Well,
and you're not going to catch it.
The horse has already bolted, and your job now is to catch it.
That is correct. And as a long road you have to run to catch.
So Edwards around the wicket, in and bowls, and Can is driving, and there's knocked down there by Larry Edwards, and there is no run. So Can, being the patient batsman, really batted well, and it guided this partnership. Edwards in, and he's driving out to long off. Easy single, just eased it down to long off, who comes off the boundary. And he goes through for a single, the total now on to 221. And really, Trinidad and Tobago now going merrily along. In no spot of bother. It's up to the batsmen to make the mistake. And Edwards now in to bowl to Pierre. And Pierre is defending out to extra cover. And there is no run. So really a slow period here, a grind by these two, really having their hands down the throat of the Windward Islands, so to speak. And again his defending is Pierre, who has really batted beautifully. He was positive. Once he over pitch, he's going to have his swing, as here is Edwards in. And this time he plays it back to Edwards. There's no run. See umpire Carl Tuckett indicating to his partner that one or two deliveries remaining in the over. And that's the communication between the umpires now, as Edwards in and his work down too long on. Again, a comfortable single, too easy. They're just picking them off as if you're just picking ripe mangoes or taking candies from a baby, Stanley. And
it's the water break.
The over comes to an end.
All the twos, 222 for 6, and a magnificent recovery here for Trinidad and Tobago by Pierre and Can. No praises can be too high for this pair here, really rescuing Trinidad from the precarious position of 114 for 6, and has really positioned Trinidad and Tobago where their skipper Ramden will be justified in batting. A decision, I said it was a good batting pitch. And there was a little bit of an early uneven bounce. One side was jumping, the other side was keeping low, but it's settled, and they are batting very, very well indeed, as the Trinidad and Tobago Red Four squad. Windwards must be asking themselves out there as they huddle what it is that we can do towards effecting a breakthrough.
Well, while they are refreshing themselves, skipper Sunil Ambrose has just gone off, perhaps to use the washroom, but I think it will be a perfect time for him to have a little discussion with his coach, the management of the team, Stanley, so that when he goes back, there's some ideas to implement.
Well, he is there sitting on the water cat, and
oh yeah, he has gone off.
Oh, he has gone off. So who would lead?
There's Hodge.
Oh, it's
but
Hodge.
he'll be back. I don't think he'll be off for any extended period, as the ground staff just about sweeping away whatever loose dust there is, while at the same time remarking the crease. So
Charlo, whilst you're chatting and waiting until they are finished, I had a look yesterday at one. Up to this morning, I had a look at a couple of the EPL games yesterday, and I saw where the team is support.
Chelsea had the better of
Tottenham and 2-0.
Hotspurs,
Yeah,
2-0.
2-0. And Man U, they got another victory and a 3-1 win as well over Crystal Palace. And the race is really hotting up with Manchester City and Liverpool on 69. Liverpool blank Watford 5-0.
Yeah, exactly. Commanding victory for Liverpool.
Yes, and they are now on 69 points. And Manchester City on 68. Tottenham on 60. They are wilting a bit as the pack is being chased by
Man United,
Chelsea, Arsenal, and Man U. So it appears as if 2 of 3 teams or 2 of 4 teams will be looking for the Champions League spots, the 4th spots.
To get
It
into
will
the
appear
Champions
as
League.
if City and Liverpool are ahead. Is a question with Tottenham seem to be faltering, being chased by Chelsea, Arsenal, and Man U. Any number can play.
Well, I know
Barcelona.
Barcelona had the better of Real Madrid,
Well,
their arch rival.
Yes, they gave them a 3-1 beating.
And certainly, Barca, it seems as if they are running away with that title.
Yes, and don't forget as we're on the football theme here, the Windward Islands football tournament kicks off this afternoon at the Victoria Park. Barbados, where are the fixtures? It's Grenada. They'll be playing St. Lucia at 5, and then from 7, St. Vincent and Grenadine, the home team, will be playing Barbados. Games are played every other day. Then on Saturdays, Grenada against SVG and Grenada against Barbados and St. Lucia against St. Vincent and Grenadine. But they'll get on to the fixtures as I make way for Kenroy Martin Machado. Those dark clouds over there are moving around.
Well, they're spreading, and maybe we'll have a bit of interruption, but it's still some way off. Not any immediate threat as play will continue. Martin, it's Trinidad and Tobago. A very good revival, 222.
Well, I personally think the Windward Islands has allowed the Trinidadian batsmen to settle themselves, and they have taken advantage of that situation, and now they are 222 for 6 after being actually 114 for 6.
So here's Lewis in bowls to
more runs.
So Pierre, who driving and off the outside edge, he'll get 2. And the scoreboard keep rolling along at 224, 224 for 6, and with that Pierre goes on to 69, and with him is Can, who is on 53. So scoreboard saying something different, but it's Pierre, 69 to his credit, and waits on Lewis, who has one slip and a gully, and he's driving again through that backward point area. This will go down to defense for 4, and a typical left-hander shot. It was pitched up outside the off stump, opened the face of the bat, down through backward point for 4. He goes on to 73, Martin. The total now on to 228.
Oh boy, ride it. That's all he could say, ride it. The Windwards gave the batsmen an opportunity to ride, and they're riding. And they have done so very well for Trinidad and Tobago. And then now, the Trinidad and Tobago now 226 for 6.
28 for 6.
Well, I'm short by 2. So much runs been scored at
so
I can't keep check. Can't keep check, Stanley Heights.
So he's on 73 as Sherman Lewis. And he's playing that out to backward point. Square cover covers to his right, and there is no run.
But credit given to these batsmen, Charlo. They have done a very good job for Trinidad and Tobago. They have taken the opportunities given to them and made best use of it, and really put Trinidad in a solid position here at Annisville playing field against the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
And definitely. And here is, they're just having a word. Again, we see that Pierre seemed to be having some cramps.
Yeah, he's suffering from some cramps there.
And we see a drizzle is with us, but the physio is running out for all his worth, and the Martin, that thick cloud is just drifting by, coming over. What do you anticipate in the next few minutes, Martin? Do you anticipate an interruption, or
I think you should
clouds
check
might
our
just-
weather
the meteorologist?
analyst on the left here. He would be able to tell us what is happening. But there's some few dark clouds around, really, like some rain setting in from the eastern side here. That is normally where the rain comes from. So we may be having some further interruptions here at Annisville. We're having a little stoppage in play here as Pierre is doing somewhat caretaken being taken care of by the physio,
certainly.
suffering from some cramps on the right hand or left hand.
Perhaps Martin, he's not accustomed to bat that long, so perhaps he's still having some effects.
Well, those things do happen, you know, when you're gripping a bat a little tight and you kind of dehydrated as well. That contributes too. But I could remember Devon Smith. He used to suffer from that sort of problem as well when he's batting for too long and the grip on the bat was very tight. So he had to adjust it and
rehydration salts.
yes. It's a painful thing, Charlo, when the hand can't grip anything.
And certainly, I quite understand. So he's still there. The physio is working away. Umpire Carl Tuckett looks at his watch, has been rather patient, and it's 228 for 6. They were once 114. Now he has picked up his bat. He's ready to resume, and the physio, along with the 12th man, would jog their way off, and play will resume.
Really take the
And
Windwards
what we have
as-
seen there is some good sportsmanship out in the middle, and we saw Devon Smith there lending some assistance.
Well, he's experienced with that.
Not Devon Smith, but there was one of the Windward Island fielders lending some assistance, working those fingers around, trying to get the
Hodge.
circulation going. Hodge, and certainly good sportsmanship exhibited there by Captain Hodge, having been kept in the sun for a very long time without a breakthrough. Partnership of 114.
Really baking here. This weather.
So it's going to be Pierre to continue. And he's ready to do battle against Sherman Lewis, as Lewis runs in and bowls, and he's watching it go by. Good judgment there, good bounce as well, and you can see him there looking at that pitch. Now he walks down to just have a prod at that spot, but a good delivery there, but good judgment on the part of Pierre. So the total remains on 228 for 6, and Sherman Lewis makes his way back. As he runs away from us, goes past umpire Mark Houghton, and that's wide outside the off stump. Pierre will have nothing to do with it, and it goes through to wicketkeeper Dennis Smith, who is alongside his brother, bigger brother in Devon Smith, having played some 43 test matches for the West Indies, average of 23.64. Some 48 ODIs and 6 T20s. So a very experienced individual. Lewis. Pierre watches it go by once more outside the off stump, and the over comes to an end. So at the end of the over, and the scoreboard shows that there's some 10 overs remaining, Martin, and certainly they will get through that. The clouds are drifting, but the sun is still with us.
Yes, you just mentioned some stats there for Devon Smith, Charlo. he has definitely made his contribution to West Indies cricket and cricket on a whole, really, and he's still making his contribution here for the Windward Islands and here in this West Indies senior tournament. He has been a tower of strength for this Windward Islands team for about 10 to 15 years now. And 10?
10 to 15, you're talking about 20 years, man.
20 years. Yeah. Yes. That's true. He made the Windward Islands about 16 years old. That's true. I gotta get my figures right, Charlo. I'm gonna.
So it's going to be Larry Edwards to continue from the southern end, and he will bowl to the right-handed Can. In, and Can is driving sweetly out to cover. Who moves to his left? There's a single to him, and he goes on to 54. 54 to Can. And it's Pierre who is on 73 who comes in to strike. Larry Edwards just shifting a fielder. So here is Pierre who settles and waits. Edwards in. And he goes back and forces it out to short mid-on where Captain Sunil Ambrose fields. And he has signaled to the pavilion that hand again. Will the umpires have a word? But could see him that right hand of his is. He's just asking he's just holding play up a little. And they're having a conversation, so that cramp within the right hand is still there, but he's willing to fight it out. How long will he be able to do that? Larry Edwards in and bowls. This time he's reaching right forward once again, and there is no run. So still 229 for 6. Batting for a very long time. This time again he's defending out to short mid-wicket. Ambrose runs away from that short mid-on field and picks up, and there is no run. 229 for 6 as the clouds are drifting to the south. Edwards in, bowls. There is Pierre reaching right forward for it. Although he's having that discomfort, he looks very, very solid indeed. Not worried, not being bothered by the bowling. Edwards in. He stands up straight and plays that back in front of him. The over comes to an end. Very tidy over indeed, but no alarms.
Well, it has been that way for a pretty long time, Charles. Nobody has been causing any problems to the batters. They have been batting very easily, picking up the ones and twos. Both batsmen have gone past 50. They are eyeing up another 100 here between both of them. It's a pretty good position. Trinidad and Tobago 229 to 6. Windward Islands really tracing the 8th ball at this time. At the first day of this game, 229 runs, 6 wickets has fallen. Really in a tremendous strong, a strong position really, Charlo.
It looks so much better than 104.
Extremely better.
They have doubled the score, and it's a very good partnership by these two, number 7 and number 8.
And I know that the Trinidadians would not want to lose one of them now. He's having some issues here with his hand, and they really don't want him to come out of the wicket because both of them are set, and they need one or both of them to go on to score 100 or so in this game.
Oh, definitely. I think they would want to have some success. So Can, number 7, the Pierre at number 8, and these two have batted beautifully for Trinidad and Tobago West Coast, aided by some indifferent fielding, catching, and captaincy really by the Windward Island Volcanoes. But Sherman Lewis will continue. He will be bowling to the right-handed Can. And
like to have Sherman Lewis bowling after these two batters just after lunch, really, when they were fresh and he had some energy. Now they are set and it's a difficult task to remove one of these, but he's trying.
Lewis in to bowl to Can, and Can is forward, and he goes off and think he's inside edge out to that mid-wicket forward square leg position. Fields, and there is no run. So 129 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force slowly building a good total here, having been 114 for 6. Is available. Will they take the new ball? Is left to be seen. So Lewis goes past the umpire now, bowls, and again Can is easily behind that and plays it out to extra cover, and there is no run. So with the new ball due, one will hope and one waits to see what will happen. I think you have Josh Thomas and Ray Jordan who are still very fresh, and the spinners really have little or no effect for the duration of the game thus far. Lewis goes past the umpire and bowls, and that was outside the awesome, keeping low. Keeper had some difficulty, but still able to knock it down and keep it in front of him, and there is no run. 229 for 6, and these two continues. We see his Captain Sunil Ambrose just making a change. He has moved from short extra cover, position, and he has pulled the cover into extra cover. So there's a slipper gully, backward point cover, mid on, short mid wicket, forward square leg, 3/4 distance, and a man on the long leg boundary. Was in, and is easily behind it, and plays it back to the bowler, who plays a bit of football to the man at extra cover. And there is no run. Total remains on 229 for 6.
Another study over there bowled by Lewis. Been doing that for the past game or two. Really been bowling tightly. The wickets are the only thing that I have to say here with Lewis. I think that he's bowling just a little bit too late in this innings. He should have been bowling just after lunch, after these two same batters, and trying to get one out. Really, now these two batters are set. Here is a difficult task to come to be bowling here now against them, and he's not getting the result that he should have been getting, really. So unfortunately for him, but fortunate for Trinidad and Tobago, he's bowling now as well.
So some 82 overs bowled so far in the innings, and it's going to be Larry Edwards who continue, and he's from the far end taking on the pad there. Here, Peel for LBW, not out, says the umpire Carl Tuckett, and there is no run. And really, I just can't imagine. As Edwards once more in and bowls, and Pierre, that one spin down the leg side, and he watches it go by, taken cleanly by Dennis Smith, who threatens to take the bails off, but the back foot of Pierre is well grounded as the dark clouds have drifted to the south, and Edwards in. Pierre goes back, that one keeping low, but he keeps it out, and there is no run still. 229 for 6, and so the clouds, the sun have been obscured, but it's still good, bright conditions as Pierre settles and waits. He's on 73. With him is Can, who is on 54. In and bowls. This time he's inside edge there to the man at forward, short leg, field on the bounce. That's Kimani Melius, and there is no run. So Windwards just simply going through the motions at this particular stage. Edwards in and bowls, and he's working that down to the short fine leg. There's Ray Jordan, and there is no run. So still 229 or 6. Ambrose taking his time polishing away, but one have gone past the new ball. That if I was the captain, I'm sure I would have taken the new ball and asked my faster bowlers to give me a bus.
Well, he has an option.
So the over comes to an end, and that's the end of the 83rd over of the innings. And so the new ball still due, still available. What would you have done as a captain, Martin?
Well, the new ball worked for me this morning. As I said before, I think Louis should have been bowling all day before lunch. He should have been available now to be bowling the new ball, but unfortunately he's not. But we still have two pacers on the field there, in Thomas and Jordan, who could use a new ball. I think they should up to that, because they have been trying with this old ball for a pretty long time.
Definitely, and it hasn't worked. So one would really think that, hey, come on, I would have given my faster bowlers and say, come on, I need a big effort from you now. And hence, I would want to take this opportunity and say, come on, give me that big effort and let's see what can be done.
Wait, the umpire signal. He did signal, so it's a run. It's really and truly a run there too. That's Khan. He goes up to 55. Am I right, scorer? 55 and 73 to Pierre. Right, so it's 230. 2-3-0 for the loss of 6. And Kenroy, without a shadow of a doubt, I think basically is kiting over. The new ball has worked this morning. It worked bowled well. The spinner's not doing anything. Allowed how many overs they'll get in the next half an hour, 35 minutes? 10. Let them get 5 overs. You have Ray Jordan and Josh Thomas sitting there doing nothing for a long time. Certainly the new ball should be taken. This one on the leg stump, and he defended, and there is no run. There's really no need to continue to push and prod and just looking to shine a ball 84 overs old and you have a new ball available to you. It doesn't make any good thinking on the part of Skip Ambrose, honestly.
And you have two fast bowlers available really in Jordan and Thomas. You have an option of taking a new ball. The spinners have not worked. You have Lewis bowling here for basically now a 20 minutes to 30 minutes burst, and you have just about half an hour to go. You should utilize a new ball.
This one certainly lifting outside the off stump and through to Smith, but certainly that delivery with a new ball would have taken off a bit faster, because the ball is hard, it's shiny. What is wrong with a couple overs? And the Windwards desperately need a wicket before close of play.
Yeah, I think he should use all options available and really
Not too
utilize.
impressed, to be honest, Ken Roy. I know proposal may not say figure I'm harsh, but we need to see it as we see it. Because here it is, you're not outing him, you're not troubling nobody. You have a new ball, nice sheen in your hand. Let loose Thomas and Ray Jordan for the last half an hour. We got what, 7-8 overs? And
Yeah, no.
chances that would certainly increase in terms of getting the breakthrough. This one outside the off stump, Carripe defends it out to back backward point, and there's no run. But certainly, and here he's shining. Shining what? Nothing is happening there. Get the new ball in your hand and let loose. We need students of this game, man.
I think the Windwards weren't hungry enough really for this game. Hungry enough to get 4 wickets. That's just, as Charlotte said, they're just going through the motions really. They need to push a little harder. This is the first innings of the game. They should have been pushing harder for these remaining 4 wickets.
Lewis from the northern end. This one lifting across the chest there of Carripe and stopped by Smith, and there is no run. Can't keep bemoaning the fact, but certainly I would have gone with a new ball, and that to me is common sense approach here. So you may go for another 20 or so, or whatever the case is, but chances are you are going to get the breakthrough. That is desperately needed. Why wait until in the morning when everybody has had a good night rest to come and start? Moisture has gone, pitch is okay. Take it now this afternoon. Because certainly they've been batting for a long time and the concentration can wilt or snap with a new ball this evening. But he's out there, he knows best for his team, although it doesn't make too much common sense to us. Outside the off stump and taken plainly by Smith. The end of the over, 229 for 6. As I'm seeing now what he's going to do. Speak to the umpire. No, he's going and he will allow Edwards to continue. And he's speaking there now to Lewis. It doesn't take any rocket scientist to say take the new ball, Ken Roy. Come on.
Well, Skipper Ambrice have that option available to him. It's for him to make use of it. We only could say it in the commentator's booth, but he has to make the decision. While Trinidad keep piling on the runs, piling on the pressure on the Windward Islands here. 229 for 6. 84 overs being bowled in the day's play. Just another 6 overs or so remaining.
And we have half an hour play until 5, because more than likely they would get in the 6 overs. So play should stop at 5 o'clock with Trinidad and Tobago hoping not to lose a wicket tonight. And for the Windward Islands Volcanoes to see their broad bats tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. And that is not too much of a pleasant sight for the Windward's team. As Edwards in, forward defensive goes Khan, and out on the onside, and there is no run. A cloud cover from those dark clouds that swept across the sky in front of us.
Nice conditions for pace bowling as well. Gunny Hines.
Well, you're absolutely right. You was a little seamer. Someone, I'll get to you in a while. As forward defensive, and there is no run. You yourself, once I was wrong with the coach, I called you the man with the golden arm. When main bowlers are unable to do the trick, instructions that they get the man with the golden arm, and you did it more than one occasion.
Yes.
Forward defensive, and there is no run. 229 for 6. And
you need those other players in your team, a utility player, someone you could turn to in this situation, pick up 2-3 wickets for you and bring back your game on track. We have not seen that for the Windward Islands.
To me, it's going through the motions. And they're very flat at this point in time at the afternoon, 28 minutes before 5. This one driven out to cover, no run, 229 for 6. And the game itself has become, they have not scored a run for a little while, but Trinidad is not too daunted in light of the fact that this partnership really and truly has grounded the Windwards into the ground. And Edwards try again for the Windward Islands from the southern end. Left arm over. And here is driven nicely. That's Khan. They're going for 1. They're coming for a 2nd. Out to Whitish, long off. 2 more runs to Khan. He goes up to 57. And the total 231. 231 to the loss of 6. Partnership of 117 invaluable runs here by the Trinidad 7th wicket pair.
predicted 220.
I've revised it to 320. This one push forward and bounce in front and there is no run. I revised it to 320 and possibility could even be more because
So you miss a few figures there.
know what really happened. The way things were going, I really looked at 220. But then the body language, the lack of urgency on the part of the Windwards team to effect a breakthrough allow them, as you've been saying all afternoon, to settle and settle and settle. And it maybe it takes something special to dismiss them.
Yeah, in this situation, you need a bowler, as you said before, to just come and put the ball in the right areas. You know, nick one here, bring one back, one me keep, one me hit a glove. You know, you just need that sort
You
of.
have to do it with the new ball.
Yeah, you just need somebody to come and pick a cherry for you, and then you get things back on track. But this have not been done for a couple of hours now here, since before tea, after tea, and skipper
I see
Ambris.
some movements here. I'm wondering if the new ball is going
I
to
think he's willing to take the new ball
But
and
it should have
give
been done already.
Lewis about 2 or 3 overs with that, and then let
Remember I
go
said a while ago,
Thomas.
7-8 overs, and that would have been it.
Yeah, let
Allow them to let loose.
allow
I
Thomas
suspect
and Batiste the
strongly
ball.
they're going to take the new ball, and I suspect we see umpire Horton is going out now. Maybe Ambris asks for new ball. I honestly believe they are listening to us. Somebody's communicating to them. Because we keep harping on it, and here it is. I suspect the new ball will be taken. And I would exactly what we said. After how many overs, Bev?
85.
overs, the new ball is taken, and this is a very positive move. And I certainly would have given Josh Thomas. He's erratic. He may go, as I said, he may go next 20 runs, but the chances of this breaking this partnership would increase significantly with this new ball here now. Lewis may have gone 4 already in this spell.
Yeah, I'll probably give him another 2 overs with this new
Right.
ball, and then probably bring
Thomas
Jordan
then
and
bring
Thomas.
Jordan up this side and see what can happen. So now the new ball has been taken after 85 overs. This one certainly had rushed on past the bat. You can see the difference right away. But outside the leg stump, and Pierre looked to clip this one to the onside. Mistaken cleanly by Smith, and there is no run. New ball taken. Trinidad and Tobago 232 for 6. Who would have imagined 2 hours ago Trinidad would reach this total? And as a matter of fact, still batting.
Well, as you said, cricket, the game of glorious
Or the
uncertainties.
glorious certainties.
Glorious uncertainties. You never know.
As Lois with a new cherry in his hand. In. That one certainly cut back at him, and he just managed to get an inside edge onto his pattern out on the onside. But certainly he seems to be the one who more than likely will get the breakthrough. 1 run to Pierre, he goes up to 74, 233 for 6, but one of the better balls bowled this afternoon from
Yeah, that was a very good delivery by
Very good
Lewis,
delivery.
really cramping Pierre for room. Really didn't have much place to go, rather than to say, come off of me. Really a brilliant delivery by Lewis, and he keeps doing well.
Lois into bowl to Khan in outside the off stump. A good delivery, played at it and missed. And certainly there's a bit of energy from Lois with the brand new cherry in his hand. 3 deliveries thus far. And with the, as you quite rightly stated, Ken Roy, this overcast conditions ideal for the new ball.
Yes, good conditions for a fast bowler to really let loose and bowl a new ball, pick up a few wickets in the evening, another 4 to go. This is what you want from your fast bowlers. And if this is not the condition they could utilize, then gonna plenty questions to be
This
asked.
one again on target, but can defend and defend well. He's rock solid, I should say.
Back in the days, Gunny, you know, you have a fast bowler coming with a new cherry now. You as a batsman, you're thinking, boy, this man has a lot of energy. We have to be look at the cherry all the way, because he's going to bowl it fast. You know, those days have gone, really.
Oh yes. And the state of the pitches in the Caribbean too doesn't afford the fast bowler to really.
I agree with that.
benefit.
Our pitches have lost a lot
Lost.
of the pace and bounce.
Lewis in outside the off stump, are not inducing Khan to play a shot taken by Smith, and there is no run. As I said, the days of yore with the type of pitches that were prepared. What it is that's gone wrong with our groundsmen across the region? Were we having these type of pitches?
Well, we've been schooled by foreigners. We used to prepare our own pitches. We've been schooled by foreigners how to prepare pitches, and we know the politics in that.
I remember there was a Barbadian groundsman who came here in Hollywood. He worked at Banks, Lewis Inn. This one right on target, he defends, and it's the end of the over 233 for the loss of 6. We have another 4 of us to go, and we have lots of time.
But I would like to ask you a question: why the bouncer rule came in?
The bouncer rule came in because they wanted to ensure that bring back the cricket on a level on a level playing field. Because remember, that bouncer rule came in because
After what series?
well, I can't remember exactly which one. The point is,
England West Indies series.
since that time, it's about 20 years now, 30 years, whatever it is.
Or
The point
40
is,
years.
the point is, everybody is playing under the same conditions today. Everybody. So it's not West Indies. Everybody. What is happening to us? The pitches is not conducive to encourage real fast bowling.
Kerry Packer series.
No, to be honest, it's not really. You look around the region, it's not really encouraging fast bowling.
Series
Right.
between Australia and West Indies.
So, what has happened? I remember Prophet was in Barbados said he's not going to be overseeing a pitch that will suit the Australian fast bowlers. I'll never forget that statement. You understand? So the problem with it, we are our own enemies.
Exactly.
Because you look at the state of this pitch. Look at the pitch wherever in the Caribbean. You're not seeing batsmen with balls up in the rib cage.
We have taken the calypso out of the cricket.
Exactly. The point is you're not seeing batsmen defending their breakfast table. Now they're basically defending mediocre batsmen. They can't bowl two. Nonsense. If you can, but some of the best shots in cricket is cut and pull. There is Thomas outside the off stump. Ball with no pace. Taken by keeper and there is no run.
Gone are the days when our batsmen used to just stand up in front of the fast bowlers and hit them where they want to.
You remember the days of
Now we've been bounced out.
that Viv Richards in Barbados, the West Indies against Thompson and
In a
Liddy.
brim hat.
I'm telling you, real fire. It was fire, brimstone. You remember the days of the English were lashing back at their fast bowler, Australia, Pakistan with Imran Khan and the others as in. This one on target, well lined, no run, 233 for 6. And then they went to South Africa, and Alan Donald, the rest, Klusner, Pollock. They gave us thunder.
Pair skills into play. Right in the inner portion of the bat and run it down to the to fine leg. A nice delivery by Thomas to start his spell. His third delivery in his first spell. In his second spell for the day.
Thomas from the southern end races in. Pull this one down the leg side and Khan looking to flick, misses, taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. 234 for 6. Ken, I don't know if you can remember, the whole computer brain of his working. When we were training on concrete at the back of the field.
Yes.
The sort of training that we went through. Learn to bat fast bowling.
Two-piece ball.
Good. We learned to bat, and we were very dominant at the under 19 and senior level because of the kind of training that went in. You learn to bat these very slippery deliveries on the concrete. This one driven, lovely shot late in the afternoon.
Meet and drink.
Beat past extra cover, 1. They're coming for 2. So Khan goes up by 2 to 59, 236 for the loss of 6. And included Danley, who was in a store to go to Zimbabwe and all the others. I think you were supposed to go to Canada, I think it is, at the West Indies under 19.
Indeed.
And everybody was shape, ready for the tours. And people had success on the tours. Because you develop that self-confidence, you develop that bravery. So any mediocre type of bowling, you all were having fun.
And we had some good fast bowlers in those days, yes.
Some very good, very good fast bowlers. As we look at Thomas from the southern end in cool conditions. This one down the leg side, and here he goes again. Another no ball. They're grown accustomed to it. 237 for the loss of 6. And as I said, Ken Roy this morning, In spite of the no balls whole day that he's been infringing all the while, he doesn't even make an adjustment to his run up.
But just going back to the days, I could imagine a Nixon McLean having this ball to bowl this evening, or a Casper Davis, Matt Neil Morgan, you know, bowling this ball in the afternoon. You're gonna see some serious bowling, man.
Thomas in. This one sweetly driven there by Khan. No run. The end of the over 59. 59 to Khan. 75 to Pierre. 237 for 6. Certainly we had some serious fast bowlers along in those days.
Yeah, when the Leeward Islands, the Windward Islands, Barbados, Guyana, Jamaica, everybody had fast bowlers.
Everybody. I just think the only team that really didn't have fast bowlers was Guyana. And Trinidad to a lesser extent.
Yeah.
But the other islands, Jamaica, Leewards, Windwards, Barbados,
King,
everybody were loaded.
Yeah, Ryan, King, and
yeah,
Stewart.
We had a number of fast bowlers. Not
Yeah.
one or two. There was
6.
a number 6.
6. Leewards had about 8.
Yes, Merrick and Ferris.
Barbados about 7.
All the Merrick and Ferris, man, they really was slippery.
You can imagine you batting 4 fast bowlers with basically the same
Marshall
pace all day.
Ghana in Barbados.
Yeah,
Jamaica,
those are some
Patterson.
those are
Remember
some
that
serious
fight he had
times.
a one day against Linton Lewis. Smashed
Yeah.
the helmet. You had to be brave.
Full of self-confidence as
But
well.
it lifted the self-confidence. It lifted the ambition. I have to do better because there were some spectators in that pavilion, Todd Andrews, etc. You are getting real thunder from these guys because if once you go out there to bat and you fail, they're after you. And there's also people like Born to Lose at the airport. Don't lose a match overseas because you're facing the thunder the moment you arrive at the airport.
Can you remember those days,
those were the days, my brother.
waiting for you as you come out the airport.
Exactly. You know, it's so nice for us to reminisce here. It's a 4:45. How many overs are gone? 86? 87.
Just another 3
more
overs
of
remaining
15
for the
minutes.
day.
So, Lewis. But they had the type of pitches that were conducive to that type of bowling, and there was no quarters asked, none given. You learn to bat. This one lifted outside the off stump to Pierre, taken by the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. Even on the matting on the outside pitch, Annisfield too.
Wow.
The ball was very slippery. You had a fella by the name of Sid Murphy, bone crusher. He was pretty slippery.
Tell you, man.
But these days, the pitches, man, the pitches are the problem. There's no getting away. The pitches are the real problem in the Caribbean when it comes to fast bowling.
Yeah, we have gone away from preparing the fast wickets
As you said,
to
taking
just the batsman
the
paradise.
lips out of cricket. Driven sweetly to the offside by Pierre. It is going to run close to the boundary. It has gone over the boundary. A lovely late cover drive there by Pierre. He rolls on to 79, 241 now. And Windwards certainly looking down a barrel here. 241 for the loss of 6. It only goes to show once you put your mind to it and decide to grind it, gut it, commitment, responsibility, dedicated to the cause of Trinidad and Tobago. Here you're seeing from 114 to 6 to 241.
And
the loss of
Pierre
6.
is saying that you bowl those sort of deliveries to your friends.
Of course.
Easy, meat and drink.
Of course. You think about it.
Drove it nicely 2 covers into the fence for
I
4.
said about an hour and a half ago, these batsmen, when they were close to 50, both of them may be eyeing up a century. I did say it. And this one here lifted and created a bit of a stir, a short lift, and he did not handle it well. But there's no close fielder, and he got away with it. Certainly a good delivery there that shook up Caribbean. A man in 79.
Yes, that's what you talk about when you say fast bowling. You say that you've been driven through covers, then you come back and you bowl a shout on at me and say, I'm still here. I'm still here, Mr. Pierre. No matter you're batting on 75, I'm still here. You have to look at the cherry, it's new.
That's correct. No cherry. Giving you all this afternoon. Lewis doing that for the Windward Islands Volcanoes in. Outside the off stump, and he sliced that one over down to third man for 4. Another lifter, but this time it was outside the off stump, and he threw the kitchen sink at it. Flew down to third man for 4. Another bung, he goes up to 83. It's now 245. for the loss of 6. And Ken Roy earlier maybe probably saying and prophesying. I said these two batsmen harboring thoughts of a century each. And not too far from it.
Well, Lewis is fighting fire with fire here.
Yes, and kitchen sink is being thrown by Pierre.
I don't blame him.
No, you can't blame him because the new ball whizzing about. He's an 83, 17 away, but I think you'll have to wait until tomorrow. If he survives this afternoon with another how many overs left.
Well, you never know, Gunny. A over or two.
Well,
Few shots like these.
A few shots, 2 shots like those, 2 fours can easily reverse into the 90s. But he's motoring along, and this has been a fine partnership between these two here. As Lewis will be coming around the wicket, to bowl to Pierre on 83. In, delivers. Good delivery this time. Back on proper line, proper length, and he defended it quite nicely. And Lewis picks it up, and there is no run.
I really think at this time Lewis has bowled really his quota of overs really. After bowling the old ball and bowl 3 with the new ball, he should have someone like Ray Jordan coming in now and bowl a few overs this evening. Yes.
They're trying something to get a wicket. As Lewis in to Pierre, down the leg side, Pierre looking to whip this one away. Misses, taken cleanly by Smith. No run, no addition to the total. A magnificent recovery here from Trinidad and Tobago. 114 for 6. They are now 245 for the same total, a partnership of 131. And what a better way to answer Ramdin's call to bat first on a lovely track. As I said since morning, yes, some of them gifted their wicket away. As a matter of fact, one trotted onto his stumps. That is Solozano. He trotted on his stump. And Webster didn't handle one that you really can't fault him for it. And then Jason Mohammed was bowled Lewis, and then Ramlin playing a loose shot, caught Smith off Lewis. Both of them went for the 67 for the loss of 5, 114 for 6. Trinidad recovered magnificently here, 245 for 6. And it would appear as if the Windward bowlers will have to face these two batsmen tomorrow morning, God's willing, all things being equal.
Well,
except something happened where they can effect the breakthrough late this afternoon on day 1.
well, they're still looking to do that with Josh Thomas at the southern end. See some rearrangement in the field.
He may very well produce the delivery.
Well, he does it. I
know he is one of your favorite bowlers. Thomas running in. This one kept low. This one stayed down. Whatever happened, it stayed down. And Thomas really bent his back with that one. And you can see he's putting in the effort in looking to effect the breakthrough this afternoon for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. As they've been in the field from morning coming up to late evening. And unfortunately, things could have been different. If Lewis and Thomas had started back after lunch. Could have been different.
Yeah, really. Bowling after these two batters pretty earlier.
Thomas in. Again, that's one kept low, forces out to cover, is fielded by Hodge. Return comes in, and they're gonna get an overthrow. That's how the cookie crumbles. Right? There's no getting away from it. When things going against you, it definitely will go against you. 247 now for the loss of 6. 2 more runs there to Khan. He is on 61 to Khan, 83 to Carrier, 247, and the 250 is right on your doorsteps to come and face tomorrow morning. Wow. Wow. Wynn was really looking down a barrel here. There's no ifs and buts. As we see Thomas really trying in this final fling here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The ball to Imran Khan from the southern end in. This one cutting back into him. They're looking for a non-existent single. It struck someone down there, and they're going to get an overthrow. Yeah, 1 run there to Khan. He goes up to 62. It's 248 for the loss of 6.
So Trinidad and Tobago 248 for 6 here in the first day of this 4 days encounter between Windward Islands Volcanoes and Red Force from Trinidad and Tobago. Khan is unbeaten on 62, and we have Pierre, who is unbeaten on 83. So Trinidad and Tobago, and the first day, just about another 2 or 3 overs to go in this innings. We have Josh Thomas with the ball in his hand, bowling from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Pierre as he run past his umpire. So one is pitched up right in the Yorker length. He plays it back to Thomas, who doesn't feel cleanly. The score remains on 248. 248 for 6. A beautiful comeback here by Trinidad and Tobago after being 69 for 5 and 114 for 6. They are now 248 for 6. A brilliant recovery, Stanley Hines.
Yes, a brilliant recovery coming to close day one. Twist of events, twist and turns as Thomas races in. Good delivery, well bowled, right on target, and he defended well. But how Sonny Lambres have missed and miscalculated the tactics right after lunch. They were really on swan song at 66 for 5, at 85 for 5 at lunch, with 40 minutes to rest, have something to munch on lunch if you want to eat. For there are some big eaters, there are some persons who do not eat. Like someone like me, I will eat my lunch normal. It never bothered me, you know, because you're full of energy after all this blue food over these years, you know. As
that was so.
Thomas in outside the off stump, taken cleanly by Smith. The end of the over, 248 for 6. As we come to in the closing stages of day one, with how many overs finished for the day, Bev? 89. So we are going to get our 90th, and I will say 2 overs, and that will be it for the day's play. So it is in cool conditions here. The cloud has drifted to the west over the Caribbean Sea, going to the east, to the west of Beckway, the Grenadines. And there is a change in tactics there now. Someone is going to come on. There's a change in bowling. We're seeing Ambrose. Is it Hodge? It seems to be Hodge who is going to pick it up. Huh? Is it Hodge who's going to bowl?
Seems like it's going to be Hodge, you know. And then you have taken a new ball, you have bowled only 5 overs with it, and then you revert to the spinners. Doesn't make much sense for me, Stanley Hines. You have a fast bowler on the field, which is Ray Jordan. You should have given an over to really to run at these batsmen. You can't go revert to your spinners again, who have not been effective at all for the day.
This is poor captaincy from my vantage point here. Poor captaincy. A new ball, 5 overs gone. You have a third fast bowler who hasn't bowled a ball except for 2 overs after lunch. Allow him to bowl 1 or 2 of the overs this evening, and you know it will make more sense to do that.
Doesn't make any sense. You should have just left the ball on the field and bowled it the whole ball. Really, 5 balls, 5 overs, bowl with the new ball, and then revert back to the spin. Doesn't make much sense.
Cannot out nobody. They're not beating the bat regularly, so to speak. They're not creating any chances up there so that they'll be able to say yes, we'll support this change. It's someone who just gonna roll the ball over and they're gonna defend. So from his perspective, I believe he is seeing something that we can't see, and he's hoping that he will take a wicket this afternoon and break the partnership. That's about the best I can say.
Indeed, you're hoping.
Hope springs eternal, my brother. Hodge in. This one driven past cover. They're going to get some runs here. They're going for 1. They're going for 2. And the ball has crossed the boundary for 4. It just pushed it on this lovely outfield.
A hard new ball.
Hard new ball. And Khan goes up to 66. And the 250 is up for Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward Islands in a big spot about here now. 252 for 6. A partnership of 138 that has completely tilted the balance from Windwards at lunch to Trinidad at tea and Trinidad at close of play.
Well, Trinidad surely in the driver's seat here at 252 for 6. Really a commanding position here in day 1 in this 4-day encounter against the Volcanoes. They have really made use of the opportunities.
This one driven again down the ground to long on, and he gets a single. That's Khan. He's up to 67. Remember the 5th wicket fell at 67, eh? He's on 67. Pairs and 83, 253 for the loss of 6, 253 for 6. And let's see what happens here now. 253 for 6. But the thing about it, Ken Roy, they are looking to bat for the next 9 balls, closer play. And the Windies have to come back tomorrow morning to face the same 2 batsmen. And I am saying they are harboring thoughts. I said that since the tea time, they're harboring thoughts when both 151 of a century. And it appears to me as if they're really motoring towards it. Not this evening. Tomorrow, God's willing, all things being equal. They're hoping to survive this afternoon. Hodge in to pair a faster, flatter delivery. The faster delivery is for Ray Jordan or Sherman Lewis.
Yeah, the fast bowlers on the field to do that.
Something doesn't smells right. Forward defensive again, go Pierre. I don't think Pierre will be playing any big shot tonight.
I'll be happy to see these spinners bowling after me.
Of course, he'll be very happy. They're not creating no problems, no bother. Just bat it out. As Hodge. Now he is moving this silly mid on to a silly mid off. Hodge in. This one went right through him, straight as an arrow. Faster, flatter outside the off stump. He played the correct shot, played inside of it in the event that it may have turned. It didn't, it went straight on. And it whizzes past the off stump. 253 for the loss of 6. Hodge to Pierre. And Pierre driving out to deep cover. They're going to have one, just one. He goes up to 84, 254 for the loss of 6. And Ken Roy 320 is not out of it. Maybe they may go on to 400. It doesn't appear as if, that is close to play. It's 5 o'clock according to the umpires' watch. And that's the 90 overs bowl for the day. Yeah, the 90 overs is bowl for the day. As we'll quickly go to the innings, you can summarize what you saw for the day.
Well, a pretty good start by the Windies Islands this morning. In the first period, they went to the first hour taking 2 wickets early, and they went to the first hour at basically 52. I think now the score was 52 for 2 after the first hour, and before lunch they had another 2 wickets in the bag there, and then after lunch they had 5. They had a score of 67 for 5, 67, and then went to 69 for 5. Then from there these two gathered. They went to 114 for 6. And from there on, these two came together, and they are now at 254 for the same loss of 6 wickets. So a brilliant comeback here by the Trinidad and Tobago team. Compliments Pierre and Khan. Brilliant innings by these two. Khan is not out on 67. Pierre is not out on 84. Day 1 has been completed. Trinidad and Tobago 254 for 6. Here at Annisville playing field, a brilliant comeback.
And in the driver's position, Justice Silva and Jeremy Solozano opened up for Trinidad and Tobago. First to go was Justice Silva. He's LBW to Ray Jordan for 14. Next to go was Jeremy Solozano, hit wicket off Sherman Lewis for 24. Followed by Tion Webster caught Hodge, bowled Josh Thomas for 3. They were 35 for 3 at that stage. The 4th wicket went when Jason Mohammed was bowled by Sherman Lewis without adding to the total, 63 for 4. Then at 67, Dennis Ramdane playing loosely outside the off stump, caught Smith at first slip off Sherman Lewis, outscoring 67 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago on a spot of butter. At lunch, they went to 85 for 5. After lunch, they proceeded and back up until tea, when the total read, what was the tea time score, the arm scorer? No, they were 143, 88, 173. They were 173 for 6 at tea, and at close of play, they have moved on to 254. 254. That will give them a total of 72 in the final session. So session 1, 24 overs, 85 runs. Session 2, between lunch and tea, 35 overs, 88 runs. And the third and final session, how many overs were bowled in that session? 31 overs were bowled, and they got another 72 runs. So, at close of play on day 1, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the toss and electing to bat close on 254 for 6. Thanks to a magnificent partnership, 7-wicket partnership of 140 unbeaten between Karipe 84 not out and Imran Khan 67 not out. Sherman Lewis, the pick of the bowlers, he got 3 for 53. Sherman Lewis 3 for 54, 3 for 54.
And Thomas had 1 for 38.
Thomas 1 for 38.
Jordan 1 for 40.
1, yes. And that's about it really. Wicket
Edwards bowled 23 overs. He cost him 51 runs. He got no wicket. And Hodge bowled 16 overs, 1 maiden, 39 runs. 1 wicket, 39 runs.
So that is it here from Mansfield. Stanley Hines signing off on behalf of Kenroy Martin and Cecil Charles. We'll be back here at Mansfield Sporting Complex tomorrow, 9:55, to continue commentary in what could be a very intriguing day. And Windows have to be very careful if they allow these batsmen to go and bat, because both will be harboring thoughts of 100.